through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get is loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine. I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's not what blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's go, hey, step back, flick at the wrist, wrist. Let go, better go switch. Hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not. Coldest one on the block, you know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing their thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Shit, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. You playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. And try with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Heretics, the journey of story is not yet over.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of VCT EMEA here in week 3. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. And as you guys can see on your screens, we got BBL and Team Vitality in the house, and they will be fighting for a chance at playoffs. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Ash. A lot of the teams have locked in so far. Nobody has locked out just yet, which makes everything very, very exciting.
That's what we're here for, right? Today is going to be very important. Both of the teams that have already qualified, you know, to know what stand they're going to have in those in that final top 6, and also for the rest of them to see if they still have a chance to make it.
Yeah, I mean, even Giant X, they were saved by the bell yesterday with both Liquid and Koi finding those wins over their opponents. So things are shaking up for week 4.
Well, this is the thing. If we take a look at the standings, Foot have locked themselves guaranteed seed 1 or 2 no matter what happens. Heretics, of course, have to win today if they want to take that other seed and take the bye as well and avoid the first round of eliminations. But the thing is, a lot of these teams, especially the ones that are playing today, their fates are in their own hands, and Team Vitality are one of those teams.
Yeah, we see a lot of 4s in this board, not only on the championship points, but 4-4, 4-5, 4-5. Think that everything is still on the table. As you see, and it's very important to see what kind of Vitality we're going to get. But for BBL, I think it's even more important because today is the last day of the season that they're going to play. They do not play on week 4.
And that's the scary thing, right? They need to find this win to have this chance still at playoffs. And if they do make it to playoffs, though, having that week 4 off is a massive advantage for them.
Yeah, and it's just not just playoffs either. If Heretics were to lose to Gentlemates today, Fnatic are locked in for champs, which has never happened before with any of our teams, that they get to maybe just chill out a little bit, maybe save some strats, as we like to say it. But before we dive deeper into the matches, let's talk about numbers, stats, things that we love in this region. And I believe, Ash, you've been working on something you want to show us.
Okay. Listen, I've never been one for presentations myself, but I do have something that I want to show you guys. We saw the ISO buff that did come in during week 2, and I wanted to take this time to kind of touch base on teams running those ISO comps versus teams that didn't run ISO in their matches. Within EMEA, at the very least, we saw a lot of success for our region, mainly looking over at teams like Fnatic, Team Heretics. There's also Vitality, who will be playing today, and Team Liquid themselves. We've got the 60% ISO win rate versus a 40% loss rate for teams who are not running the ISO. But I want to check in globally. We know that VCT China hasn't actually been running any ISO so far in stage 2 specifically, but then you take a look over at these numbers here. VCT Americas and VCT Pacific, sure, 33 versus 20%. But that was actually only one match win for each of those regions. For Americas, we're looking over towards that match with EG versus Loud. And then for Pacific, it's that match with Talent versus RRQ. But both those teams that did end up winning those matches did actually solidify that 2-1 victory in the series overall. And I want to take a chance to maybe talk about the fact that we're looking at the quality of these players, right? When you're looking over towards EMEA, having this higher percentage compared to these other regions, your eyes have to be drawn towards players like Alpha Hair for Fnatic. It's just the insane oppressive prowess that you can find in an individual that can change the match, and it's almost a little bit reminiscent of having one of those Reyna picks on your side as well, right? Because when you're not performing individually, that ISO just doesn't have nearly as much to contribute. But that's all wraps for me. Sue, you're up next.
I'm a big ISO fan. Thank you very much for that, Ash. But we talk about curses and blessings a lot here in VCT EMEA, and it's time we stop ignoring one major buff. And for all of the Swifties out there, such as, Neil Zenio, our coach, the Eras Tour buff, I think this is something we have to discuss. Now, Taylor Swift has had 43 shows so far this year, and out of the 36 VCT EMEA show days and the 21 global event days, there have been a lot of crossovers. A lot of teams have played on the same day as the Eras Tour. So I've compiled some stats to see which teams truly right now have the Eras Tour buff. But before we get into everything, there is one crazy stat I have to mention, which is every single team has played at least 2 matches at the same time as the Eras Tour, with the exception of Giant X. They have never ever played any games at the same time as Taylor Swift taking the stage in Europe right now. Now onto the numbers that we all love. Let's take a look at the win rates throughout this entire year. Fnatic currently sits at the top of the table with a 71% win rate whenever they play at the same time as the Eras Tour. Of course, Heretics, as you can see, and KC, they're enjoying this buff as well, but it's not looking very good for BBL and Team Liquid. They want to avoid playing on the same day as the Eras Tour at all costs. I've also taken it upon myself to sort the teams into their own eras, depending on what surprise songs Taylor Swift has played at her specific shows at the same times as these teams. Now, for those of you that don't know Taylor Swift, she will play a couple of songs not on the set list every single night from her eras. For Team Heretics, they've been lucky enough to hear 8 different Torture Poets department songs, and for Foot as well, they sat through not 1 but 2 Is It Over Now Out of the Woods mashups, which is completely crazy. And Fnatic were the only team to enjoy a song from the debut era, which is very interesting. Gentlemates unfortunately got the least surprise songs, but they did get Hoax. So for some people, that's a massive dub. Last but not least, you might be wondering, have I been doing my research on the field? I have indeed. Here is me, Kukuka, Mitch, and Grania as well at the Eras Tour, checking out the Eras buff ourselves. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that one. Bear?
I love it because working here is always a surprise. I find myself thinking, hey, let's do a serious presentation for this week. But, if we can make it about the Eras Tour, I'm super down for it. But let's go back to actually thinking about the game. Sometimes when I'm lost for inspiration, I look at other people in the community that, I think have big brains. And I looked at Mini the other day, and I read this tweet that he posted. Kushner is the king of Ascent. I thought that it fit today since they're playing in the match 1. Statistically, the highest performing VCT Ascent player last year, looking like the same this year. So I wanted to look at the numbers because, yes, last week, Kushner had a brilliant performance when he came to Ascent. I know that for a very long time, we've been thinking about BBL and how their Ascent has ascended over the years and how they can translate it into all the wins. So just him individually playing on that jet against the 2 duelists the Team Liquid had on the other side, on individual duels, on that head-to-head, he ended up 7-1 against Yampi and 7-1 against Kiko, just him individually. And the number that you're seeing below that is the openers. We're talking about a 4-0 and a 4, so it's him alone, single-handedly, with some help with his teammates, managed to shut down both of the proposals that Team Liquid had for their attacking side, for their aggression. Yes, this was also them experimenting a lot. But then I got into thinking, okay, you know, that could be just like a good performance. Everybody has a good performance. This is a stellar performance. But let's look at the numbers when we think about the duelist entry performance in the entirety of the region. You're seeing a lot of numbers. I like numbers. But just take a look at the top of the board where you see Kushner. This is basically the ratio of how much they kill at the entry and how much they die. Kushner is above the rest of the region massively with a 2.13, and right after him is Zenit. So when we talk about the effect, you know, and the performance that this duelists have, I think it's understandable that we think about Minibu or Dirk or even Purpo, some of the great duelists that we have. But Kushner, the performance that he is able to pull out, and some of these BBL wins, he sponsors himself.
BBL, they're the lover era of VCT EMEA, and I feel like Kushner...
They've been the archer, they've been the prey.
They really have, and Kushner has been the spearhead, you know, of all of that. And speaking of BBL, I got a chance to catch up with Reezy. Take a look at this. I'm now joined by Reezy from BBL ahead of their game today. Now, Reezy, if you win today, you have a great chance of making playoffs. But if you don't, then this will be the last game you guys play of this entire year. So I wanted to ask you to reflect on the year you've had with BBL so far. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions about this year. So what's been your favorite agent that you've played since you've joined BBL?
I think it's Fate. I love this style of Fate, actually. The character is, she is Turkish also. I never played Viper, but Viper is my favorite agent by far. But in this year, I played Fate. The answer is Fate.
You also played Viper too, so that was nice, right? To play a little bit of Viper.
Yeah, only one map.
That one time.
I remember, yeah, in Breeze versus Koi. Yeah, I remember. I forget that.
And speaking of Breeze, what's been your favorite map this year?
I think Lotus.
Oh.
Yeah, the map is very complicated and I like that very much. The colors and the areas. I don't know, but I love very much. Considering other maps, I love Lotus very much. Other than the other maps.
Not Ascent?
Not really.
More than Ascent?
Not really. I wanna add something. My teammates nearly hate me because I don't like Ascent. Everybody in my team loves Ascent very much, and I always told them, we shouldn't play Ascent. We are playing very bad Ascent. I don't like this map. Ban this map, perma ban this map. But they convinced me to play Ascent. I now middle.
Okay. Not very Turkish of you. I think every Turkish player likes to
every
play.
Turkish player likes Ascent.
Likes to play Ascent. Who's been the best player you think you've played against in VCT EMEA?
Hard question. Probably Alfajer.
Oh,
by far, yeah.
Okay. Why?
I was following him since he became Fnatic roster. He's performing very well. He's playing in the big stages and doing really good things in the professional area. And I like his style, playing style. He's very sharp. He's a very smart guy.
Very confident, right?
Yeah,
he's
also my friend. That's why I'm...
Oh, I feel like you guys are all friends here.
Yes,
you know,
we are all
Rians
friends,
to Ver, like all of you guys.
Yeah, this is my former teammate.
Yeah.
Power also.
Of course. Speaking of the Turkish player, actually, one last question. Lots of Turkish players joined VCT EMEA this year. If you had to predict one more player to join maybe next year from the current Turkish league, who do you think will make it?
I think there is a lot of Turkish prodigy in the religion league, actually. But some players are more experienced. Some of them is Sterben, actually. Sterben is very good.
Of course.
Yeah, he's playing very good Valorant, actually. I think my answer is Sterben. I love to him be here, actually.
Oh, make a comeback, right? He can have his redemption.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Reezy, for joining me, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Is it okay? Is it allowed for somebody to play for BBL and say they hate Ascent and they think they should permaban it?
I think it's
Is that
because
allowed?
I want to, you know, throw in my hand here. I think it's because everybody's very tired of Ascent. You know, we've been having it for a very long time.
It's for the people.
The rotations are easy. The map is easy to understand. It feels like we've seen everything in there, and especially if you're PBL, I think that if you know the map so well, what else do you need?
Yeah, well, let's talk about the map on the other side of this for Vitality. What do we make about what they could potentially bring out today?
So here's the thing, right? Now the breeze is out. Do you remember Vitality with the Astra on that map? How surprising it was and how good it looked. Funny enough, right now, this is their performances for both Stage 1 and Stage 2. Now, they were banning Icebox through the entirety of kickoff, and then it became their best map. The problem is that they're kind of like a hit or miss in the things that they've been experimenting with and how open it might look for all the teams, but there's always the chance of surprises.
There is always a chance of surprises, but it's also a high risk, high reward situation right now. We have to look towards comfort on the side of Vitality with what is on the line, but I don't think that they're going to be allowed to play that Icebox with how much comfort they've found.
Oh, I wonder what that's going to be like. The teams are ready, and so are we. It's time to bring out BBL and Team Vitality. BBL do not have a game next week, which means this could potentially be their last game of the entire year if they don't make playoffs. But for Vitality, it's equally as important because the fate is in their own hands. They just have to win. If they keep winning, they're going to be fine. They will make it to playoffs.
Yeah, but just imagine being BBL, right? Like, you win here, you still have to wait and see. Yeah, you get some time to rest, but you want to make sure that this last showing, it could potentially be their last showing until next year.
Yeah,
so
of the entire year. I mean, Reezy clearly didn't have anything to do with the picks and bans because, Ash, we are going to go to Ascent first.
It's too bad for him. The vibes just didn't check out for Lotus to start things off, at least early on within this veto. But it looks like, okay, we do get there at the end, but it does look like a pretty solid map pool for both sides. I feel like Vitality did get quite lucky with how this has panned out.
I think if you're Vitality, you'll be happy with that. Plus, with BBL's Ascent, you know, they have looked a lot better as of late. They've had a resurgency, but teams know what to do against them. This is where we have the tapes, Kukugo, we have the anti-strats.
And don't get me wrong, yes, the showing from last week against Team Liquid was great, but the rest of the year for BBL on Ascent has not been good. On the other side, as I was, you know, trying to show with that map pool graphic, it's not the fact that, you know, Vitality are terrible. No, those show-wins are maybe one, maybe two. Oh, he is reputation. Oh, Safe is very in his reputation era. But as I was saying, they have the possibility to upset, to surprise. Do not forget, is Safe going to be playing on the Omen? Are they going to move everything around? Is he going to stick to that duelist? What's going to happen?
Well, this is the agent select we have here, and they have moved things around here. I'm personally pretty happy to see Runner on the Killjoy.
Yeah, so am I. He's been much more consistent on that Sentinel role. I think what's been really important for Vitality is Safe is a lot better. I think it's controlling the pacing on those executing rounds. Of course, starting out on the defense first, it'll be more eyes on Runner to actually be able to anchor his sights, which he's been able to do fairly consistently, and you can expect Safe to look for some opening duels like A main towards mid.
Yeah, and thinking about Vitality, now that they have the chance of starting on the defense, and if they have been, as you're saying, Sue, looking at the tapes from BBL, they can expect a lot of the things, but hear me out. The mid-run that BBL has on this map is on another level, so I think that it is going to be complicated.
It's going to be complicated, and it's going to be a fun one. Now, we talked about a lot of eras here. Mitch was there when we conducted our field research, so Mitch and Tom, what era are you?
I remember it all too well, Sue. Better than I remembered 1989, which is where I kind of felt most at home back in the day. What about you, Tom? Which era would you say you're in? I think he's a red. I think he's a red. I'll give it to him. I'll put him in a box. What do you agree, Tom? He's a little lost.
What were we talking about?
Swift.
So, Vitality versus BBL, a game with pretty high stakes. Mitchell Man, obviously for BBL, they're kind of in a spot where they lose and they're screwed, but, or not screwed, it's going to come down to really ridiculous ties. If they go 5-on-5, they have a much better chance. Vitality, life in their own hands.
That's it. They can still qualify themselves, not have to worry about others, although they had to worry about Kushner to start off this round. Easily traded out, though. Sender's done a good job despite his HP low. Problem is that the other side of BBL moving towards B. It's wide open. And another counter aggression coming out of Vitality, and it's safe to pick up a double. That's completely stalled out the B main push. And in fact, the players inside it have no choice but to back off that nade, buying more time, allowing Vitality to hunker down, and they've got Sender watching flank. BBL are boxed in.
It always feels like a treat getting to see Safe on that duelist. I think even though there were high expectations of Runner, I think many people seeing Safe in this team and not playing that role didn't make a whole lot of sense. We know that he can be one of, if not the best duelist in the entirety of the league. Recently playing that role, Reezy seems to be aware of this angle, but it is going to be just this crossfire that should be utterly disgusting. A chance to get out of this almost seeming impossible. A third kill for Safe, but now they know exactly where the last man is with seconds to spare. And well, he's gonna close it out with a quad. Big round from the duelist and a lot of orbs earned.
Very nice stuff indeed, yeah. And you see Safe off rip. Oh, we're getting a replay of this with the paranoia out from center. That's what slowed down the re-peek on short, but this was it. Flash through, Safe swinging, and it's the Sheriff picking up both. Re-smoke out of Sender. That was coming in from middle while he was holding down the back. So I feel like Sender's impact, despite the fact that Safe got 4 kills, Sender's impact can't be understated in this round. It's a very good start for Vitality. Not a good start to our match, though.
No,
technical
guys,
pause in
this
play.
is meant to happen for game number 2 when Pansy's up here. Not that you've got this the wrong way around. So we just, get this one cleaned up nice and quick because obviously it's not meant for us. Something interesting as well for those maybe a Counter-Strike fan. Malik down on the stage with the Vitality boys. Obviously someone who has a hell of a lot of coaching experience over the years. Someone who's been around for a long, long time. And it was something we sort of talked about as an interesting prospect for someone like Gorilla taking over as a head coach for the first time. How are they going to sort of pad up the rest of their staff? We've seen a little bit more with Comet, obviously being there as the assistant, but Malik being on stage is an interesting term because that's a coach who maybe beats anyone out currently, maybe even in all of VCT, but definitely in our league, I think has experience in terms of that coaching role.
Yeah, with existence gone, especially. I think that's one of the main things then. You're a new coach on the scene, like in the form of Gorilla, he knows the team intimately, and then you've got so much support to help him, I guess, grow into this role.
Yeah.
And it's very nice to see. I caught them after one of their victories, one of their first victories there the other week, and it was, wow, you could see the pride in Gorilla's eyes, smiling ear to ear. It's just a guy you can't help but feel excited to see him succeed. And same thing for the whole Vitality roster. Now we're going to be jumping back into the game.
We'll save it for later, guys. Come on.
And BBL, attack side, might not have gotten off to the best of starts. And now they're left down to pistols. This is normally where we say it's a nice, easy round for Vitality. Somewhere for those defenders to build up the credits, not lose too many players. One player, which is Trex, coming in with a pistol. So they have a little margin for error. But the reality is, BBL with pistols, Turkish players with pistols, scary. Kushner upgrading to a Sheriff, all the more reason to fear what could be coming around the corner any moment. And I think we see a much more controlled second round out of the side of Vitality because you have to be so careful not to give BBL an opportunity.
Yeah, I think as well, I want to sort of touch while we're in a round that, again, you're not having massive expectations for on the veto. Because, again, we had this sort of chat obviously coming in with Reezy earlier, where he basically says that he doesn't really like the map Ascent. And I kind of look at the picks and, okay, they had a great performance versus Liquid, but other than that, throughout the season and the last split, it hasn't been the best map for them. So picking it in, obviously we've seen a recent loss to Foot, but Foot have looked unbelievable when facing off against pretty much any team. So I don't feel like this map is massively favored to BBL at all. If anything, I'd have it quite even.
I really like Sender's buy. He's gone for a Guardian for the wall bangs. Then you've got 2 players spraying as they come through the smoke. Really nice setup. Then they've lost one player. Anything else would be damage, and a second kill found by Elite. Not too bad. Trex is on the way to save the Guardian, but the losses are still there. Could have gotten a little bit more out of control, but well, you can thank players like Trex for cleaning it up nice and early.
Yeah, and they're building the orbs on like players you'd want to build the orbs on, I guess. Like going towards that Hunter's Fury, the Blade Storm early in the game is always going to be beneficial. Although saying that, Reezy has clearly been farming the orbs up on the other side because he's only 2 away from having that Hunter's Fury with only a single kill to his name. Something that would definitely help them out a little bit more with those entries, as a lot of the time this team does rely a lot on Kushner. And it was highlighted by Kakuka during the beginning of the show that he is someone that is one of the best players, definitely in our region, maybe in the world on this map. But if he has a bad day, I would already call GG.
I think that's a fair call. It's not like there aren't players there that can land those punches, but not as consistently as a man like Kushner X, and
especially on attack. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And it's a tough role as well. Being the first man in against some of these comps when you're running in first, it doesn't make it easy. You're running into things like alarm bots. Although he's managed to destroy that early. Safe, taken down on the A main aggression. Vitality were looking for a little bit of map control, a little bit of information. They know there's someone around mid, and I like the setup. Trex backs off though, conscious that they could push up B main. That leaves Runner isolated, and now his position's given away. He still gets one, and almost the second. The damage is done though. It makes it easier for Trex. You can follow up on the first at least. Hold control of the site for a moment longer, but they're about to come swinging. Both sides with a flash. He has to take a fight. Isolates a duel, but loses it. And Elite now lurking back towards main. They have 2 players here. Not planned. Oh, it's actually not secured just yet. Repositioning, so it's easier to wallbang. Oh, they're lined up. It got dangerous, and it still is. Sender, 150 HP. He knows where the last player is, but he won't hit the shot. It's BBL on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a round 1 in the end by that clutch from Reezy, and it's good they're on the board, but the fashion is a little bit worrying. Because again, that's a bonus round, and it's a bonus round that had an SMG and a pistol within it. So the fact that that comes so close is definitely dangerous in the early stages. Again, the ults, the only ones online, are still for that attack though. And I do think that Hunter's Fury alongside Kushner is one of the best way you can open up the rounds on a sim.
Well, they're going to have those tools at their disposal. All that remains is to see how they use them. Vitality on the defense, scrappy buy. Safe's gone for the Outlaw. Remember, he got picked off early for the A main information. This time, it's 2 other players alongside him around that angle, albeit they're a bit more aggressive than he was, pushing up close to the boxes before falling back. We've seen Kicks concede the space. It's just Sender left behind to watch the one-way, and it's a good job that, oh, in fact, even Sender is now moving away from that position. It's a good job that they are, because that short play is about to come through, and BBL full pressuring right into 2 players on this defensive side. This could be risky.
Oh, the flash again. Solid from Kicks. We saw it in the pistol. We've seen it in this round. And the tag damage that's being done has left Kushner on just 3 health. I think even Reezy's taken a little bit more damage, but Kicks has gone down. Elite has done well there to at least even things up in terms of personnel. Damage-wise, it's not even close, although it's getting there.
Now it's a little bit more scary. And Kushner and Reezy left out for the late round. It could be a big problem, especially with the information the neural theft is now giving BBL. They know where Vitality are. They can see the gaps and try to exploit them. That said, there's still Killjoy utility holding mid, so Kushner's sneak up is going to be caught. There's the alarm bot seeing him, so no free space to be seized, although that is now in the back of Vitality's minds that there could be a flank in play. The numbers extending further in their favor. Not a lick of damage done the other way. The Outlaw hasn't landed its shots, and now, even with the low HP, let's delete those players. It's still a 2v2, time against them, but Vitality know there's 2 extra guns floating around. It's just not worth the risk at this point, and I think they've made the right call running back to the B site to save these weapons.
Yeah, I think a big thing in this round is Brave. Like the fact that he's able to get into that A site, pick off a player just as the smoke is fading, and then kill off Safe. Like, that was the turning point of the round. Such high impact from the controller that basically gives them a round that when you look at the health in that 4 versus 4, probably should have been going the way of Vitality. So they will take those all day long. Maybe Kushner isn't the be-all and end-all if you have someone like Brave doing that.
Well, that's it. Like we said, it's not like the rest of the players are pulling punches. It's just about consistency, about the levels we've seen Kushner hit in games that have sometimes been close. 2-2. And like we said, there was a shift from Vitality. Early on, they went for the A main control. They tried to take the fights there. The one-way kept the control, and they moved back to short. They have a great execute out, getting the opening pick, sending the rest of the squad running for the hills. And yet, like you said, Tom, the big factor, Brave, being able to get into that A site, and that was the space that they'd conceded in A main. A little too tunnel-visioned on the short control and not having any utility there to cover it. Okay. This time, Runner had his utility behind, and it drew the eye of Kushner. The only problem is that Brave has gone straight into the site, now splitting them and leaving Runner in a pretty tough spot. Still, Pora falling. Oh, and Trex is still going. I thought he'd start to run away, but
he can't run away.
Blind firing.
There's nowhere to go. Like, Brave is still on the back of the site, and his teammates haven't been able to clear. Tabritsky TP, but he gets away with it anyway. Puts it into a 2 versus 1, and while safe, will hit the 2 remaining shots to give Vitality what I'll call a scruffy round.
Yeah, that maybe wasn't quite as clean as they were expecting. Brave is getting away with some BS, I'll say that, but Trex really surprised me. You know, he had a choice here, fall back, the nade keeps him there a moment. His teammate dies, he swings and trades it. Eventually, like you said, yeah, Brave was there to catch him. Getting away with this TP is a little bit ridiculous, though. Sender came in swinging and just couldn't find his mark. Luckily, Safe was there. Clean in house, 3-2. 1 round lead for Vitality. Hunter's Fury online for both squads, but a few more ultis in play for Vitality to fall back on. That said, how much impact can Sender have on the ult? Well, maybe we'll find out. Brave's one was decent last round.
It's more of a rotational tool. Safe though, aggressive, but he's lost that fight. And actually, Kushner's just found another. This is the thing, the individual power of this team. 3 1v1s, can we make it a 4th? No, Kicks will put an end to what has just been an all-out aim battle. The problem is it already kind of looks like the round is done, sure. Some of the players are a little bit further away. There would be some openings in these fights to be taken, but I think it might just have to be a play to get out of there. The timing couldn't be worse.
Disastrous. Yeah, just the one weapon to be saved, perhaps. It doesn't look like BBL will be moving too quickly to take them down. This round for Vitality, I think, is one that they're going to be pretty upset about. A lot, like you say. Okay, let's exclude that X, the blue X in middle. The rest of them are 1v1 fights taken in the open. It starts on the left side of the map with Safe pushing up and being caught out. Then the same thing, and it's not aggression on short, it's just a player holding the angle but losing the fight to Kushner, and then that causes the player on site to try to reposition and get caught by Brave. Rounds of dominoes starting with the first. It was that one there. You just can't expect this to happen.
The fun thing is as well,
again,
is
at least
going up against the #1 headshot player in Elite. Like that's what he's been known for. And as said, like there's not many people I think you put 1v1 versus Safe that come out on top. I don't mind the aggression from the defensive side at all, but Elite is one of those players where if he's in form, well, I think he literally was the highest rated player of Split 1, and they didn't make playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the first fight is what it is. You go for aggression, you take a duel, doesn't work out. But in the space of 3 seconds, losing 2 more across the map in semi-passive positions, I think that is just going to rewrite how you want to play these early rounds for Vitality. And there has been a shift, moving instead towards mid-aggression with Safe going down on the operator. Players further back, although not able to support with the smoke in play. They wouldn't get a chance to help out either way, because we can see BBL are fully committing to this A main hold. Or A main push, I should say, with the rotation of Elite coming in.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to use the Hunter's Fury here. Especially on an A-side take. They've had it for a few rounds. It's a good way to get an opener, but instead, they're just going to be taking these raw fights again. Multiple players waiting here at this stage, and they're going to start rotating. I think they've seen at least one player. The problem is they've lost Brave. That's their smoke's gone. Maybe the lurk of Elite, though, might cause more problems with this take looking to hit straight into the B site.
Oh, well, Elite has caused an issue. The problem really for me is that turret on B. They're going to get early information, quicker rotation from Trex, ult online and outside the range, but he's not going to use it here. Just about to be caught. The swing, no smoke down, and he just goes wildly into the angle. Runner's in trouble, and he's out. down and out of the round just like that. BBL 4 versus 2, and Vitality with low credits in play and the spike now planted have a decision to make. Even committing to this is putting a lot on the line and weapons that you can't get back in the next round. In particular, it is the op, the one man standing, and now they know where he is. And I don't think they're going to be happy for him to save this weapon.
Look at where Elite's going. He's going all the way around. He's like, okay, facing him in mid, too obvious. I'm going to go on a full wraparound, so if he tries to save, my other teammates can cut him off from a different angle, and I'm going to be in such a ratty position that why would he ever expect me to be here? The thing is, though, Safe is playing on an angle where ultimately I don't know if anyone's going to catch him. Because getting near here when the spike goes off is going to make it pretty difficult. It will cut off a lot of the angles, especially without that door being broken. The only danger will be Elite himself, and I think Safe's going to manage to avoid that.
It's too late now. I think even Knife Out, he won't make it to him on time. Short of a big mistake. So yeah, the op is still going to be saved. That's a big weapon carried through to the next round by the side of Vitality, and I think they can be pretty thankful to get that across the line. Yeah, BBL having one player behind causing issues, but it's this site push. It's the pick straight onto Trex, an ambitious swing that then allows the Hunter's Fury to be focused on the site, and the fact that it catches both pulses onto Runner is disastrous. And you can see they're not happy about that one.
I think another great round from Elite as well. Like just the positioning he had all the way through that round is like, okay, yeah, we'll talk about his aim, but none of those fights were disadvantageous. He was waiting for his teammates to pull a rotation or force someone to go looking. He's just waiting, and he's not going to miss that shot. I have faith in him 99 times out of 100 that if someone goes swinging into an angle versus Elite, he's going to take them down. So after a solid early start, early rounds from the side of Vitality, this has now started to become quite a bit more favorable. 4 of the last 5 rounds going the way of BBL. Elite's on good form, Brave's been on good form. The only thing somewhat against them here is going to be those ultimates. Blade Storm. The thing is, I don't know if Safe will use it here because he's got that operator. It'd only be if the round gets close, but the Hunter's Fury definitely could be. Maybe the null command if the right position is used, maybe in a late round. But even still, I think we all know the focal point of this round is just going to be Safe.
Well, it has to be. It really does. Early dash online as well for Safe. We'll see an aggressive position taken. The Knife can clear out some space. I don't know if he's going to go pushing up close. I almost hope not. Indeed. Just holding it outside the smoke. There's some dangers as the smoke fades. And we rarely see players decide to go brazenly through the one-way. Especially with how aggressive Vitality have been. They've held this position in a number of rounds so far. It has to be something BBL at least suspect when you see these smokes cycling. There it is, off the flash, and it was a leg shot, barely missing. And now the Knife in play, up close, op, swinging in, grabbing one on Brave. Trex has got it with the Hunter's Fury just before that. Kushner's down to 30. This is a great crunch from Vitality, fighting their way out of the choke point, dealing the damage, spotting more players, and you know what that means. In comes the op yet again, and it's got its kill. With Kushner low, all the pressure's on Elite, and just like that, his head is ripped off. I think this round's already dead. It's in the water. We'll see if Kushner can make it costly at least.
I think even that's going to be difficult. Maybe a kill onto Kicks, but the pop flash is there. And what Safe's already used. Sorry?
Difficult, huh?
He got 3 kills there. 3?
Let's slow that one down.
I don't even know if we have a camera that catches stuff that slow. What? He made it a bit more costly, I guess. I really love this setup, though. This was all about contact A. Unfortunately for BBL, they walked into the trap. It's where the operator was, it's where the Hunter's Fury was set up ready to go, and it's where the majority of players were. Oh, here we go. It's as slow as it goes. I still only saw 2. I still only saw 2.
What? We saw it 2 times slow motion, and I swear to God, the man shot 2 players.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it wasn't slow enough. We need the technology.
Well, in a few years, we'll watch that one back and get to see what really happened. That's a little bit ridiculous. 4-4. Vitality, still the operator in play for Safe this time, moving around to mid. And there's a couple of targets here for him. Unfortunately, the smoke's gone up, so tough to convert. Spams coming in, wall bangs. I like it. A little bit of damage being dished out, but nothing noteworthy just yet. BBL have claimed the space. the back of it, and it looked like that was a surprise for Runner, almost blindsided out of the round. Instead, he gets a second wind, falling back towards the site. Again, Safe's operator is going to be smoked out, but he uses his Cloudburst to reposition, sees one, dodges Paranoia, and he's right back into the angle. Wants this fight ahead of the first Cloudburst, but not of the second. And now they're starting to come down the alleyway. He's going to be boxed in fairly soon with limited opportunities to take kills. Safe desperately fighting for a chance. There it is, down to the Classic and swung from the side. He's out.
Oh, pop flash. Actually, that's going to even things back up. If anything, with how low Brave is, there's a real opportunity here. Pora's Molly will slow them down at least a little bit, but that Paranoia into the corner, it leaves Brave to try and help him, try and keep him safe, but instead Kix has just wiped them out. 4 kills. Again, another multi-frag that will bring Vitality home around, and this is a real back and forth. Every time a team seems to get an advantage, take the lead, the other swings back in turn.
Yeah, you got to give props to Kix on that round, especially in the way back into the site. He's swinging out wide, knowing that after they Paranoia up close.
Oh, here we go. How slow can you go?
No, it's still 2. Where's the third guy? Where'd he come from? Where'd he go?
Somewhere.
Where did he come from?
Somewhere out there, there is someone screaming at the production room going, I've shown you it 4 times!
I'm sorry, I just don't accept it.
It's fake news.
I know what I saw.
The third player was flat.
Okay, all right. That's too far, Tom. That is too far. 5-4 count for Vitality. Been a good couple of rounds. Odin getting some damage in.
My.
Kushner down to 26. Should be easy to deal with him. Although,
Timmy.
See if you can hit a few headshots to recover. And I've liked this from Vitality. I feel like they've got a couple of these trap plays. It's not about wrestling for the control of the map. It's just about making it more annoying for BBL to take that control, as you can see with the health of Kushner in this round pretty clearly.
Cage triggered.
Drone being used just to check how many there are towards B main, and well, the realization may now be there that it isn't that direction, but with a deep position from Kushner, it seems like BBL might be just looking to try and play off of that. The patience of Brave in the past has found them picks, but ultimately, they're now all going to build back up, and that pick for Runner is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works. That's not what they were hoping for. A good trade, though, for Pora, and an immediate response from Trex.
Well, that was the low HP player from earlier. He's finished off his dinner. Now it's time to move to the dessert. A few more players on the way. Straight out of main. Already up close is Reezy, catching him off guard, but dropped immediately. It's Kix on the trade, through the smoke, flashing and getting himself through. Low on bullets, but it doesn't matter. He's low on opponents too after that. Quick 3K from Kix, and Vitality are back in the lead 6-4. A 2-round gap for BBL to recover on.
Yeah, Kix has been frying over the last few rounds. 11-6 with 11 assists to boot, and a lot of those have been pot flashes. Yep. Like we always see like KO assists and go, he's just hit 4 people with a knife and they've run in and they've died. But in this case, it's always just a pot flash onto another. But obviously these ones don't count because he's getting the kills as he goes.
We hate winning.
No, we don't, bro.
Sorry.
Oh, chill.
I'm actually
Chill
That's like a disappointed father. 6-4. BBL are going to take themselves a pause. Obviously a team that are relatively well known for their attack side rounds, especially. Like with Kushner leading the charge, he definitely isn't at Kushner level just yet. A Blade Storm coming in for him this round might just turn the tide, but I do worry a little bit for them with this streak of rounds now coming out for Vitality. If this is an 8-4 half, I don't feel like I'm going to be too confident in them being able to take this one over the line. We'll see though. It was last time out where Vitality definitely had some struggles on the defense, so maybe now with those defensive rounds under their belt, the attack will be a little better.
Well, that's it. It's looking like good course correction for this squad so far. This side of BBL, not in an ideal spot to fight from. Blade Storm for Kushner, pistols, and rifle. Like we said, there's opportunities in this round. There's chances, but for the most part, they're looking to finish this half on 5.
Get out of my way.
Kushner can be the difference maker in it.
Take flight.
Drone is going to lead the charge. Remember, Vitality played so aggressively here that probably going to want to double check that they're not towards the back of Wine. Kushner straight in towards the site, Bladestorm in hand, player up close, nice kill, but Trex and Safe, they've cleaned up so many of this BBL squad that, well, the pressure really is on Kushner now, and he will not find anything. Straight into the eyes of the op, as it looks like Pora will follow in his footsteps. The swing, shot not landed by either.
It was a 1-4-5. That's
again.
so cursed. That's so cursed.
Too far away. A step further, maybe he gets him.
Yeah, Safe will live to fight another day, and well, a lead extended for Vitality. This defensive side looking very good. Again, it was 4 or 5 rounds in a row for
that's beautiful.
the side of BBL, and then other than that, everything has gone the direction of Vitality. I think the operator coming in for Safe has been a big turning point. A lot of opening picks and a lot of battles that he's been able to win. And the double initiator, well, they've both been popping as well.
Trex might have gotten lost in the sauce in a couple of rounds with like wide swings on an Odin versus non-smoked opponents that are just staring at him. And
I heard he was watching your demos.
Listen, come on. We all make mistakes sometimes, and sometimes you got to go for it. Maybe you hit that spray down on both players who have Vandals while you're crouched, but sometimes that doesn't happen, and it is what it is. But I think most rounds, by and large, he's been very impressive. He's doing damage. He's been a headache for BBL to deal with, and honestly, just fun to watch, Tom. I enjoy it. Spraying down those angles, laying down suppressing fire. Now for BBL, a chance to push up to 5. Like we said, this is the round that they invest fully. They get the rifles on every player. Ult on Pora as well. Although a lockdown for Runner could be an issue in the late round.
Yeah, if he gets to use it. My only worry sometimes with Pora when things aren't going the best, he tries to lead the pack as the IGL. And I think especially, like in this round, sure, he's got his ult, so maybe that won't be the worst case to do it. But if he ends up going down before he's able to use it, that could definitely be more of a problem. Lockdown has been baited, but at this point, 30 seconds left in the round. They've also put a fragment to slow them even further. The full rotation of this team is going to be coming in, and the utility might not even be denied by the time they actually get into the site.
There's 3 players on A, 1 close on short. A lot of containment for Vitality. There's the harassment of the Odin, but it's dropped. So is Kick, so is Sender. Great stuff. The recon used to draw their eye, and the swing to execute after. Safe needs something from up top. Runner's here with him as well, but an operator, before it goes back into the site, it needed to thin the herd. Now you're swinging wide, and they've got plenty of guns to fire right back. 28 HP. Next to no chances to pull this across the line. For BBL, big mistakes would need to be made, and they are just waiting for the repeat. 7-5, decent attacking side from BBL, and especially good recovery towards the end.
Yeah, I think those fights won by Elite towards the late round was the big changing factor again.
We needed to see.
It's just what this guy is able to do sometimes, whereas like players are just waiting on angles. He just cleans out the backside. There was only about 12 seconds left at that point. Denies the re-entry as well. Just a huge round from someone who, well, as I said, highest rated player of the first split. 7-5. I wouldn't say a death sentence for either squad. Like historically, this map has been quite defense-sided, but as said, BBL have a lot of the time thrived when it comes to that attack. So I don't think either side will be overly confident going into the second half. And I think this pistol could be more of a deciding factor than anything else.
Well, it could definitely widen the wedge between the two. For Vitality, that's what they're hoping for here on the attack. 4 players moving in towards middle, leaving Sender to slowly play up on A. Now, we saw this very same approach from BBL in one of the early rounds, and it allowed for Brave on the attack to sneak up in that same position Sender's in. For now, the distraction is working. It's drawing their eyes towards short. Brave, though, is going back out to spot it. He knows he's wise to that strategy, but he's not able to win the fight. Now there's a challenge on the site with Pora isolated as well. Kushner tries to swing to help, but he's dropped, and then Reezy does the same. Manages the trade at least, but with his life lost afterwards, Elite is left in a near impossible situation.
Yeah, there'd need to be some overpeaks. And he's a man I think you'd respect enough not to overpeak, well, unless you're safe, and then you'll win it anyway. Pistol round taken by Vitality. Another strong start to this second half. That's both under their belt, I believe. And well, I'd be interested to see what they invest, because last time, it was it 3 rifles? I felt like it was 3 rifles, a pistol, and an SMG. Is what they did last time.
There was a Spectre, a Ghost, and then rifles, indeed.
Okay. So it seems like going for something similar again. A chance for a 5 rifle purchase going into the next round if things aren't too costly.
Nice, guys.
Other than Kushner's sheriff, there really isn't a lot in this round.
Is that the reaction to the 1v4 attempt? I mean, they seem very disappointed that he didn't get like
I kind of hope it's like maybe 15 seconds
yeah,
before.
right? Like, I assume it is. If it's the last fight, man, you have high expectations.
We'll be having words.
Yeah. In scrims, you win that elite. Come on. Like, scrim and silvers. But 8-5, 3-round gap. Vitality, chance to extend, and that is a nice shot from Kushner. Very much what we warned about in the previous half when we saw this same scenario. 1 Sheriff and Classics for BBL, but they can do damage. The rifle will not be retrieved by the defenders just yet, as Vitality fill in the space to grab it and protect it, and then take the kills. But Kushner's also repositioned. Found himself on the other side of this smoke, although he's backing off, not wanting to take the fight just yet. He'll hold this pixel angle, though. Smoked off again. Good job.
The hope was that either someone got overzealous or maybe his teammates were able to survive until that smoke faded. Instead, though, well, Reezy's won a straight-up fight. No. Kushner has found another. This is starting to get pretty dangerous, but Trex has been able to deal with him. It's already a costly round. There's no doubt about that. And Runner is going looking for a rifle. They've at least got the 2 Vandals into this round. A Guardian will have gone a miss. Oh, that's now going to fall into the hands of Pora. Still a big ask for this defensive side. Well, maybe he can get something cheeky done with some wallbangs. That's the goal, and he has hit Trex.
He's tagged him. Just the 1. There's a chance for more. Brave as well, just going to wait out that reveal. Going to get wallbanged himself. Nice shot. The ping's gone down on market, I assume, or someone just knows their lineups. Runners swung out right afterwards. Damage done, kill found. Brave down to 60. The reveal caused him problems, and he's decided that he's got to go get that Guardian if he wants to have a chance. Needs to hit those headshots, you'd imagine. Has to be quick, and perhaps at this stage, there has to be mistakes from Vitality. They're just waiting him out on the back of the site. Soon they'll lose their weapons, though. They know now the round's probably won. The question is, can he contain them for damage? The answer is no.
Yeah, I think there was a realization from Brave that winning was impossible, but holding them in and doing damage would still have a pretty high amount of value. And that's the thing. It's definitely going to put a little bit of damage onto what will be a bonus round. But even still, Vitality are looking to come in with 4 rifles. Okay, light shields are the majority of players, but other than that, this is still a really dangerous buy.
Absolutely is. There's going to be a lot to cause threats to this defensive side, and the problem for them being that we can see Vitality. Yeah, sure, there's a weakness in the Stinger. It's not like Sender's going to be first man in taking contacts.
Wall is clear. Guys, the wall is clear.
Well, you know, that's probably, Tom, to protect in case Brave gets all his ult orbs.
No, it's for the new agent that can run through walls.
That's a thing? Live leak over here. All right.
Yeah.
Well, flashing through to start it off. Pora's got some information. He knows there's players here. Knife destroyed, but steps heard falling back. He knows short's being given up. Good information for BBL. Rotation to come into play. I think Kushner's going to support middle. We'll see Reezy shift towards the B site, and they'll be stacked up and ready for this hit that, well, it kind of appears like Vitality you're going for. The only thing is, look at where Sender is. Sender's the man with the spike, and he doesn't seem to be on his way to plan. Oh, that could be scary, but spams don't land this time.
Oh, and it does seem like the eventual plan is to go back in the other direction. Now, bear in mind that Sender only has an SMG. There's definitely a risky element if he was to push this on his own, so he has to wait, and that's going to buy time for the rotation. This allows for Kushner to get back into position. The fragment has also held them back a little bit more, so now there's 30 seconds, and, well, BBL definitely know that they are going in this direction. Kushner getting a little bit caught, but again, they have to clear out this entire site. Paranoia still available. The trade's not too bad, but they need to get Brave out of the back of this site, and he's still surviving. Finally, he has gone down, but now they have to sprint back. They have to get that spike, and if Elite manages to hit some sort of crazy shot, maybe they have a chance, but the plant will be going down.
Spike planted.
Secured safely. They've even dodged the wall banks as well towards the Jenny, and safe! Cleaning house on the site. A safe pair of hands indeed. That's double digits for Vitality on the back of an ace.
I guess that works,
What
doesn't
more
it?
can you say, man?
I guess that works. Like, it's a round where I feel like BBL, for the most part, kind of did everything right. Like, they tried to reposition into more passive angles so they can play off of each other. They basically got the time down to, what, within, I think there was about 2-3 seconds left when they actually planted the spike. So it gets incredibly close. The fact is, though, Safe just traded every kill. Like, all the fights, he traded out every single one and then stopped them before they could retake. If your superstar duelist can do that, the rest doesn't matter so much.
Well, that's it. I mean, you've got your Marine Corps and your Special Forces, I suppose. And for us here, Safe was definitely the Trafalgar Law. He's called in for the big task, sneaks his way through the A site. Oh, he's hit him with the Cloudburst. That should do damage. That should stop him. It should do something. It's a skill shot. But Pora managed to actually reposition, tucked in a corner. Braves aggression on A main, caught. Now Pora wants to clear. Nobody here. Reveal does just the same. And they start a mass exodus of the A site, moving back towards B, filling in the space. And all the while, Pora wants that bit of extra information. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of his life, and there's not a lot they can do in the back of it. There's at least one mid, and you're 3 versus 5.
Of course, the context is important in this round, or in this map more so. BBL's map choice. If they lose this series, I think we've been told they're praying for some sort of 4-way tie to get them through to the playoffs.
That's rough.
It seems even worse than last time, which is impressive. And more importantly, if Vitality win, their life's still in their hands. They win next week, they make it through. Kushner, great position, had an opportunity, but Sender's there to execute him before he can catch any of his teammates. And although, again, that clock is getting low, it's not even close this time. 2 pistols, 2 players to try and clutch this out versus the 5 on the other side. We'll cut out the first few shots of that one. It's going to be 11-5, and Andalucia flawless to bolster that economy a little bit for Vitality, but at this stage, 11-5 up. I don't know, this map is looking ropes.
I think there'll be a couple I told you so's coming out of Reezy after this map. And I think one of the shames here is the fact that Kushner, we've seen him in positions a lot more difficult than where he just was, and he gets a lot more out of it. But this time, no juice for the squeeze. And he was the player with the rifle, the other 2 left with Sheriffs. If he grabs one, I have no doubt, I've seen the reality many times. Goes back to main, wins the fight, has a position to stop them planting, and then a headache while the pistol players can cause even more headaches from behind. But this time he's rooted out of position early, and I feel like that was one of the rounds we needed a hero performance. Like you say, 11-5. Rifles do come out for BBL, but ults aren't online. They don't have anything to fall back on if the A plan isn't working, and so far the B and C haven't been there either. And then, well, Vitality only need the 1 hiccup, and they'll be at least guaranteeing themselves an overtime.
And realistically, it hasn't looked like that at all. Like, we've had them having the sort of bigger plays to win them like bonus rounds with just Safe having a gun, or we saw Kicks have a few couple of like 4Ks with really good pop flashes. They definitely look like the team more in control. And yeah, you win both pistols, a game like this is going to look incredibly dominant. This second half has been. Well,
this goes here.
There's sort of been I guess a 4-round or 5-round streak where they look like they had some fight in them. That's done a lot of damage, but Safe doesn't care. The paranoia didn't connect though, so he's lost that early fight.
Oh, the jump there a little bit questionable from Kushner. Now we're down to an advantage for Vitality. How quickly the tables turn with Reezy on 33 HP. This shock dart from earlier might have done damage, but Trex's does a little more. 33 damage, actually, I think maybe even Reezy got away with more damage. Unfortunately, the kill shot's all that matters. And now down to just Pora. This round has quickly spiraled out of control for this defensive side. A complete flood of B that, in a way, they were ready for. They had the manpower, they had the rifles in the right spot, but the shot's not hitting. The coordination a little off. And individuals left in the open. Pora, it's tough. The first player was the one that was low. He hasn't hit the shot either. The reveal making it even more difficult. Spams. Keeping his HP under control, and he brought a knife to a gunfight. 12-5. 7 chances for Vitality to close this map out on their attack, and they've looked pretty well. I mean, look at the scoreline. They've looked flawless so far.
Yeah, I think the only player who had a bit of a slower start to this game was Runner, and he's now climbed up the board as well. It is looking like a much better team performance, and he was someone I was a little worried about, because I think of all the role switches, he's the one that comes out most uncomfortable. Like, Safe going back to Duelist, no one's worried about that. Trex and Kicks now on the initiators. Sender has played controller many times before. It was only his Sentinel that, yeah, we've seen a few blips here and there, but if those can be ironed out, well, you get results like this. 12 and 5 up, your opponent's map choice on a map that, well, you don't really play that often. You've won, I don't think they have won over the split. They've lost it close to KC, Fnatic, and then lost to Foot this split as well. So it's not been a great map for the side of Vitality, but it's looked a lot better today.
Yeah, we've spoken about this, the recovery of this squad, the change in leadership, the bolstering of the backlines, the support staff, and even new directions in terms of the players on the server, Runner being a key point of that. Those changes have definitely benefited them. For BBL, let's see if they pick Ascent again.
Well, if they don't make it to playoffs, it'll be next year. But either way, a big start to this round. Elite, as said, he's been one of the sort of shining lights of this team all the way through the season, and this is an Elite round. 3 kills for him already. I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow hits this shot before Reezy does. They're both lined up on a similar angle. Reezy even a little bit deeper, and Kushner wants to get in on the action, making this, I was going to say, a 3-man layered angle, but it wasn't, because Kushner went a little bit earlier, even still for Trex. Timer ticking. Economy so high up that he might as well try and get some orbs, try and kill one of these players, and Kushner is going to get there first. Big round from Elite, but again, we've seen, I want to say 3, maybe 4 of those already in this map, and they only have 6 rounds.
Yep. It's a concerning flag to raise, really. 6 more chances as well for Vitality. We're coming off the back of a 5-round win streak. It's an uphill battle, but one that you have to take one step at a time. Mountain isn't going to climb itself, and for BBL, players like Elite have been key to it. We mentioned Kushner as someone that we expect to have big performances, and when he doesn't, BBL tend to lose.
It's not even just big, it's sort of exceptional.
Yes.
Like, it's so far above what we expect. Like, Poro right now is also having a rough time. Like, he's definitely been fragging decently throughout the season. Timmy the Turret, well, he finally made it up there. Didn't last very long. And for Vitality, it looks like they want to pick up the pace a little bit here. The drone should give the game away a little bit. But Vitality have normally been quite happy to sort of just stem their push, slow the pace a little bit. But they definitely weren't expecting Brave to be up there.
A good readjustment too. Brave had only just gotten his weapon out as the smoke started to fade. Hits the headshot anyways. Swarm activated. That's going to be the trap denied inside of middle. One of the Cypher traps open. Means that part of the map is now not watched. Someone has to shift over to clear it, surely. Eventually they will. Which, in the current position, I think it is going to be Reezy. Leaves short open. Perhaps a lurk channel for Runner later on into the round. That's certainly what he's hoping for. Some noise, some presence given away on B. Vitality.
30 seconds left.
Not sure if it's going to be sold as a fake. I think it is Runner's lurk that they're relying on doing the damage later, but they're walking into a lot of players, and the Hunter's Fury makes it so difficult. Reveal already cancelled out because they're cautious that someone might push the smoke. Well, there's not many people left to push that smoke. Only Runner on the other side, and sure, his lurk has found space on short. That's about all it's going to amount to, though.
Picked off by Elite. Every single player pitching in for the side of BBL. And an Andaluthia Flawless that will garner them a nice, clean round to sort of build back into this. The thing is, we're seeing some of their players come alive. The problem is now is you're going to have almost every single ultimate available. Timing here was a little bit unfortunate. Really nice shot as well. And it does seem like when Safe goes down, you need that player to play around. Like that, a lot of this is setting him up. You see all the assists that are there for Sender, Kicks, Trex. A lot of that is going to be putting players like him into position. Him being the first pick's always going to make that more difficult.
We saw it in the round where he got the ace on A. You know, the whole team is going in, taking the normal paths, clearing the angles, and he's the one that's repositioning, catching players off guard while they're trying to clear Jenny, while they're trying to get back into the angle. He's already up, contesting them for it.
What do you think
Once
of
he's out of the
this?
round, there's no disruption. Was that?
You like an attack side out?
I love an attack side out. I don't know if you've many memories of playing Ascent with me, Tom, but
yeah, and they're in my nightmares.
I'll pull out an attack side out and here or there.
Yeah.
And everywhere. But well, no
Again,
success to be found.
It's not the best early start. Safe already down low on HP. Hunter's Fury going to be used. Well, it's hit kicks, that's for sure, but it's also taken out Elite. He's not the man you want to lose over on that A site. Space taken. Brave is the sort of snake in the grass. And the problem is Sender is always lurking behind. It seems like Brave is being incredibly patient. If he can win this fight, he has an opportunity, but now that he's been spotted, this makes things so much more difficult. Brave is almost trying to deny other players. Kushner has actually just peeked out heaven. They're so focused in on Brave's position that they've forgotten about this man, and now Pora's won another fight. This is becoming pretty awkward. Kushner caught while dropping down. Sender's done the work from behind anyway. Put them in a man advantage, and don't forget, Pora's on just 2 HP. It leaves Reezy with everything to do. Sender still causing issues from that backline, still yet to be cleared. And that time now ticking. Pora left with a clutch for the ages. He still won the first 2 fights. This would be one of the best things we've maybe ever seen, but he's got to get a move on. He's got to try and find Kicks. Kicks is just waiting on the other side, and we'll close him out in the end. An incredibly nice try on a 2 HP clutch, but ultimately it was for nothing.
He did the damage, but yeah, too little, too late for this squad. We've seen Ascent, the conversations behind the scenes about it, even coming into this stage, into the last. We had players from Foot say it's no longer the Turkish map. Well, this might just define it now. BBL could be in dire straits. Time to go off to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if the reverse sweep is on the cards.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us,
It's a great day to be a Team Vitality fan for BBL. However, they lose on their own map pick of Ascent. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here with Kakuka and Ash once again. Maybe Reezy was right. Maybe.
Because he didn't like Ascend?
No, he said he doesn't want to play it. And I mean, I see it.
I think that we have to give props to Vitality for what they did. We knew and kind of expected that Save was going to be playing on the duo list, but especially with them starting on the defense, I loved how proactive they were being to not even let BBL get into that mid-round situation. Oh, and this is an actual super good example because even though this was a low buy from Vitality, they set everything up, having them and being able to save that operator to go into a BBL spaces time and time again.
I mean, you're about to see in a second when Center ends up TPing over towards Wine and uses that paranoia as well just to delay that swing that BBL were looking for that trade was everything. And then you have the rotation coming in a little bit later. Here you can even see, I believe that was... Is that a shock start? I think that ended up getting that last pick.
Oh, yeah. Like, the round ends up crazy. We know that this is the round where Kushner gets 3 kills for some reason, you know, that those kind of things happen. But another thing that we see there is Trex using his ultimate, and he was on fire with every single piece of utility that he was using. Not only him, huge shout out to Kicks. His flashes were so on point this game.
Yeah, and it's a little bit disappointed to see BBL throw away a lot of first kill advantages as well. I can't help but feel like, Ash, if they just converted those, maybe the map would have gone differently.
And I think that's the great comparison to make between these two teams on Ascent there as well. It was Vitality playing together, the utility, the trades that were coming through, but then when you look towards BBL, it was a lot of individual duels that they were taking. They weren't in positions to actually trade each other out.
Yeah, Safe had a great map as well. Here he is in the AIM Labs warm-up. I need to know his warm-up routine because ever since, it's not Safe, but it is Kushner.
Yeah.
I want to know Kushner's warm-up routine as well because he is always on point, but we heard it from them last week. The reason they're not really leaning towards the ISO is because he just hasn't had enough time. So maybe we can see something like Neon because at least he's played that.
I mean, I was locked in the fact that he said he didn't have enough time. Well, yeah, the same as everybody else. No, it sounds like a teacher kind of thing to say. It's like, oh, you didn't have time to study for this? Well, you had exactly the same time as the rest of the students.
Well, not to put words in their mouth, what they said was they wanted him to play more ISO in ranked before they debut it. He has not had enough time to do that.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
I think you were there when they talked about this. Yeah, but yeah.
I live in a loop. Like my bed is under this desk. Anyway, moving things back into Sunset, right? What can we expect? You're mentioning the ISO. I'm also thinking about what Vitality are going to be doing because we have not seen them play this map on this stage. We know that Safe has made that change, that swap into the Duelist. And most importantly, are they going to continue into that double controller?
I think that is the big thing that we have to look towards as we head into Agent Select here, because we would wonder who would be able to fill in that role. But Safe is actually going to shift on over towards the Neon. I actually like this for Vitality quite a bit. Then when you look over towards BBL, it's just same old, same old.
The Sova, I like the Sova.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this composition before. I believe it's pretty popular and pretty effective in some of the teams. After the performance that we just saw from Trex, I'm so down to see him back in the Sova. It's an agent that fits him so well. And on the other side, yes, you see Powerhead locking on that KO. We saw that the last time that they played it, they swapped him because of the breach, but he's just slotting back in. Is something that didn't work very well against KC. And definitely some things have to change, and now that productivity has to come from them.
It definitely does. And then sliding back over towards that Sova that you're talking about there for Trex as well, that Hunter's Fury is going to be huge for zoning for Safe to get those entries onto site.
Well, as we said, BBL, they do not have a game next week, and we don't want to see their season end here. Mitch and Tom, this is going to be a very, very important match.
Yes, it will be, Insu. Pressure is on for BBL. They've lost out on their pick, and now they come to Sunset. This could be where the sun sets on the series, Tom, but we have to hope that it's not. Vitality, though, looked like a clean machine on that last map. Kicks was stepping it up, but Safe was impressive. Now on the Neon, do you see hope for BBL on this map?
I think there's always hope. I think the fact that I do like them, the composition that they're running. I think having Pora back on the KO, I like his breach, but I think it gives him a little bit more freedom. And the Gecko is always a strong pick on this map. The problem is, yeah, I think that having that double initiative of Kicks and Trex has looked nasty on the last map. The fact it just carries over into this map, they don't really have to change how they're playing. And then Safe now can just full sprint, W key into people's faces. Whereas before, I think he was playing a Viper, so slightly different.
Well, it could be snake eyes on the dice for this one. Vitality moving towards B, and that's where the stack up was. But they've seen two players. Guarantee of at least two with the utility that went out. Vitality moving in the other direction, sending a lurker back to B. Moving out on mid with Safe. He's being caught and maybe deterred on the back of it, but the door going down maybe gives him the space. Can sneak his way up on mid. Okay. Problem is, though, Tom, leaving Safe and leaving Runner to lurk out this map to try to find space, it could be because Vitality don't intend to full hit A. And I'm assuming that's it, because look, back goes Trex. Spike moving up, grabbing an orb and sticking an elbow. I have to say, Tom, I'm a little lost and confused as to what the plan is, but yes, okay, Spike is going back to B. That's what I expected. The problem is, BBL have not reacted at all.
No, they don't care. They legit, they've had a little bit of a peek coming out from Elite. They've also got a player watching mid, so they have not fallen at all. It's basically exactly the same as when they went to push this initially, except there's no paranoia for the defense. Pora already opens up. The flash is solid, leaves them all blind for Kushida to keep fighting. A nice shot that, again, the Trex utility is sublime, but 10 seconds. They have to get going. They need to clear this man from the back lines, and that's already going to be difficult enough. I don't know what the read was from BBL to not move a muscle, but they had the read.
Oh, you got to commend them for it. 3 players on this site, the one towards mid and one way back in their spawn. And you'd think at that point that Elite, who is the player towards A, is calling out, oh, there's some noise here, there's knives, there's players in the area. They've clearly rotated, they've left. Even when Safe takes contact mid, he goes back towards the elbow. He's making, or towards tiles. He's making it clear that they're setting up for A. BBL just sit there like, yeah, we'll retake A, we don't care.
I think the only thing that made me think that maybe they'd rotate is using the paranoia so early on the defense. Because I was just like, okay, maybe now you want to gamble a little bit that you don't have that as a retake utility. But I guess when you have Pora's pop flashes and the Dizzy available for a retake, you're not as worried in a pistol. Like, they invested quite heavily into the flashes. Nonetheless, that's the first pistol in this series that BBL has managed to win. as the other two in the last map went the way of Vitality. And now we get to see how they're going to play in their lower buy rounds. Of course, no surprise to see Safe will have a Sheriff, but Kix has also invested into one as well, alongside a Flash. So maybe a little bit heavier for those two players going into the next round.
Always be chances as well. If they can group up and find those kills, I like that they've sent one player towards either side of the map just to grab the information, hold the extremities, see what BBL do when they don't get contact there. If they're pressured on mid, do they push B main? Do they push A main? How do they get that information? You're going to have the cogs turning it around like this, where your chances of winning are low, but use it as a chance to feel out how your opponent's playing the map. Same one way in play. And an attempt from Trex to catch Brave. It is a brave one, I'll give him that. With the classic.
30 seconds left.
But now he's got a bit more support. And this next swing could pack a bit more of a punch than Brave is expecting. In fact, he'll get nothing for his trouble. Rifle will be recovered. Safe quickly moving up to fill in this space. And he could have a battle on his hands with even footing, or they could have a plant in a moment.
Oh yeah, I think one should be almost guaranteed. Kushner from above actually drops the spike. And now maybe not so much. It's definitely going to be more difficult. You can see them already re-aggressing the nade on his head. That might take the rifle out of the round. Oh, he actually peeks off of it. Now Sender, though, left in a 1v2, just a classic in hand and retrieving that gun. You'd think would be a death sentence, but no, not quite ready for it. Even still, with how this round kicked off, with 4 rifles to start with for the side of BBL, the fact that they eliminate 2 of them and a 3rd player to boot, I think Vitality can be quite happy with that.
I'm not sure which one of Elite and Poor he thought could be up on top of the box there. That would be an impressive bit of movement to get that done, but that's unfortunate. He just pulled his crosshair off the angle at the wrong moment as the swing came through. And even still, 1 versus 2 with the Guardian, never favorable. Great damage at the end of the day for this squad. They walk into that fight with very few chances, but the conditioning of Trex, even firing out the recon at the end, Brave thinks he's got an easy fight, that this lunatic's about to swing him with a classic and he'll put him in the ground. But instead, the whole cavalry came around that corner, grabbed the kill. Early fight for Elite. He's out.
Yeah, this is not so much of a bonus, though. Because although I guess almost all the players can buy next round, Poor is still full invested. So he'll have some problems in the next round. I guess that won't be a problem, though, as Elite's already managed to find the opener. If they rotate off this, I would say there's a chance to get a rifle for Reezy, but looking at where he is, probably not. Like, so far away, it would have to be almost a save at that stage. But considering this is half a bonus and also half a full investment for BBL, that opening pick is massive.
Again, it will be Brave that's challenged towards A, but this time there is support. Reezy close by, has a Dizzy online. They concede the space, allow Vitality to fill into it. That's when the flash should come out, when the big fight occurs. Players moving towards the elbow, though, make that a little bit harder for Reezy's utility to slow them. Instead, it will be Kushner from up on top of the box. They found a pick. They dropped the spike from this exact position. So this, in the last round, so this time they're very ready for it. Reezy's push, no flash, nothing. It's all dry contact. It doesn't work out to boot, but now it's starting to go their way. Spike dropped, fight from Brave is good. He's down to 3 HP, but it could be enough with only runner left to convert this, and it's Brave from the back of the site. Low HP for both of those last 2 fights, but he made it work.
Yeah, one of the things I'll always give credit to Brave for is he will survive in scenarios that I expected to be dead 35 seconds before. Like, he just seems to have this ability to pick the right angle, pick the right fight, pick the right timing on when to peak, just to give himself a slight advantage. You can see the way every single one of the kills there is him hitting a good timing on a player not quite ready for him to face. Ends up being the deciding factor of the round. And wow, a 3-0 start. Their opponent's map choice, a map that they lost dominantly to Carmine Corp when they played at this split. And one that's been pretty decent last split. A win over Foot and GX. And a close game versus Heretics for Vitality. Not looking quite as clean in the early rounds.
Safe right into the site. The slide across has gotten him a pick on the Kushner, in fact, and another to Elite. The Sheriffs are in town, and they're taking names with Brave and Reezy left to do it all. Brave's position in heavy threat. Okay, he's able to survive the first onslaught, but now there'll be no further attacks. Instead, the players are moving in the opposite direction, not having spotted Reezy. Element of surprise if he can fill the space in time, but in fact, Safe is going back to watch it. His ult is just faded, but with the rifle in hand, he won't be too worried. Already seen Wingman. There's a much better conditioned Mosh than what I've seen recently. He's going to be containing them slightly, but his position is known. The fight's not favorable for Trex, and now the element of surprise is gone, so a chance for Reezy to follow up if Safe hadn't rotated in to back him up. Once this swing comes in, I think the round's done.
Yeah, then needed to kill off Safe, and that seems to be a difficult thing in this round. A pay Safe card thrifty for Vitality, and well, I guess all the positives I have from the last round just get completely obliterated when Safe's gonna get his first 4K. I'm gonna say first 4K, because there's probably gonna be another couple with just how absurd. And again, it always just seems to be the timing of his peaks. Just the confident, this last shot I know is nasty, yeah. You see it from the other point of view and you know it's disgusting, but 5 and 3 for him. A first round on the board. I spoke about economic problems for BBL because of the investments of the last, which didn't come true. It's now come true here instead.
Good info early. They spotted players with Dizzy. They use the paranoia, and the spray from BBL is good. It leaves Safe and Sender incredibly low, still looking to fight for the control. Losing kicks somehow, and it's Safe on 16 health to find the headshot wallbang. That keeps them in it. But neck and neck in terms of lives, certainly not neck and neck in terms of HP.
Oh, we've seen this one before, but the other way around. Happened on Ascent. It was BBL low on HP, and somehow they managed to come out on top. With Safe as one of the low players, there's always going to be a part of me that believes. But they're trapped. That's the bigger issue here. 3 players on the A site, 1 player watching the flank if they try and back out. There isn't really a way through without using pretty much all of their smokes just to try and get out of there, or trying to use, well, I was going to say flashes, but the paranoia's already gone and Kicks is dead, so they don't have those to play with either. They're going to have to win some firefights just to escape. Although saying that, I guess with the late time, Porridge decided to rotate away.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he's back here in time, although blocked out by his smoke. The drone and the steps will give it away. Vitality are making their way into the site, but those low HP players still to be dealt with. I mean, Safe just went for a spray through a smoke with a Vandal on 16 HP. That is, with Sender beside him, who is 12 HP. I mean, you shoot in that general direction, you're getting 2 kills. But fair enough, he of course gets the kill first. Vitality seem to have hit a lucky streak with 2 rounds in a row. A chance to challenge for the lead. Of course he gets the kill. Look at this, 16 health there. 16 health for the next fight. 16, the guy that just swung on the left side was 12 health.
I'm sorry, Mitch. For it. You just don't have the alpha male mentality.
No, I don't.
That's what it is.
No, I'd be hiding in a corner at that point.
You're a beta boy. We all know that.
I'll trade you. I'll trade you. Don't worry. That's all I'm good for.
You may be the same height as Safe, but he has the...
That's not even true. I'm taller than Safe. Don't do that to me. Nothing. I'm not saying Safe. He
has the stature of a man of 6'4". Just the way he plays the game, the way he holds himself.
Damn right. Damn right. So he has the stature of a man my height, but he's not my height.
No.
3 ultimates for BBL.
He has the stature of a man Milan's height. You have the stature of a man... Oh, we won't talk about that. Stuart Little.
Wow. My ult is ready.
Oh, that was rude, Tom. That was rude, but he's a cool guy. I'm gonna say
he is.
I'm gonna say
I'll give you that.
I'll take Stuart Little vibes.
Do you have a little car?
I used to. Anyways, for BBL, 3 ults online to fall back on. Trex and Kicks have their own, though, on Vitality. It's going to be a meat grinder of a round with players contacting up through mid from Vitality. Smoke on the left, fight on the right. It's Kushner holding the control. No ult available to him. They blitz their way towards the site. Kushner has given up the space. He's fallen right back into the corner. And here's his chance to strike with Hunter's Fury.
30
finding a little bit.
Again, the time gets very low. 25 seconds for them to try and make this work. Showstopper! Well, this time Safe will be caught. No escaping that one. Trex has managed to bring this back a little bit. Another for Kicks! And he's completely blind. Somehow caught one more, but the time is ticking away. It's all down to Kicks. 10 seconds. He can retrieve that spike, and Elite can't really do anything about it. Gonna try and almost bait him in with the cam. Knife will turn that off almost immediately, but even still, he's been tagged.
Reveal.
And they know exactly where he is. You can't fake that out anymore. The 1v1, a round that should have gone the way of BBL, but with Kicks, 3 kills to his name. is going to try and use a little bit of timing, a little bit of jostling, and he's done quite a lot of damage, taken the same in response, exactly, almost. He's being baited. Elite trying to pull this one back, and he will. Closes it just about, but that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, that felt like we were going to have another clip for the Kicks highlight reel coming out of Ascent. He certainly had his fair share of rounds like that.
30 seconds
This
left.
time, though, they managed to put a stop to him, and it's a good thing, too. This ult barely kept Kushner alive. He was 7 health after the explosion. That's why it was so easy for Kicks here to spray him down while running. The connection on his third was impressive.
Well, correct me
Very
if I'm wrong
close.
as well. The showstopper pushing him up a little bit stopped him dying to the fragment that was on the floor.
And it stopped him dying to the showstopper.
Yeah, it's just a little bit ridiculous how close that actually was. Not quite a player clutching and then dying to a blast pack.
Well, that's...
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten.
You're not going to see that one for a while.
I hope.
Well, yeah.
I really hope.
You never know. Kushner's on the server.
4-2.
No blast packs this round, though.
Oh, that's a shame. Play towards mid. Kushner is waiting. Seemed like he was going to chuck his nade over the top, but it seems like instead they're actually going to completely brawl for this. They've thrown in Thrash just to force them back, and they had actually 4 players around the top of mid in that moment. The thing is, a lot of this comes off of the deep control that Brave is taking. With him being able to hold A main, even if it's just for early portions of the round, they can gamble their rotations anywhere else. But the second he's forced off, they have to be a little bit more careful.
I think the big trouble is just how respectful Reezy was being with that ult, though, popping it, then pulling it right back to him, having Thrash online for the late round. We see a lot of teams throw it away on like, oh, I've detained 3 of them, but then no one can follow up, and maybe you even get dragged into fights. This player's ready for you. Instead, it's kept for the late round. I think much better use of that Thrash is in the late stages. Cage up, Flash is good though. Elite not able to get the damage. Oh, no one saw Brave! He snuck up behind them! From the shadows, he's emerged and sent them to the Shadow Realm. Vitality down and out of this round barely before it started, and BBL, well, they've gotten themselves an Andalusia flawless, haven't they?
Wow. Like earlier, I'm talking about his ability to reposition. I did mean this. I did not mean this. I don't think I've seen a more confident player than Brave ever. Like, just he's done this before. Nice. This isn't like a one-time thing where he takes a huge risk, does something insane, and then pulls it off. But if you're Vitality, you kind of understand it. You're getting into these late round scenarios. There's 30, maybe even less, 20 seconds left. You have to go running into the site. His mind goes, well, either they've got to turn around and shoot me, which wastes more time, gives time for the Thrash, the other abilities that we have to be put into play, or they don't, and that happens. Now, no wonder Vitality are going to take themselves a pause, because if a guy TPs behind you and gets 4 kills, you're playing ranked.
Well, the pause is certainly explainable with logic for those at home. You can't really have someone do that in a round like that. They were out there. Well, in any round. You know what? If they had pistols, Tom, and they were full committed, just hungry for the kill, I'd overlook it. I would, that one time. But this rifle round, execute on sight, you're throwing everything in. Hey, on the upside, Reezy doesn't have his ult anymore because he used it to crowd control them at the start of the round.
And Brave doesn't have his either.
Yeah, that's good. Well, he almost does. He actually almost has it, Tom, so that's not great. And normally I wouldn't really care if he almost had. He could have it for every round, but after what I've just seen, Vitality will be scared.
Change. I like this. After playing a lot of rounds down to the last few seconds, they're going to try and make a push in. Already though, Safe is just sprinting while being pinged up. Runner's also been tagged to 5 HP. They're taking a lot of damage on their move into the site. They have got the site somewhat. Sender down, a bigger problem. Kushner, he wants to go through this. He always wants to go through this. And, well, it's not going to work out. Safe, just playing up close, playing around these cages. Neon Armor is activated, but if he shoots, he gives his position away. It doesn't matter. He shredded Reezy anyway. Looking for a little bit more. Trying to get in the faces. Elite, in the meantime, has found another. He can't afford to go down, because now it's just one. Left on Kicks again. This man has been in a couple of clutches. Map 1, unstoppable. Map 2, it's not quite gone his way. Another chance The time ticking with Elite on that other side again. Pora desperately low. He's a little bit separate, in fact, but he doesn't manage to connect the shots. They now know where he is. Wow. Oh dear. Did you sub in for that round?
Who are you talking to, Tom?
You know.
Stop asking our cameraman. That was unfortunate.
Jack?
I'm gonna say, please.
Jack, is that you?
Jack, I go miss my spray. I'm gonna hope we don't have a replay of that, but somehow I know we do. It's
There's someone giggling in the production room.
Yeah. Here it comes. Nice conversion by Pora, and he's alive for the late round with 9 HP. Yep. Well, at least it wasn't from the other perspective.
Yeah, we didn't
Actually,
get it from his point of view.
you guys are being very forgiving today on EVS, and I like it. A new face.
Yeah.
It mustn't be Andy today.
They've changed.
He's gone home. It's called in sick. Nice early fight by Safe, I thought.
Never mind.
But it's Brave again, always able to find that little extra value from these. I mean, I don't know if you call that a position. My guy's out in the open, but it works. Nice shot. Not a nice
Stop
shot.
saying it before they hit
1
the shot.
HP for Kushner. I don't see him miss those 9 times out of 10, but we're in that one.
Oh, he's got one with the nade. And it's left on kicks again. Last round was a warm-up. He's being flanked on. That's the thing. There's so many angles that he has to try and click. Kushner is low, and of course,
nice shot by Kushner.
That's the shot he hits. 7-2. I'm not gonna lie. This game hasn't felt like a 7-2. A lot of close scenarios, a lot of clutch moments, but they've been going BBL's way 4 rounds in a row. Looking like Vitality is still going to buy into this one, even though the credits are leaving them in awkward positions. They'll still have the utility. Shields will be low. They'll also have Guardians on a couple of players. So it is kind of getting worse and worse for them here.
It was a TP that got him there that fast. Of course it was. Shadow step, a shrouded step from the shadows. Doesn't matter. It's all the same to him. It's free kills. Safe, in trouble. He had a tough time earlier. It was Brave that shut him down in the initial fight. Brave even managed to get 2 last time. Now he's got Reezy with him. The result is the same. Oh, it's a little better this time because Reezy's doubled up as well, and he's out of there. Brave still alive for the late round, and kicks and treks with it all to do at 7-2. Rifles invested, credits down to the wire. This is not how they wanted the first 20 seconds of the round to go.
The thing is, the first time they went for a faster paced round to sort of, I guess, a palate cleanser, I didn't mind it. Now it's been 3 rounds in a row. And I feel like you're trying to beat BBL at BBL. Like, you're trying to beat them at, we're going to run in an Angel, the Turkish team, which, if I was going to write down as a strategy versus a Turkish team, I'd expect to get a slap round the face. Because it's just a gamble. Like, you're trying to run into Brave, who's fragging out at the moment. And I'm sure if they win a round like this, it's a confidence booster. You're gonna be back, you're going to be boisterous again. But it's not working. And now we're getting 20-second rounds that now result in a mass save.
Left.
Yeah, it's a big problem. You know, looking at how this has gone so far, BBL have played clean. They haven't fallen for fakes at times. They've been ahead of them. They've had these early aggressive spots out of Brave, sometimes backed up by Reezy, sometimes not. Either way, they're doubling up on those early fights before they go down. And the big problem for me is Vitality. Okay, how are they winning their rounds? 4K out of safe for the Sheriff?
But the thing is as well, I feel like some of the late round plays that we've seen from Vitality have come down to the wire. Like, it's been a few seconds in it, or a 1v1 clutch, and you go, okay, those are not necessarily bad rounds, it's just that you've lost the clutches. Whereas these are looking rough. Like, these are like, okay, yeah, it worked once with Safe for the Sheriff, but everything else has been, oh, let's run into Brave. Oh, you got a multi-frag. Oh, now we've walked into the next player who got a multi-frag, and then the round's over.
And maybe the scarier thing is when you look at Kushner right now, even the round before, he really caught me off because I saw a guy in his crosshair, and I think he moved too early or flicked off, I don't know. But there's been a couple of missed shots early on by Kushner, opportunities not converted, and like I said in the moment, you don't see that all too often. And when Kushner's not on his A game and you're 8-2 up, it's not like he's bad. I mean, he's 7-6 right now. He's not in a terrible game. But it's about the shots we've seen him miss. And when that's happening and you're dominating, well, we know there's another level that you can hit, another tier that you can occupy. Pora shutting it down.
All right.
That's kicks on the floor, and they will not be able to get him back into the round, and certainly not now with Sender dead on the peak for mid. Runner dropped as well. And yeah, Kushner dies, but it's only Trex. He's not going to get kicks back up.
I thought he was going to knife the body for a second.
Would have been beautiful.
It looked like he was running that way. Trex 1 versus 4. He's a player in the past we've seen crazy things from, but this is not one of those days. 9 and 2. A map selected by Vitality, a map that they clearly felt comfortable facing off against BBL, and you can understand why. And right now, they're getting destroyed.
Come on, Jack, show us where they sent that off at the start of the round. It's down. They saved it through to this round and threw it off the map. BBL don't want the operator. They're back down to the rifles. Ultimate's coming online. Kushner 1 away from the showstopper. A lot for BBL to work around. Vitality, on the other hand, well, they've still got that Hunter's Fury, and it did find impact before. Perhaps that will be point of contact, but towards B, there'll be no tags on drones. BBL are playing very, very passive there with just 1 player. Rotates on the way, though, and it looks like the noise inside B main has sold somewhat of a fake. You know, I say that, but BBL have never overreacted. I saw 3 players move to mid. I thought maybe 2 of them will continue to B, but they've slowed it down. Now, though, Kushner is on his way. So a lightly defended A site. All they have to do is get past Brave. He's already done a lot of damage to the first round the corner.
He's also got his ultimate online. I think that's more terrifying than anything else. They're getting spammed down. 6 HP already for Sender, 38 for Kicks. Not a lick of damage done on the other side. Doubling up. Pop flash should be coming through. No, it's actually the fragment. In the meantime, Runner's just taken a bullet to the head. TP has tried to go in behind them. Brave is in the cage and he's taken out safe. Will eventually be traded, and well, the showstopper eventually gets the kill. Low HP, another one, and it's now all down to another clutch. Who could have guessed it? It's Trex now.
I have the spike.
They already know where he is. The fake plant is not fooling anybody. They're just taking this one together. 15 seconds left. There is no safe place to put this plant, and he is dead. 10-2 for BBL on their opponent's map choice on that defensive side. That was clean.
Well, that's it. See, I mean, since we saw Brave go up behind them and send Vitality to the Shadow Realm, we haven't seen them return. And as they swap sides, we need to see this monster reborn, because if not, Vitality are going to be pushed all the way to Lotus, and it's going to suck moving into a map that you picked and getting decimated. A feeling BBL are all too familiar with after how Ascent went. But here on Sunset, it's been a different game altogether. I feel like we had rounds for BBL. We had opportunities, moments, but Vitality looked a little better in map 1. The gap here is much more exaggerated. I feel like Vitality barely found their footing. But now on the defense, the comeback's gonna happen. It better start with a pistol.
Of course, we were talking about last map that BBL losing this might mean the end of their run this year. And for Vitality, if they win both their last games, they're in playoffs. It is one of the few guarantees we have left. BBL wouldn't be guaranteed out, but it would be rough. They win this series, puts them 5-5 right in the middle of the pack, and well, top 6 is all you need. It definitely gives them a much better chance. Now for Vitality, they head onto that defensive side. And especially running that Neon, it's always been a little bit more difficult to find that same level of value. And you can see from BBL in the pistol round, they are happy to sit pretty, wait to see what their opponents are going to do, and by the looks of it, eventually hit towards this B side.
It's going to be Elite taking that space on A, and it looks like a fight just about to occur. He hits the headshot, but it's the wall that cushions the blow and leaves Vitality in a good position to convert. No rotations from the defenders either. Still happy with 3 players on B, and in fact, B is being bolstered down as we see Kicks make his way almost just in time. He'll be towards the back of the side as they emerge, and a lot of pressure for Kushner with many players to take down and not able to grab even the one. Braves as well, finding his first safe with some damage, but the herd's being thinned. The defender's now down to just 2, although easy kills onto Pora and Brave. It's Brave the first to fall, and Pora towards main. Oh no, he's not cleared the corner, but Reezy's whiffed. Pora's down to 10. One shot will take him down, but he has to spam through that smoke. Maybe a chance to pick off one. It's gonna start now, but the players on the left quickly emerging. Well played by Kicks. Vitality have found the pistol. If the comeback's gonna start, perhaps this will be what kickstarts it.
I hope the replay ops are just as kind to the other team. That's all I'm going to say. We saw a Vitality whiff. now we've seen a big boy BBL.
Oh,
they're not
slow
they're
as
not.
well.
All I'm gonna say is you've shown your bias. You've shown your bias. No vitality with, but yeah, you know, okay, I see how it is.
Poor Easy, man. I mean, he's trying his best. He's still trying to recover. Guys, we shouldn't have played Ascent, I told you. Look, 10-3. 10-3, guys. This could have been our pick. Maybe it will be in the future. Vitality, decent buy. One pistol alongside rifles, and it's BBL that have got themselves a few upgrades, but Brave somehow has crept through. Are they going to clear it? Not in time, but Kicks comes out of the angle up close, and I'm sure that was somewhat of a jump scare. He converted in time.
Take them a moment to break the door. I don't think this is going to be much more telegraphed than this. For Trex, a chance to do some serious shock dart damage. He's definitely caught Reezy with that one. And while any damage would be nice, but it's going to be left all onto Elite. Trex will close it out. 4 players survive, rifles picked back up, and Vitality, they'll have themselves a solid bonus going into this next round.
Yeah, this is much better. You want to have those foundations laid, and with the credits saved over, they most certainly do. And I think for Vitality, coming into this next round, there's several things. Like I said, I don't think Kushner's had, even series-wise, the best performance. We see this guy be absolutely unbelievable, and right now he's being challenged. I like to see that, but Vitality, it's not reflected in the scoreline of this map, at least. If Kushner does start to be activated, Reezy has less pressure on him now as not being the second man to a lunatic like Brave on some of those A-holds. Be a very different buy round coming out of BBL. Already damage done. Sender's down to half HP after that spam through the smoke. Brave is honestly such a menace. I feel like I could watch this game exclusively from his POV because he's always doing something. He's never just static, waiting for something.
I feel like it's one of those things though where it is like a watch kettle never boils. Like you can't watch him doing it because it will never happen, but the second you look away, that's when the surprise begins. Yeah, exactly. Oh. These are some risky jumps. Safe wants that info bad. Maybe he should take a little tip from Natonk, get himself a Sage, can wall over the top. This double up though, he's there to support Sender. Already forced off the angle, the stun will slow them, the flash will do the same, but even still, Safe's just been domed. Yeah. Reezy's won that fight, a lot cleaner than what we saw in the pistol. And now they're under a bit of pressure. Sender trying to just hold a pixel angle. It seems like they're ready for it, and he's going to have to fall back even further.
Yeah, it seemed like Safe a little over-eager. The paranoia hadn't gone down. By the time the paranoia comes in, there's no one to follow up on it, so it's just wasted utility. Dust in the wind. Trex down. That's mid wide open. It has to be filled in by Runner. He's going to be slower on the rotate, leaving pressure for Sender for Kicks to grab some. He's good for the one, but with Sender on 20 health, denying this plan should not be possible. Runner's done extremely well. He's running it down. He's going to try to punish that planter, but doesn't get there quite in time. Spam gives away his spot up close, and Brave's quick to punish. The last player being 20 HP really doesn't serve too well for them. I mean, he has an idea that there was a player in elbow, but they could have moved. Sender makes the wise choice to go clear it himself, but far tucked away. He's going to have to go swinging around the corner with knife out. He's not ready for Reezy to be that close. 11-4, and yeah, I really feel like the first domino was knocked over by Vitality just on that early peak. A slight bit of miscommunication, lack of synergy in that fight, and that leads to this.
Yeah. I think maybe expected. There was quite a bit thrown before, like a flash or two, and the stuns. Just expecting someone to be caught, but that wasn't the case at all.
Nice!
At the end, nice! I think they had that one pretty much locked. Like Brave's final position was waiting in mid almost to have a wraparound. He was so passive. 11-4. That was the bonus, but it's more the context. Like you're in a spot where you are down by an absurd amount of rounds. Interesting.
I would rate it so highly if Brave just popped his ult into his own spawn right now. Just get in their heads. His From the Shadows was to be feared, let me tell you.
I'm sure they clench in their seats every time.
PTSD.
Every time that sound is made, it's like, oh no, not again.
Check everything. But for now, at least, BBL on a slow approach, opening space for Elite, but he'd given up on the mid push. He was on his way back to meet the squad when someone peeked out on mid, and with Kicks' head ripped clean off, Advantage now for BBL. They group up in a death ball.
I think he must have hit the headshot on a jump peak.
It should have been.
Yeah, that's just rough. But again, he's one of the few players that can catch that. Not checking the angle, though. They left an opening, and you can't do that with Trex about. You can see even Safe seems a little bit more tentative with these battles, and Sender, he's been having a rough time. Just gonna fall back. 30 seconds left on the clock. Pora again, no, they're not checking the corners. Leaving these easy fights. And now Kushner, well, he needs to win a double up. He doesn't even get past player number 1. Brave into the site. Spike yet to be planted. 15 seconds left for them to try and fight versus 4. And while there is absolutely no way they get out of that one. Vitality with a round win, but you do kind of have to take a look at BBL there and just think, I feel like you got way overzealous in that round.
Well, yeah, in middle. The rest of the fights across the map are what they are. That's just Valorant for you. But having a player tucked in market, it's not smoked, it's not caged. Yeah, there was the shot. I don't think it was a jump peek, but a
30
quick peek.
seconds left.
And for Runner to be left unchecked for both fights, nobody's looking at him. No one's clearing the angles, no one's smoking, no one's flashing, no one's doing anything. It's just disrespecting that position, and well, I will say that's not gonna happen again. Runner was gifted both of those kills. BBL know it. This round, especially for the round that was in it, their credits aren't that healthy. Now they're left with major weaknesses, although the early fight very much goes their way. Trex is down to 38. He can effectively remove himself from any future fights.
Where's he going?
There's no way. He's sending it in with the rifle. He's got a kill with it. He's bypassed Safe. Now they're pressuring him up close. This guy's a lunatic. Kushner had the gall to do that. And now they've even called one on the side. It's Kushner who's going to follow up on it. Nade around the back. Player forced in the open. Easy kill. Yeah. Well, I mean, the spike is behind. The one good thing is there's been a mistake here. The spike's been left. The kill was found at perfect timing. Brave's about to be rooted out, but he's got the kill. Of course he does.
Yeah, that was the tag he hit earlier when he was chasing down Safe. The remaining 2, look at them retrieve weapons. Elite now. Full HP. Rifle. Reezy the same. Thrash can now look to clear some of these close angles, and actually Brave peeks off the back. They make that look easy. A pay safe card Thrifty, a hero rifle for Kushner, and a little smirk even on his face. You can't blame him. That was a big round from him.
I mean, Zilv, listen, I'm gonna talk directly to you, Luke. You got played that round, man. I saw you switch to Safe's POV because you'd think, oh, look, Safe's holding the angle. It's the easiest kill. Oh, he's not actually. He's not. So this is Jack.
Zilv, you got caught this week.
Zilv, you've been played,
He sat home like, right.
Yeah, thanks, man. I think it's Jack doing POV then. So, Jack, I hate to throw you under the bus instead, but wow. The fact that Kushner, keep in mind, that's the only rifle they have, Tom. They had pistols on everyone else. And he's like, what about, guys, what if he dies? We can retrieve the rifle.
Oh, he's
like,
going.
no chance.
He's going.
Straight in on the blast packs again.
He's ignoring
taking the
you.
fight. He's a lunatic. And this time it hasn't worked out.
Spike down B.
It's Runner. He's managed to quell the oncoming storm that's Kushner. Fragment will force him out. Well, saying that, actually, he's found a gap around it. So much information. The spam from Trex gets another. Brave there on the trade. Trex, it doesn't need to see his opponent, it seems. But now it's left on to Elite. He's been in a lot of clutches throughout this game. Currently 16-7. And the good thing about them blitzing into the site is he has an awful lot of time. I think he's heard the door closing, though, and realizes, I can wrap around, but they're going to know.
Yeah. It was also the steps out of Safe. Maybe he has a 1v1 on the side if Safe was lurking around, but of course it's a firing squad. The high-low holding for it, 70 HP. If Elite gets this one across the line, that's going to be damn impressive. And he does isolate the first fight, but shots to the shoulder won't be enough. 12-6. Vitality recovering on that, but it is scary to see Kushner, who I said, you know, he's had a slow start. Maybe not the best series we've seen out of him. And the last 2 rounds, he's got a rifle and just goes blast packing straight into his opponent's faces with successful opening duels on the back of it.
Well, even though it's been a back and forth, BBO are going to take themselves a pause here. They've got the finances to invest at least a bit. Maybe rather than 1 hero rifle, they could get themselves 3 showstopper as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they almost fully go in for this round, especially with how things have been going. Like, they go for these blitz plays, and yeah, sure, it's not the most successful, but if it's 50-50, whoa, you've got 6 attempts. Those odds are pretty good. I think Runner in that round was the big player, but even still, Trex getting 2 kills. First one revealed, but the second one just guessing. That gets him 2 off the back of a Spectre. I don't know if you can hope for that every single time. It will be an incredible fight back if Vitality pull this off, but I'm going to be brutally honest and say I have a funny feeling BBL are going to get this over the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's been back and forth so far anyways for BBL. They know, even an ult dump round with the ults that they have in play, there's not that many high impact ones, but currently 2 big ones online with Thrash quite far away. It might be a cycle, but they have at least 2 ult cycles, more or less, before this game goes to an overtime. For Vitality, it is a slow march back. But like I said, it would be tough for them to come in, get absolutely owned on their map pick, and when we started out this half, that's what it looked like we were going to see. But for BBL, there's been a bit of a struggle. And the more that Vitality can stall out that victory, they can build up their own rounds, the easier it's going to be to move into the next map and say, well, we found our footing by the end. Let's start as we finished. BBL, some weaknesses. Brave and Reezy with lighter weapons. But as we said, there's a rocket launcher in play for Kushner, and he's straight into the fight, taking 2. Showstopper active, but it's cancelled out. Kicks does well to at least deny that rocket from landing at his feet, and the push out from Trex perfectly timed. It looks like they found a road to recovery, but with Kicks down, Trex needs to be careful. If he falls here, this round could be done. The map could be over.
That shock dart's gonna do so much damage. Stuck in that corner, they can't go anywhere. Reezy has to swing, and now it's left all on Tapora, leader of the pack. 1 versus 2, and he takes off both heads. A Red Bull clutch to close it, and a dominant victory on their opponent's choice of sunset.
13-6. What a way to bounce back. Ascent might not have went the way they expected, but now Vitality have lost their map pick. We go all the way to Lotus after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit. All I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
BBL, they respond with a dominant victory of their own on Sunset, which means we are guaranteed map 3. I'm your host, Sing-Soon. I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Ash. That is not what I expected after what we saw on Sunset. Are you guys surprised with BBL's performance?
Doesn't matter. You may not have expected it, but Reese, he wanted to go to Lotus.
He knew.
He just knew. He was like, actually, after the interview and after they lost map 1, now he has a point to make. He can just post into it and be like, guys, I already knew, so maybe we should start listening to him.
Okay, but that means now his team has to pull through and actually win on this third map as well to make him that profit. It was a pretty outstanding Sunset coming up from BBL.
It was indeed. Here's the question though. If we take a look at the Team Vitality comp, you know, they made some changes. We've seen this comp from other teams before. On paper, it makes sense, right? There's a lot of comfort picks going on. There's a lot of meta things going on. So why didn't it work?
Well, first of all, I think that Safe is struggling a bit on those opening duels today. I believe that with these 2 maps combined, he's on a 1 in 12 in openers. So really, he's not having the effect that he might expect on the duelist. On the first map, it was supplemented by a lot of other things. But I think that the map presence the BBL was having, the pressure that they were putting on them when they were on the defense was massive. Like more than one occasion, we saw them running the clock down and just knowing exactly how to stop them when they were going onto the side. And we saw Vitality, you know, falling into the same trap over and over again.
Yeah, because I think Safe is this player where he's really looking to control that pace of the game. A lot of cheers that we can hear in the background right now.
Is that you today?
Honestly, probably. He's leading the roar right now. But like Kakuka was saying, it really comes down to the fact that I think BBL is also a hard team to call against once they find the pace for themselves there as well. Especially with how explosive they can be. Their mid-rounding where they can make split-second decisions, it makes it very difficult to actually have that reaction that you're looking for.
And speaking of the mid-rounding, the IGL, of course, Pora, he can clutch, he can core, and Asher, he also brings all of the hype too.
He really does, and I think this is so important to see this energy coming out from BBL on Sunset because, again, BBL from the beginning of this season, last year, we know them as this emotional team where when we're looking at them on Ascent, they didn't quite have the exact same kind of smiles on that stage, so you want to see him bring it back.
Did you see the evolution? Like at the beginning, he was like, okay, so we lost the Ascent, we need to win this. So he's like fist bumping, being like,
I'll be the Reezy. Yeah.
And then he was like, oh guys, you're so good. You guys are so good. Yeah, good job, good job. Okay, we're going to Lotus. But it's so important also because Para is such an experienced individual. And actually BBL, I've seen them here in the studio. When they win and when they lose, like it's one of the teams that you can see it the most. Like they're very affected, very emotional.
They're super invested, right, it feels like. But Elite 2 had a very great game. I want to kind of move this conversation on to the next map as well. What are we expecting from Elite? How does his responsibilities change or remain the same?
Well, I think when you're looking over at Elite on Sunset, he's going to likely be playing that Cypher once again. He doesn't lean into the Killjoy on this, on Lotus. He doesn't lean onto the Killjoy on this map. And this is a player where when he is on that C site locking things down, it feels nearly impossible to break through. He maneuvers around the map very well as well to just be able to lock down that anchor.
And he is one of the key components, right? Especially with BBL starting on the defense. But I believe in Ascent, in Sunset, in previous matchups, we've talked about Elite. We talked about him when the stage was beginning, being like, hey, this player went under the radar, but his performance during stage 1 was outstanding. And it's one of the key pieces that, you know, we don't see him flashing, you know, getting this aces, but he's always so consistent time after time. If you don't see him getting the kills, you should not care because he's not dying either.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried though as we moved on to Lotus about Safe because Kute, if he does move on to the Neon, I think Safe might struggle a little bit in this Neon head-to-head, but if it's anybody that can bounce back, it is probably Safe. He's 100% going to prove me wrong now as we take a look at the agent select and see if we're going to get some changes. And do you know what? We will. It's another duelist, 3 different duelists for Safe in this series.
Yeah, exactly. And Kicks then also moving on to that bridge. Of course, things are going to be different and they has to start right off the bat. This map, Vitality has played it every single week of the stage 2. It's not like all the other maps that we say, you know, here and there, they do not have that much experience, but Lotus should be a comfortable one and definitely one that they could have learned from their mistakes.
It definitely should be. And then when you're looking back over towards Vitality, I like seeing the shift actually onto the Raze here for Safe. It gives you that ability to have some more micro combinations with Kicks and Trex there as well, especially up against the Neon that Kushner is going to be pulling out just to be able to nade and maybe even divide QD up from the team.
Yeah, my eyes, of course, go to Reezy. He wanted to play this map, but we got this map just for you, Reezy, Mitch, and Tom. This is going to be the decider, and of course, playoffs is on the line.
Well, he started out in a map he didn't like, Tom, and they lost it. Now he's on a map he does like. I mean, I don't want to pull the trans to the property
out. So should we leave?
I guess so. Let's let him have it. Get the other 9 off the stage. He'll run around for a bit, shoot some walls. Fails to plan. This isn't Enzo. Sorry, I made the joke this time. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, Enzo. Please, nobody send that to him. I regret it. I regret it already. I'm so sorry.
Clip that. We'll play in the next Liquid pre-show.
No replays. No, don't. No, hold on now. Hold on now. That's too far.
Do it.
That's too far. All right, we're about to kick off this map. Oh, I hate myself for doing that. BBL on the defensive side. Pistol round and a chance with Ghosts across the board. And the sneaky position of Brave already exposed. Good look to him. He's actually made it out, but he's 40 HP for his trouble.
Well, at least he escaped. That's the main thing. Maybe he broke the button. Who knows? He didn't, but maybe he did. You can already see Kushner up aggressive, looking for that fight. Wants to try and take the first kill and escape. And he's already spotted at least one player crossing over, but I don't know if he saw anyone else. If you just see Runner, it might not sell too much. Luckily, Pora's already seen pretty much everyone else. The thing is, so the rest of the team have not moved. They've not rotated. It's just still going to be Kushner and Pora, but now they're going back towards the B site. Elite might be here just in time.
I think BBL are just going to concede the space, though, especially with the util. Well, actually denying the plan for a moment. Now they know they've got the timing if they want to go for it, and the C's is good. Safe already on low HP. Plenty of that health, though, recovering on the rest of the players. Stun goes through. Swing is not great for Kushner, but the trades are very favorable for BBL. And with Safe still low towards the corner and Elite hitting the shot on Trex, this round has fallen to pieces. Spike on the ground, and the Paranoia not landing on Elite, so it's the trade that's needed. Safe still on that low health and about to swing into heavy traffic. That should be the end of this round, although he's given himself an opportunity. A few missed shots, but in the end it's cleaned up. 1-0 for BBL, off to a good start here on Lotus.
Yeah, we saw in the first map they were not able to get any of those pistols under their belt, but that tide has definitely changed. And I do think they're a team that, again, they get the momentum rolling, they get these individual players confident, and well, you just see rounds from Kushner where he's blast packing into the opposing spawn.
With the only rifle that they have.
Yeah, with the only rifle. He's a bit of a nutter, but we love him for it. For now, though, no more blast packs, but he does have the ability to slide. Still going to be hopefully a more competitive map, because both have ended up being relatively one-sided. Brave, he's gone straight back to his position, not deterred. It is in the name. Well, we kind of should have expected it by now.
The idea to play the position a second time in a row after being seen on the pistol too, it is just this man.
There.
For some it would be stupid, for this man it's brave, because it always works out. Pistols, and the rest of these players, classics on range, and they're all walking towards rubble. This is two players holding it. Before it was contact for Reezy, now it's contact for Kushner, and he's fallen back after not seeing anybody. But he'll be quickly back to help out in this fight as Reezy goes towards the door. Two guns trained in, firing squad, one crouched, one stood, and it's nice and easy, even the stun. Not followed up on by kicks, and as he tries to escape, Pora swings. And Andalucia flawless, and a beautiful second round from the side of BBL.
Yeah, the good thing about that is Elite can now buy straight in with a rifle of his own. So this is going to be a fairly punchy round coming up for them. In fact, they're even making decisions whether they go for an outlaw or not. It seems that instead they're just going to make sure that Kushner has a Vandal to play with. I do think, though, you need an early response here from Vitality. Again, you allow this BBL team to start to run away with the game, and everything can fall apart, especially if they're on that defense, because you know that they're going to be blitzing through your utility. And other rounds, Brave became the maestro of this rubble position. And guess what, Mitch? He's there again.
And he is. And he's always a problem. This is the most beautiful thing about this Lotus for BBL is Brave. The guy we saw in last map have some unbelievable rounds, but getting him out of position on rubble is going to cost you most of your utility. And a lot of the time it's going to cost you most of your players' lives, and a lot of the time you're not even going to kill him. You're just going to make him push back. So it's not bad to have this guy. And I'm curious to see late round, because we've seen the rotation out of Pora, and extra utility here to back them up, and the shift from Vitality towards this side of the map. They've seen B aggression, two players that have had to fall back and been heavily damaged in the process, but it does seem like ultimately they're making what is often a mistake of moving right into Brave's angle, and he's found the first already with a stun to cover his retreat.
The thing is, yeah, the stun almost becomes null and void because he hits that shot so fast that no one's else even there for the trade. Pora trying to hold that cross, but now you have another problem. You push Brave back, but he's still in that back line. He's trying to TP behind. He's done it again. He's done it again. I don't know how he does stuff like this. It's only going to be the one this time, but no one has the confidence compared to Brave. And now they're watching their backline. They're wary about where these players could be. Nice kill from Sender. Elite still at the back of the site. Kushner, this fight is everything, and he wins it. Both players low, but it doesn't matter at all. They're going to take this round over the line. Give me that damn replay.
Brave with the Paranoia trade as well. That's what lets him get in there. Why the Shrouded Step finds so much value. Here's the first. Beautiful. Double, triple dinks, doesn't matter. Converts the Paranoia, they don't hear him, and it's free. Sure, a little bit whiffy on the second, but that's the Bulldog for you too. And for a third round, that couldn't have went any better for the side of BBL, within the constraints of reality at least.
Nice, let's go!
Oh, you can see how happy they are with that. Relieved, the early lead now locked in, and Vitality, it's a messy buy. Sheriffs, Stingers, Ash is delighted, but I'm not sure if Vitality are.
I'll have to wait and see.
My ult's ready.
We've seen them win rounds with a lot less. The Sheriff round that they won, the first round on the board, in fact, on Sunset. So it is definitely possible. Again, like they are pinging danger. They're not even just doing normal pings, they're putting the danger. There is danger in these positions. This is where Brave will be. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Anybody who's ever played this map, but it doesn't matter. He's still solo. They're finally rotating players in. But at this point, Vitality have made the wise decision to scuttle away from Brave.
Yeah, and they're moving towards the side of the map. They already destroyed one of those trap wires in with the early blast pack, so at least they know the space is clear. They can take the fights, and the Stinger's the one to win it. Safe picking off Elite, a weapon to be retrieved perhaps, but they'll have to get past Brave. He's already rotated along with the rest of his teammates, and I assume there's some utility about to make its way in. Pora with a stun and flashes. C's lined up by Reezy. It's made it to the back. Where's the stun? No. Rolling Thunder, in fact, pulled out from the attackers. They were waiting for it. They've got kicks, and they're on straight in for the fights, and all of them will go BBL's way. That's a disaster. Rolling Thunder caught one player, and the rest were ready to fight.
It seems like they've been very prepared for everything the Vitality are looking to do, aware of the ultimates that are available on the Vitality side. And you can't blame them for throwing that in. Like, it's a spot where you go, okay, we've got 4v4, we picked up a rifle. If we catch these players, great, but they don't. And that's a god tier reveal. They put every single player on the map. And the best thing about it is Reezy goes, right, here you go, guys. Here's all the information. Step back. I'm going to kill them on myself anyway. Like, did everything. You can't get assists on your own kills, Reezy, but I guess if you're 6-1, you're not going to care.
Yeah, 6-1-1. Not a bad scoreline for him. Braves been dominating as well. This is a scary start for BBL, but they were only against some weaker weapons in the last round.
Let's give that to through the smokes. They've gone through the smokes.
The conditioning's there. Yeah, at this point, Vitality don't want a damn thing to do with A, because they know Brave's going to be around that position. What they don't know is that these players are so quickly behind them. That trap gives them the info to play with, but a quick decision needs to be made. Go forward or go sideways into B. But they have to go somewhere, and it looks like the C side has been overrun. A fight into the spawn. Safe. He's cautious about it. He wanted to commit at first. Now knows the player's falling back. Smoke, one-way smoke for them to play around. That's going to delay the retake ability from BBL by quite a bit. Well, the ult could help out.
Nightfall gone in. He's going to try and play ahead of it, and in fact, it worked for the first. In fact, it's working all the way through. Brave has caught one, made this one competitive, but that's about all. Aftershock makes it awkward, and runners hit the shot. It leaves Pora, IGL, to try and fight this one. Trip to be broken, but that's just going to give even more information to this attacking side round. Looking like it's over. Holding on to this rifle might have more value than trying to fight every single member remaining, but he wants to try and make this costly, and well, had a chance to maybe take them all.
We went for that with 8 bullets. Would have been an impressive clutch, but it's not one for today. Vitality finding themselves around on the board at last, building up some ultimates. Showstopper online for the start of the next, and good space taken on the back of the Nightfall on the side of BBL. They use it to get back in. It causes a couple of problems, but ultimately they come out on top in the fights. And I think for this attacking side now, I'm expecting Safe to pull that rocket launcher out of his back pocket and go diving in towards the site. And take a look at the positions early on. Traps for the extremities. 4 players going to shift contact up to B. And you may bet that it's the rocket on contact. The trap has to be destroyed or blast packed right over. Never mind. Pora's waiting, and he's dropped him, plus done damage.
That's not the way you'd normally play a breach, but I think anything but normal is the Pora way. Sender's got a little bit further than they might be expecting, but they've seen him now, and it is a wipeout. That's just, it made it look so easy. Like, literally, the only death is Pora, who basically sacrificed himself to kill Safe.
And, well, he could have gotten away. He stayed for more, and he got a good bit of damage. I think he left the player on like 38 HP, something around that if memory serves. But this guy, I've said it before, I could watch an entire game from his perspective. Just, they used to do those player POVs you could tune into. I'd be on his stream every single time. The smokes, the way he's playing around his team, he's in positions to put down the utility when he needs to, but then he gets a little selfish about it. Those paranoias come out, those sneaky little fights, and once he sees multiple targets, starts to show off his aim. 10-2 right now, and it's going to be a hard factor to slow him down.
Yeah, I think as well, just the way that BBL play this map is something I really enjoy. They go for these aggressive A takes. That is their B cover. So they might leave one player behind, but you have Pora does the early stun, then you have the remaining 3 players push up. He goes back to defend B for anybody really aggressive, as we saw, and then when he hears the steps coming, the other 3 full sprint back to then hold from the broken door and hold the cross. So your B defense looks really heavy, even though at the beginning of the round, there's absolutely no one there. The only problem they have is C. That's the only place there's any gap, and you put Elite there, this round with an operator, so anybody goes looking, they get opt, and then he's just gonna fall back and you play the retake. Like, that seems to be their set play for the majority of rounds. And the only way to really quell that, and I think Fnatic did this when they played, was to basically giga aggro through all of the utility on A, and then go, right, you don't have that anymore, we can control the map a bit more.
For Vitality, there's been struggles, but they'll go back to this B play. No Pora out in the open this time. There is a Rolling Thunder online. It's actually being held in the hands of Pora. He's vulnerable to someone just walking through that smoke. It's a huge risk, but his rifle comes out just in time. The player's coming around the side, though. This could be a big problem as it fades. He's only good for 1. The rifle recovered from the fallen safe, and there's another up top to be retrieved potentially by Trex. He's on his way. Shift walking up close. Prowler for the deep contact. They swing on the back. No one here. Free space. Doors open, though. And now the pressure for Trex without a rifle in his hand. He's not favored to win those fights. Both players tucked in, but revealed now by the ultimate, the neural theft, giving all the information away. The stun is good, and now they're stuck, being sprayed down. A chance for Runner as he tried to spam through a smoke, but now he swings wide into the open. The operator alongside the rifle holding it, and the defuse was underway the whole time. That is 6 on the board for BBL. A good recovery, a bounce back after a round loss, and for Vitality, that's disappointing. I think this is going to cost them quite a bit.
I knew the second I heard the sound slow-mo, I'm like, this is going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty. It's also the second I see a replay that has the name Elite on it. Yeah. I know that there's going to be nothing but headshots and probably something I can't quite explain. 6-1. This defensive side has been stellar. And that's the thing. Well, we've seen this quite a bit from the side of BBL. Their defense, even in losses, has been a minimum of about 6 rounds. You've seen 8 versus Fnatic and a loss. 7-5 actually versus Team Liquid. They had a really strong attack side. This time, I said it, they're gonna have to try and fight for this mountain control, but that ain't easy. And now there's a Rolling Thunder, they're getting slaughtered. This is the problem, this is what you need to do, and that's what you're up against.
I mean, this time as well, what plays against them is the BBL have 4 players here to fight. They have all the utility they need.
Ooh,
they've got an aggressive spot from Brave, but now 1 less player, and it's Elite, but the TP from Brave, 46 HP. I mean, if you're looking for a 2v1 fight, going towards Spawn's definitely the best bet. They seem to have a read on it. Look where Trex is. He's here. Flash. Oh, but somehow Brave gets away with both! I'm gonna say it. Slow it down. Slow it down. Slow it down, then slow it down some more and show us that.
And,
they blinded him.
They were so ready for him to be there, and it didn't matter.
Look, full blind there. He moved away, adjusted, and then collided them. He collided them.
That's so disgusting. That's so disgusting.
Oh, he stood up as well. He's on his feet. Of course he is. What an outrageous performance.
Their controller is 14-3. Well, at this point, it's got to be so infuriating for the side of Vitality. It was a round they shouldn't have won anyway, really, but...
He's going again.
Yeah, he's going again. He's playing Angels at this point, and yeah, it's going to be a quick round. This time, Pora's the one. And that's the thing, like we've seen, as said, these many A-site aggressive takes, but when they have a really successful one, they then do it on C. And they've been doing that quite a lot. It's like, oh, you just got shut down here. Wouldn't it be funny if we did the other side? And then that happens. So you look at Vitality, they're like, well, we can run it down early, we can spam all of our bullets to try and destroy the camera, and then there's 3 players in their face. The way that they're playing this is nigh on perfect, and I feel like Vitality right now are just slamming their head on a wall because they are running into every single trap, every single round. They're doing exactly what BBL want them to do.
I mean, for God's sake, Brave, if you take Kicks out of the equation, he has the same kills as everyone else in Vitality added together at this point. It's a rough position to play from when you have one man who's basically a team of his own, and he's got a bit of support. Some of the positions he's been in this series have been ridiculous, but even if you just isolate this map, his control over Rubble, it's suffocating them out of a key part of the map. Then you look at what happens when you go and you fake it out. There's 4 players A. Oh, well, we'll go C. Oh, we've killed the C guy. It's easy. We'll walk straight up. Brave is there. Brave's there waiting. We flashed him. He's pulled his crosshair off the angle. Hasn't even got the crosshair placement. Can't see a thing. He's killed us both with a bullet. Good. Like, what? I'd love to be sat there listening to the pause right now from Vitality. Just, guys, can you not let him shoot all 5 of you? Like, what do you do? Because they're throwing utility and they're trying to bombard. That isn't working either. Again, it looks like they'll try to compete for Rubble this time, though, Tom. Brave's on the other side of the map. I venture the guess that Vitality actually get Rubble control this time for once, and it's mainly because BBL are giving it up. They've conceded all of this space. In fact, it's possibly the most passive A-hold we've seen to date. With just Cypher utility on the site, they really expect at this point that Vitality will go, Brave's Rubble, we're going anywhere else. But the call is wrong, and it'll take a while for them to realize.
Yeah, the thing is, they've then swapped Elite, so it's basically the same setup but mirrored.
Yeah.
They gambled that this time it was going to be a B hit. Instead, they've got
camera taken out.
Elite just looking to try and catch one ready for the retake. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Aftershock forcing them forward. Safe is going to try and play up in their face. I think he spotted Kushner. Paranoia is perfect. Really good utility from Sender and Safe. Well, this is what we expected to see. This man farming up frags. Looking like a second round on the board. Brave is still standing. If he wins a 1v5, well, never mind. It's going to be the ace for Safe. But we've said this in prior maps. Like, sometimes you'll get an ace from Safe, and then you'll immediately lose the next round to a flawless.
Well, that's it. That is what we saw on Sunset. It was a 4K out of Safe, and that was one of the 2 rounds they had when it was 10-2. Like, this was a much better round, but this also comes on the back of BBL changing their setup, not fighting for Rubble in the same way, expecting major adjustments from Vitality towards that position, or for the squad to go in another direction entirely. This time, unsurprisingly, they go back to basics. You're going to send Elite to the C site, and Brave's going to kill 3 people.
Showstopper.
Showstopper is online for Safe. That should be the difference maker. Up goes the fast lane, but down goes Brave. They've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Sender's even got towards the site, and now a taste of their own medicine for BBL.
Yeah, Kushner under pressure. Rotation somewhat coming through, but he has so much to do, and Sender there again. Good round from him, but we know that shutting down Brave was the important factor. Elite's been spotted, not going to overface this one. And into the afterplant. The thing is, for the remaining players on BBL, it's round 11. You've got enough to buy. You might as well try and do some damage, get some orbs. Well, the damage isn't going to be the biggest thing. There is no way you're stopping Vitality buying into the next round. The main thing is, can Pora at least get a few kills? The answer is no. Andaluthia flawless. Oh, I was right, just the wrong team.
Yeah, well, I mean, the big factor is dealing with Brave, unsurprisingly. 16-6.
Just a bazooka, that's all you need.
Yeah, so if they could get another one of those, oh, that might take a while. But on the upside, Rolling Thunder is available for the next round for Vitality. Some space clearance, maybe just chuck that on Rubble and hope for the best. Track's 2 away from his as well. Nightfall, Rolling Thunder can be dangerous together. And actually a different position from Brave. This time he's going to be in the tree, so not going to see that same level of aggression towards Rubble unless he's opening the door.
It seems like they still have the early
He's
stun.
opening the door.
Yeah, he's going through. Like, Pora is setting up an early stun. This time the space has been taken by Brave almost for free, but they have the utility ready and set up just to make it awkward. They've got rid of his paranoia already, and the rest of the team are moving to try and put Pora under pressure. An afterplant should be almost guaranteed, but again, it's that same setup with the 2 players now rotating towards Broken Door that they need to clear.
They've realized they need to take control of the door, and that's where Safe's going, walking right in, but not seeing Kushner, and not in time. Kushner's dropped him, Pora then strikes from heaven, out goes one for the planter, it's Kushner swinging in with the finger guns, and they might not be enough to find the last kill, but of course, Brave is there, finishing this half with 18 kills, 6 deaths, and a number of rounds that are in BBL's control can be exclusively contributed to that man. An unbelievable showing from him here on Lotus, and, well, that might be the nail in Vitality's coffin.
Yeah, we've seen Pora on many maps really lean into this breach, and I think that He's another player that has to be highlighted in this game. Like, the calling of their setups has been perfect. Like, the way that they're putting these stuns in at almost the exact moment they're needed, just to make things more awkward, and setting up those superstars, in this case Brave, to really shine. Because that's the thing, every one of their early rounds, almost, was setting him up in a position to thrive. Now, granted, from that position, he does far more than you'd ever expect an Omen player to do, but they get him there in the first place. And then they have those quick rotations back to support that B site. It's a really beautiful way to play this defensive side. Now we get to see what Vitality can do, because I will be honest, BBL's attack on this map has been nowhere near as good.
That's why the pistol could carry so much weight. We don't expect them to do that well in the rifle rounds. This is where that injection of rounds could make the difference to closing out this map, or for Vitality to keep breathing deep into the series. And he's being spotted. They have sent the Prowler in. They've sent the stun. They've sent everything but the gun. And here it comes. Kushner grabbing the double. And the site control is now theirs. BBL have flooded in. And for Vitality, this is a disastrous start. Even the damage done is negligible. We need a big performance from someone, and it won't be Trex. He's dropped before even one.
God, they need a miracle. Flashes for kicks. They've been dodged, but, well, they get one. That might be all she wrote. They're up close with Brave and Leet alongside him. Another pistol under BBL's arms, and well, honestly, I just don't, I don't know. I don't know how you turn this if you're Vitality at this stage. Like, this is such a difficult place to come back from. And just the way that, again, now you have to deal with Kushner. Like, the last half, that yeah, it's the Brave show. But now you have to be worried about this man full sprinting straight into your face. If you thought he was quick at getting openers when it came to the Raze, just wait. Or don't. You won't, actually, you won't have to.
The map will be over if you wait.
Yeah, just don't, no blinking from now on. You need to, like, I don't know, tape your eyes open.
Oh, no.
It wasn't him this time, but it was about 8 seconds.
Time to kill is off the charts. Again, A-site flood. BBL with a lot of success. 2 pistols brought into this round, so the margin for error that little bit thicker, but that's when we're talking about the long game, and there might not be much of the game left to play for Vitality. Time to gear up and go for this, and okay, those trades actually go pretty well to start with. Trex especially keeping it competitive, finding another, and now we need a hero to step up perhaps for BBL. No more overextensions. That's when Brave goes running in, and Trex with an upgraded rifle drops him. They don't know about Elite. They haven't got the information to play with, and that could be a big factor, but look at the plant position. It certainly gives them an iota. He doesn't land the first shots, and he won't land the last. It's Trex with 4 kills to reset the half and give Vitality a chance.
Oh, that will do it. That will do it. An unbelievable pay safe card thrifty round coming out from Trex. Someone, again, we haven't seen a big performance from anyone really other than the ace from Safe. That was a big round they had in the last half, but this may actually be a lot more valuable. Like him being able to come in with a pistol, get 4 kills, dodge the paranoia that keeps his teammate alive, and then even when his teammate gets insta-killed on just a slither of HP, will get things over the line. 10-4 though. And while 2 players are still able to buy up rifles, one of them is Kushner. The other is Brave.
I think that round...
and he's gone.
He's out of here. That round right there just shows me that Brave... What did he do?
The Brave solo TP'd it with one of their only guns.
Yes. And I think a lot of that comes back to what the previous round was as well. 2v2, post-plant, paranoia, fires it out, even when there's a high-low angle, hoping he catches them. This is a symptom of the problem of being with 19 kills at this stage of the game. You just feel like you're better, like you can make those risky plays, roll those dice, and of course it's gonna land in your favor because, hell, you've hit red every time so far, but this time you can't draw blood. And instead it's Vitality to find their footing, land themselves in a 5 versus 2, and start a recovery. 10-5 as a scoreline, not the end of the world, a long way from it. But the confidence, the morale, this little injection for Vitality, it might bring them a little bit closer, might put them in the right headspace to make this comeback happen.
Oh, Reezy, he's been good. He's not this good. Stunned up. Andaluthia flawless for Vitality. Straight off the back of an eco win. That's going to send the economy flying, which, again, when you're this far down, just making sure you have all the guns. Yeah, this is nuts. Especially, like, if he does that in a normal round, he has teammates backing him up, I'm like, it's a bit silly. But when you have the only, or one of the only rifles, insanity. And they're going to call immediate pause. Now, this is the first buy round they're actually going to have, but I think this might just be a moment for the coaching staff to just go, yeah, you know what, guys? I think we need to chill just a little bit. Like, let's cool down on some of those ridiculous plays. We don't need to be doing that. Obviously, the new coach of Mark New coming in, someone who we know, especially with young talent, has done an insane job. But you heard of Wu. I think that was him. You heard of Yedajay? You heard of him? Yedajay?
I have. I've seen him play 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, he's kind of good. That was also the academy team that was built by the man who's currently the coach of BBL. So someone who has a lot of presence in the Turkish scene, bringing up youngsters. But I also think just someone who, you look at those players, how young they are, and how much sort of, I guess, intelligence they have within VALORANT. It's not just the aim. Like, don't get me wrong, they're both very good at shooting the gun and hitting the head, but like, smart players. And I think for BBL, a team that we know have that individual skill, having that extra depth, someone like that at the helm, I only see positive things.
Well, that pause, I can only agree with you, is a good time to call it, to reset the mental, get those confident plays out of here. I like that TP. Different angle than usual. It's using the fast lane to get into the position by the switch. Early control. And they'll leave Brave there. They're used to it. Oh, safe. He turned away, but he still manages one. Better than he should have gotten. And to be honest, Trex doing well to trade it out. They've gotten out of there with not only the advantage, but damage done to Kushner. That's a successful early round. And what they're falling back to a lot earlier than they wanted to is this control on A. But Brave hasn't had the time to thread the needle yet, although the timing could be perfect, especially with this smoke. They'll hear it. They might think that he's not close by, although I see Kicks clearing the angle.
It does seem like they're aware. They were pinging spots like that before. I think the door being sold as a ruse was an attempt to try and catch someone rotating. Instead, though, with this deficit, it's definitely not going to be easy. Sender in a good position. Paranoia. Oh, it's actually going to go above, but he wins the fight anyway. Even still, Trex is still here. Looking good in this round already. Another kill and decides, okay, you know what? I don't need to overface it. I don't need to use my ultimate for this situation. He's brought Elite so desperately low. Dodges the flash, but he can't dodge the shorty.
Brave would have gotten them both, but you know, nice try nonetheless. Now for Vitality, they're really getting bailed out of a couple of rough positions by Trex. I feel like this guy, you just can't challenge the A site. When it came to BBL, it was all about Brave being on Rubble. You couldn't get near the site. But for Vitality, they're having a tough time containing the squad. But once they get on site, that's where this guy's activated. And, well, you won't see that shot for a while, but it was a nice one. 10-6, 4-round gap. BBL, they're not going to be sweating just yet, but they haven't got a lot to work with in this round. It's Sheriffs and a Stinger. So likely, we're looking at this going 10-7. Opening duel takes down Brave. And of course, the Odin has sent them scurrying to the other side of the map.
C site. But with a Nightfaller cam, all the information there, that has seen every single member of this team. In fact, look at the rotation. So many players making their move. The stun is sublime, and Runner, he's tracked him to get that kill. The remaining 3. Their position's known. An aggressive position over on Rubble as well. Chances slim, and okay. Who needs an Odin?
Oh, okay. Who needs to see their opponents? Runner's just spraying it down. You know, I think we see here some of the disadvantages with BBL's composition. Not just the Neon running into a Cypher, always going to be a problem. Whole deal is that versus a Killjoy, you can get past those angles with just a few shots being fired. They'll know you're there, but they won't really do anything to stop you. Even the nanos you'll get past. But the traps will catch you. They'll keep you in place. So let those wall bangs come through. When you look at what Vitality were doing with their duelist, Safe a number of times on the attack side was sending in blast packs, was sending in nades to destroy those traps. And it's just not something you have the opportunity to do. It's also why you can see Runner put 2 of these traps so close to each other. One blast pack could take those out. You don't have any. So you're chilling.
Another Andalusia flawless for Vitality. This is going to keep their economy, again, just pretty much off the charts, but also they're winning these rounds so cleanly without even the need to use a lot of their ultimates. As said, BBL have had struggles when it comes to the attack side of this map. Their defense, even versus teams like Fnatic, was incredibly strong. But it got turned on them. And now, well, we're starting to feel like that might be happening again. A lot of the time as well when this happens, Pora ends up being the one taking the lead. I've seen a lot of times where he's peeking first on that breach, losing the spike, and he... Well, I'm nervous. I'm watching him walk into such aggressive positions. That Nightfall's also going to be used by the defense. That's so much information. In fact, that is the spike down. But it doesn't matter, I guess, because everyone else is down too.
Yeah, Trax is mowing them down. Take out half their HP and then start spraying walls. It works, but when they're wide in the open, it's even easier. Like you said, spike dropped to left inside the door, and there's no recovering on that. BBL ran headfirst into a brick wall yet again. And for Vitality, the wall they kept hitting was called Brave. This time, though, it seems like there's a much more unified front coming out of Vitality. But Trex, definitely drawing my eye. He's had a number of impressive rounds so far. Let's see how costly this can be for Vitality, because I think for BBL, these rifles are on the chopping block. They're being hunted down, good stun deep, but it hasn't actually caught Reezy. Gives him a chance, but only for damage. Now it's time to go running for Elite to desperately try to carry the weapon through.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a worthwhile trade for Vitality. They are so good in the credits department. The runner's going to hit max cash. Trex is up there as well. Like, this is not going to have any real repercussions for their economy. Yeah, look, 3 players max, kicks about as close as you can get. And the thing is, these rounds are looking so easy for Vitality. Like, a lot of the time we talked about like big individual plays, cool setups from BBL. I actually don't think that thus far Vitality have had to do too much. It's just like a lot of fights that their opponents almost just running into a blender. And a lot of very individual positions. Like we saw it in a prior round with Kushner being so far ahead of everyone else. He's going to take that space early again, but already there's a stun ready to catch him.
Runner, deep trap, one on B this time as well. It's a little further in than it was before. The spams won't land on it just yet. You can see the classics are out. They're spraying at the wall, but ultimately that's the best you can do to try and take those traps out of play. Maybe Reezy can send in one of those prowlers, try to let it get caught, destroy it after, or shift contact, but with the cam up top, that needs to be dealt with as well. And they have spams when you do that. Now, BBL have done well to remove that piece of utility. It's quite telegraphed, but Vitality haven't rotated, so a good chance to isolate some of these players. Although, Runner's done well. That's through the smoke.
Yeah, I think he's just spamming towards the button.
Yep.
Knowing that players are going to try and press that. Nightfall about to be utilized. Aftershock will force him into it. Good utility at least, but there's a counter that's going to hold them back for a second. He's just trying to spam through, but caught by the stun. Safe, though. I was worried about the showstopper, but it's the man himself that takes over. Kicks there for support. Vitality up to 9. And this streak of rounds, I'm going to be honest, there's no signs of it stopping.
There really aren't. It was looking rough. But you said coming into this half, BBL's attack, it's not that strong. We don't expect them to put up numbers, and that's why I thought, I thought there was more of a spam there. Not just a little 2-tap, but, you know, to each their own. For BBL to win the pistol and lose the follow-up.
Yeah, it could have been
lose
done.
it to, what was it, a 4K from Trex?
4K, 1v1, a 2v2 with an overpeak. Like, these are going to be moments that you look back on, and that's potentially what cost you. Because you come up against what? A scenario where you have 11 rounds on the board. All you need is
cash.
Yeah, exactly. And instead you get reset early, and then since then it has been just a streak. And there's no worries about the economy for Vitality. They can hunt down these guns every single round. They can build up these ultimates every single round. And we've seen some of them thrown in to almost no effect. Like the Nightfall was used in the last round. Did you notice?
I saw it happen.
But that's the thing. It's like the impact of it was null and void. They'd already lost early players, and also the play was so telegraphed. Like I think someone brand new to the game could have looked at that and went, "I think I'm probably going to see." Like
30 seconds later, they're still making a ton of noise, shooting
spam
all
in the
walls.
door. Like it was very easy for Vitality to read that. And now, well, look, the economy's still not there. They're going to take a hit in this round, be ready for a buy in the next. Ultimate's not there to back it up unless Pora could get an orb or a kill, and by the looks of it, they're going to try and hit B. And guess who's ready for that? Very, very ready for that.
Oh, he's past the stun already.
Okay.
He's caught him, okay. Little containment on the aggression. A potential upgrade. And now, a much better position for BBL to play from. They can group this, all the while Brave has got that same spot towards A switch that I assume was the fast lane used to get him there. And as we can see, he's already used one of the shrouded steps, so that was crossing over, but nobody from Vitality's contesting that area. Instead, the reaggression's coming out here for Pora. He knows there's one far back, but he doesn't know about safe. Now he does. Information's there to play with, and it's a showstopper in the back of their minds. They know safe can pull this out at any given moment. Have to be cautious of it. Straight through to the spawn goes Brave. Showstopper landed. That's Pora down. Good utility removed. They're ready for Brave as well. They know he's here, and Trex to shut him down. Another for safe, and it's Vitality set up to equalize after a huge deficit. They have found their footing, and unless Kushner can sweep the legs out from under them, it will be neck and neck after round 20.
The thing is, in this round, there were some moments that you kind of go, okay, this could turn the round. And then I felt like there was mistakes afterwards. One of them was, I believe Elite uses his ultimate, the neural theft, to find out where players are. That gets him the gun, because he knows no one's defending anymore. Immediately solo picks B. So that gun can no longer go into teammates' hands. It's like you're taking risks in rounds where, I get it, you got a low buy, but you're doing it in a position where no one can really help. No one can get that rifle back. No one can trade that kill. And then, yeah, you have Brave TP into the back line, but Vitality adapted well. 10 to 10. What's that, 7 rounds in a row now. Only the pistol in this half has gone the way of BBL after a 9-3 half. If you're just joining, this hasn't been a back and forth. This has been streaks of rounds with Vitality now firmly in the driver's seat. And we're looking at those stars. Brave, he's gone silent.
Off your feet!
That Rolling Thunder's good. It's forced them back. A counter comes in. Spike still not through. Kushner a little isolated, and his teammates want to regroup. They'll go in. That means crossing the eye of safe, who's now on the corner. Nice swing by Kushner. That's the double secured. And maybe even more, the stun is absolutely perfect, but he won't go swinging out. Not an 11 HP. Too big of a risk. He wants that headshot just as the player emerges, and he gets it too. It's been a while for BBL since they've tasted victory, but now it should be theirs. It should be in the bag with Brave having a chance. Okay, Runner shuts him down, but now it's all on Runner. An ace clutch needed and not found. Finally, the win streak is broken.
Yeah, and it comes off the back of an individual. It feels similar to Safe's ace in the last half. Okay, it wasn't all the kills, but it was the most impactful one. This is why we've talked about this slide mechanic, the buff of it, because just his ability to just rip heads off. Well, it was there before, but now, even stronger. Talked about the stars disappearing. One of them's come back, or at least flickering, but it's the first of 3 needed. And Vitality, well, unless that's shaken them, they're going to try and go right back to business.
Oh, that's a tough one for Runner. Right past both players. Could have been a kill an inch to the left or right, but instead, Vitality fall back now. Paranoia catching out one. Kicks has to fall back. Z-Site should be under the control of BBL. Contesting it here would be a big risk. Perhaps we'll see the odd spam go down. A nade come through. Indeed, the Prowler most certainly on his way. They're going on the back of it. Brave is holding the angle for the first. There's another shot from Runner, but it's still no connection to be found. And he goes, and there's one for Cutie. And Kicks on the triple has brought it back into a winnable spot. Only Pora left. They know where he's gone. They can see him right now, and he's making it to the switch, but they're already there. A 4K from Kicks to equalize again.
Yeah, in this half, they haven't necessarily needed the hero plays, but this was a round that they did. And again, it looked like Kushner might just take that round back by storm. The initial entry, and yeah, just directly between them, a little bit cursed, if anything. But this was the moment from Kicks, just lands everything put in front of him, the double up. And then, well, Pora, I'll be honest with you, you would never get away from that.
That was a misread. Little bit of a misread there.
11-11. Turns out it was just a blip. As Vitality now come back in with a 4-buy, an Operator, an Ultimate. And Reezy's had to go down to a pistol, which I'll say for him is not always a deterrent. It can work.
Bring them down.
I really like BBL's early stun. Pora put one out towards C main. That forces Runner back because he can't hold the angle with the op, and you certainly don't want to go re-peeking it with no utility there to support you. So they don't have that aggressive control over C main that they've often had in the early round. So that information leaves some of the other players out in the open. Sander not able to avoid the stuns. He got the paranoia off, but now the players are close and Cutie's about to come swinging around that corner. They're bailing as quick as they can and just about avoiding his ire. The A site is where the target has landed for BBL. The Vitality avoid early losses, and whenever it's come to taking an A-side hit, Trex has come up big for this side.
They're doing it again. They don't want to allow the plants to go in, so they've used the Nightfall immediately. It leaves them with no sound, little HP, but they haven't managed to capitalize just yet. They've taken a lot of ground back. Safe will get that first kill. These post plants are dwindling. The utility only left to a Paranoia, and even that might not come into play. Diffuse already beginning, trying to fight back in, and Brave is nowhere to be seen. He's trying to make a move, but it's just not gonna happen. Vitality somehow from 9-3 down, or sorry, with even 10-3 down,
10-3 with the
they're gonna
pistol.
get to 12 first.
This is devastating. The pistol, the follow-up afterwards, and so many of the rounds that could have went BBL's way, but it slipped out of their grasp. This is the first time in a long time that Vitality have the lead, and it comes at match and series point. For BBL, this is devastating. They're not guaranteed playoffs, even if they win both their games, but let me tell you, if they lose this one, those chances go way down. For Vitality, well, they're still in with a chance if they win this and their next.
But that's the thing. This is BBL's last match.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah.
If they lose this, they're hoping on a 4-way tie. But that's at least the way to start. Runner going down, a much more aggressive position than what we've seen prior. Information as well. They're going to put the pressure on to Kick. Stun has not connected. He may not even know that Cushion has passed, but, well, his own utility will give that one away. The start towards OT is there. A post plant, which, I say a post plant, I think they're expecting some sort of spam. They've given some extra time, and that plant still hasn't come in.
The name won't deny it, but maybe Safe can. Showstoppers activated, fired in blind, caught one. But Pora still holding strong. He's done well to find it, to back off, to retrieve a rifle as well, I believe. Now potentially fight alongside his teammates. They need to scrap this out, but the trades will be good enough. Although they don't find it on the first, and then Pora strikes. Elite's there too, and difficult to root out a position with Safe having it all on his shoulders, but another ace. He's done it again, and this time it's for the match, it's for the series, and for hope of playoffs to still be ignited. What a legend of this game. Unbelievable from this man in the series.
Okay, look, I know. Safe can play controller. Yeah. Safe he can play Initiator. You know, in the past, I'd say Safe can play Sentinel. I never want to see this man play anything other than Duelist ever again. What a way to close out the series. 27-18. And now Vitality, they're going to keep their life in their own hands. And for BBL, it may not quite be the end, but it is putting them in a bleak spot. It is a rough defeat after such a performance. They played great today, especially in the first half. But damn, what a response, what a comeback from the side of Vitality. That was insane.
The last map, 9-3, 10-3 with a pistol down, and they make it back. People doubted Safe in the past. We heard it in an interview. Oh man, he was not a hot prospect coming in a lot of people's minds, but that might just change them. BBL knocking on victory's door. Vitality blew it off the hinges. 13-11, down to the wire, but Safe 27-18, finishing off that map. This series is going to live long in his mind, and no doubt in the minds of BBL as well. They're not out, but the chances are low. But for Vitality, playoffs still in their hands, still under their control. And if they play like that, it may well be theirs.
Well, that's the thing. It's like a lot of teams right now, most teams right now are banking on other results, other people getting a win, getting a loss, doing something to affect what's going to happen. We have a few teams already qualified, of course, but for Vitality right now, their life is in their hands. After that round, after that finish to the game, it's not often you see an ace that could change everything for a team, but that was one of them. What an insane way to close out that series, and what a match as well. And yeah, screw it, let's just watch it in all of its glory. The last few are just absurd. Like, you think it's done. The angles they're playing are not even, like, they're not normal. They're positions you're not going to be checking off at default, but just the correction, the headshots, everything from Safe, truly unmatched.
Well, we missed him for the bow. I think the bio pause for Safe, he needed a moment. But we've got Runner down on the stage, standing by with Yinsu. In just a moment, we'll be sending it down and hear what he has to say. I can't imagine where the emotions are at after that game. An unbelievable comeback, one that Vitality will remember for many years to come, I'm sure. Let's hear from Runner how that felt. Down with Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. That's right, I'm now joined by Runner from Team Vitality. That felt like a very emotional series for all of you. Are you able to talk me through, how you're feeling, how everything is going right now?
Yeah, the emotions are super high still. So this game meant a lot to us, especially to Safe, because he had a passing of his grandpa passed away, and I know he went into this game trying to play mostly for him, to honor him, and I know it meant a lot, and we were all there to back him up, and yeah, the emotions are super high, and I'm super happy for him. I love him, he's part of the family, and yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice to see you guys all kind of emotionally supporting each other on and off the server as well. I have to ask, that comeback was crazy. How did you guys stay, calm and collected and grind your way into that comeback? Because even at the very last round, it could have gone to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, we just played. We started getting the flow, especially because we won eco. After the pistol round, we won the eco, and that's, like, as soon as we won that round, we knew we were like, we're gonna win this game. And we just played. Chrex had a lot in this as well. He was mid-rounding a lot, calling a lot, and he helped a lot. And all of us just solved the pieces. We just put the pieces together and played, and it was, yeah.
Play like a team.
Played like a team.
Yeah, play like a team. Now, in the past, when I've had a chat with you in an interview, you've always spoken really highly of Gorilla, even before he was your coach. So now he is your head coach. How are things going? What are the major differences, do you feel like?
I think, he's a really smart guy. We have a new assistant coach as well, Laika, and they both work a lot behind the scenes. They're super smart and just have all these details that help us a lot. And yeah, it's right now it's going great. We also have a lot of help from Malek. He was a CS coach for G2, or Damien, and he's helping us a lot in he doesn't understand Valorant about Valorant as much, but he just helps us outside of the game, and still inside is what he can help. And yeah, it's really nice.
And how does it affect you personally? Because obviously the roles that you play is so unique. You play the duelist, you play the sentinel, sometimes more on one role than the other. Do you have a personal preference? And how difficult has it been for you to kind of switch those two roles around when your team needs you to?
It's not that difficult, because Sentinel is the easiest role in the game. I don't care what anyone says. Sentinel is the easiest role in the game. Especially if you're a duelist, switching to a Sentinel, it's super easy. I don't know how to explain it. And I feel really comfortable in my position right now. And it suits the team a lot. We have Safe back on duelist as well, and he's bringing a lot. And, Kimi Kicks, he's also on his initiator role. And everyone are playing their roles perfectly, let's say. We're figuring stuff out still, but I feel comfortable. The whole team feels comfortable, so
do you prefer the Sentinel then? You prefer playing that a little bit more than the duelist?
To be honest, I prefer it, because I don't know, it just feels easier to play. I don't know how to explain it. It's easier.
Yeah, now everybody's more comfortable, right, as a team. Thank you so much, Runner, for joining me, and best of luck in your remaining game next week as well. That was a hell of a comeback, but we're going to have another match coming up, because after this break, Team Heretics will be taking the stage against Gentlemates.
know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my
The stakes here are rising game by game. And as we head to the next one, which is going to be Gentlemates taking on Team Heretics, we could potentially see Heretics lock in a top 2 seed here today. But we've seen Heretics already this week. So let's talk about Gentlemates. Obviously, we know they had a change in a player followed by a change in their coach. What have you guys made of maybe some new things they brought in so far?
I mean, I like the going back and re-investigating those previous compositions that they've had. I think that Mates is one of the teams that I feel like I need to see more. I know that this is their first season since it's the team that came here through Ascension, but I haven't seen them solidify beyond that double duelist when it was funky, seeing them with the Euro.
Yeah, they haven't really innovated a crazy amount outside of that, right? I feel like a player that we always talk about is Natank being on that wall, how consistent he's been on that stage. And then also Cadaver did have an amazing debut when he did join Gentlemates, but it doesn't feel like any of these changes are going to be what actually pushes them over the edge.
Yeah, this is the thing. They got to go up against Team Heretics today, and it's going to be a big task for somebody like Takas. On the other side for Heretics, they have not even just the duelist, but they got so many sharp shooters. He's got to be on his A game.
Exactly. We're seeing his results here on the Neon, and week by week, this stage, we've seen how it's been a hit or miss, and it goes in very different ways, right? The first time that we saw him at 20th of June, that's the top, the far right. We see that first kill, 15, that happens sometimes. Then on the second win week against Koi, we see a different face. And we're like, okay, he just had a bad game. Happens to everybody. But then against Foot, we also see, how he's lacking that kind of, maybe having the day, not hitting the shots, maybe not having the right preparation, or the other team being very prepared. Now, that was against Foot. Against Heretics, if you think you have an advantage when you're going to shoot, it probably won't happen.
I think the silver lining is, though, Ash, they will probably ban the Sunset, because at this point, if you don't ban the Sunset against Team Heretics, it's problematic. You're setting yourself up for a potential failure.
You would think so. I would hope that they don't have the audacity to allow that through that map veto. But I also think that when we're looking towards them incorporating a new player within Cadaver and whatnot, we've seen a very small map pool from them since then. And that's mainly been on that Sunset, on that split. And when you're looking towards Team Heretics, they're strong on nearly every single map. That makes it a lot more difficult to get through that map veto.
I mean, it is what it is, but
oh my god, what a shot, Benji.
Yeah, they can aim. They can aim. Boo's not even looking. He just shoots and he hits. That's how Boo does it. Probably he's T-paying behind you. But one of the other problems that I can understand a team like Gentlemates and many other teams have, even that they shouldn't have, is they're having a permaban. They've been banning the same map for the entirety of the year. Are they going to change that now? We're changing the coach, having a new player, things not working, you trying to innovate in the compositions, being in a new ecosystem that is already going crazy, and you're just now part of.
Honestly, at this point, I think I'd rather play Abyss than I would just play Pearl, a map that's not even in the pool.
Hey, I've learned a lot from Jimmy Lin. I've learned a lot from Jimmy Lin.
Honestly, just watch Stairs. But of course, Team Heretics, we've seen them this week already, and I actually had the pleasure of sitting down with Benji and Wood for something fun. Take a look at this. All right. I'm now joined by the dynamic duo, Benji Fishy and Vut. I thought we'd do something fun today. The community have been making a lot of memes, having a lot of fun, and I wanted to show some of them to you. And I'm just going to hand this to you so you can take a look. This is the first one from Fnatic. You remember this?
Oh, I remember this very clearly, yeah. I mean, this is probably I think it's the only time I've been deadlock ulted in VCT. So, I mean, it's a hard ult to hit, so I'm impressed. But they didn't really have an idea of what to do. Like, come on. Like, they wanted to try and play Sunset, so they just picked deadlock. I mean, it killed me, so I guess.
It's a theme, though, no? Like, teams always picking Sunset against you, and you always get the last laugh.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Leave it again.
Yeah. And what do you think about this caption, Benji Fishy now? You gonna let him go?
I mean, who win the game?
They won the whole game.
Do you really want me to?
I mean, it was not important. It's map. Yeah, but this map.
We won the map. Yeah,
we won the map.
That's all it matters. All right, let's move on to the next one. I think you're gonna like this meme. This is from Navi.
Oh my god, 2.02 rating, bro.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
It's my record, I think.
Yeah?
Even a VCL?
It's my personal record.
VCL?
Yeah.
Really? Oh my god.
I mean, I did first time over 2 rating. Also almost 400 ACS with Initiator.
And that was your first game back, no, from Jordan?
Yeah.
It was, yeah. You had a great day. And what do you think about the fact that, you know, this whole concept that this is the most frightening nationality?
I think it's not about just Turkish teams for Navi.
Oh no! And players too, right? I mean, you got a couple of Turkish players in your team. Must be nice.
I mean, it's pretty good. You know, the Turkish blood is on our side, so it's quite useful. It's quite useful.
It is indeed. All right, let's move on to the next one. I need an explanation. I need you to explain what's going on. What's happening?
Okay. I mean, he said he has like shirts like this. I forgot. He's got other ones, but it's
by the way, he's wearing like sometimes like not just for content. Like he
genuinely just wears this like on a casual day. I think his girlfriend got it for him, Jojo, and yeah, he just walks around with it. But you know what's funny is that Neil and Weber, they like always match shirts. Like by accident. Like they'll just turn up, they both have like the VCT lock-in shirt or something. They always match their shirts constantly. But yeah, this one is a unique one.
You're telling me Weber has this shirt as well?
Okay. We should get him it. We should get him it, but no. This one, he wears it a lot actually. Not as much. He used to wear it like every week.
Is he a particularly, you know, sussy person? Because, you know, he doesn't come across like that.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes. He says some stuff.
Neil with the sus. Okay, I like it. And last one, but not least, I have to show one of the fan arts because I think you guys have the greatest fan art in the entire community.
We do. Oh my god.
Yeah, probably.
We just met with Innie, like, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago.
She does all the poster, all of them,
oh my
right?
God, it was so cool. But yeah, we've got so many talented fan artists, which is super nice. I think it was recently, like from Master Shanghai. Since then we've been getting, you know, a lot of art, so it's really nice. You know, just
before the Shanghai, I think it's like about grand final, and then like it's going insane.
It's just every day. But what do you make of this one? You know, you got a little, your hat is in there, you're reacting, so cool. And you're just chilling.
I mean, I'm just watching him, you know, kill everyone. Yeah, he's all good, man. He just gets an ace, and I'm just chilling.
Can we give the fans what they want? You guys maybe do a little pose they could do a fan art of, like maybe a love heart together or something.
Oh, wait, do this.
Yeah. Is that your camera? Yeah, do that. Guys, do your thing. Or maybe it's that one. Is that one? Yeah, it's that one. Do your thing, fan art community. I've got you. But thank you very much, Benji and Vu, and good luck with your game today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see the fan art there. But you heard it from them. Despite, you know, struggling a little bit the last time we saw them this week, spirits is still high, still confident.
And they should be, right? Their game against Gentlemates, it was a complicated one. It went the distance. They lost the map, and it's probably the first time since they're back from Shanghai that we see them in that position.
And we can't expect them to consistently just be always at their A game, right? Every team is going to have those slips now and then, and by all means, it was not a bad series from them. Sure, it was a little bit uncharacteristic into that second map, but Team Heretics, we're still doing Team Heretics.
I mean, GX did the smart thing of banning Sunset. I feel like put some of the back foot a little bit, but Rians was popping off.
It's always the same, right? I feel like with Rians, when I look at his utility, I'm like, man, this kid is so smart. I understand, right? But for example, in high pressure situations, when this is a 3v4, they get the spike down. He waits until the right moment when Gentlemates is using the utility to use his ultimate. Not only delays what might be coming from CT, but also Reed then stuns what's coming from Garage, and he's able to help isolate these duels and make things easier for the rest of Team Heretics to, even in that situation, get the round down. This is just Rians any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, he looks so good here on Haven, but it also makes me wonder, will the Haven come through even in that veto? Because you think about Gentlemates, they haven't played that map. They have the new player coming in. I feel like there's a lot of dangerous places for them to take this map pool.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I also almost want to see them take a risk. You know, take a risk, do something unexpected, maybe even experiment a little bit more as well. But Ash, the problem is, we are talking about Team Heretics. One does not simply beat Team Heretics.
No, because, I mean, you'll also see them out-innovate you as well, right? They run, ISO on 2 maps, that being Haven and Split there as well, and Wu is just this player that is going to pop off regardless. It feels like there is always a player that's able to step up to the plate here on the Heretics squad.
And if we think about Heretics, today I want to see them sure in what they're doing. I want to see them prepared. Yes, at the beginning of the week, that happened. They weren't very, very sure, but if they want to have the same performance that they had, or even better at Shanghai, in Korea, you know, you gotta keep it up.
I love how they drop one map. We're like,
no, but I'm talking about the feels. You know the vibes. I'm talking about the vibes.
I'm with you for Heretics. It's simple. They've locked playoffs already. They are gunning for that top 2 seed. But for Gentlemates, it's all to play for. So let's bring the teams onto stage and see what we're gonna get here. These two teams have never played against each other before, but Miniboo is out for blood, and it's going to be tough for some of the players on Gentlemates as well, because if we're going to talk about the Neon meta and a Miniboo that's out for revenge, Ash, you don't want to go up against him right now.
No, you really don't, because Miniboo, he's been a little bit more quiet ever since coming back. It feels like we've seen other players stepping up to the plate. It's not like he's been playing poorly by any means, but as we head into this video, we gotta see, the ban has to come out, right?
Oh no.
Oh no. They're gonna stick with the bind.
Oh no.
This is so easy now.
Oh no.
Heretics is going to pick the sunset.
Oh,
wait, okay. Now, this is very surprising. Okay, they decided to ban the bind. Hear me out. I mean, Heretics is still very strong on bind, so I understand that. Sunset's gonna come out. I'm surprised still by the Icebox after the 2-13 that they had against Liquid.
Oh,
yeah. Didn't they get like 11 first kills, but they only managed to get 2 rounds?
Trust the process.
It might be a quick process.
Do you trust the process, Ash?
No, I don't trust the process.
You look at Sunset, you look at Icebox, those are extremely strong maps there for Team Heretics. For Mace, I understand that they might be trying to play for some of their strengths as well, but like you said, Yunsu, shaking it up could have made all the difference.
This could be the big Don Daddy move though,
At
you know?
some point, they're gonna lose Sunset, right? You would have to believe.
Is it today, Bear?
No, because today Spain is winning. We just won against Germany and we're gonna do the same against France.
Honestly, you might be cooking out here, but this is the thing though. Earlier this week when Heretics were a little bit shaken, when they didn't look fully at their best, they couldn't play Sunset. GX banned it. And now when Heretics need maybe a little bit more confidence to return to form, they get to play the Sunset. So this is almost too good to be true.
Yeah, I feel like the second they knew that those bans were coming through, you would have seen Team Heretics just vibing with each other, happy about it. And as we see what's being picked,
he
ain't on the wall.
Okay. That was
Okay.
a big change. I like this. I think Gentlemates leaning into this double duelist will actually enable a little bit more forgiveness from them, considering if Takas doesn't end up performing.
Funny enough, this composition is not the first time that we see it coming from them. We've seen them moving around, the Sage, the solo duelist, but this is actually what they played on the week 1 of stage 1. They're just going back to it, probably trying to add a little bit more of edge into the composition. Maybe I feel like the wall is just too flat right now. Everybody has come up with the ideas and the solutions.
But the wall was also a big factor in a lot of their retakes, so this change could make all of the difference with them starting on defense.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we're gonna get, because they have made a very bold choice of allowing Heretics as Sunset. You guys don't quite trust the process, so I want to hear what Pansy and Steel have to say. Do you guys trust the process?
I mean, these maps are brutal if you're a Gentlemates fan. I don't think there's too many ways to cut that one, really. It is a bit of a pick your poison when you're coming up against Heretics. Yes, we saw Ginex at least prove they were human to some extent, but outside of that, Josh, they've gotten everything they wanted here.
It's going to be very uphill battles. We got Sunset, we've got Icebox, we've got Lotus. Now, we don't traditionally see Heretics on Icebox, but we saw them play it internationally, and they were crushing on it. So, yeah, this is going to be a huge uphill battle for Gentlemates, and there's still the question mark about, you know, that existence change, the coach change, not having a game plan last series. Now, do they have that game plan now? Switching the tongue from Sage to Raze? Double duelist.
Maybe. I think a lot of us, if you're looking at this on paper, you're hoping for the best and expecting the worst.
They're faking.
Certainly are. Just,
and it's pulled the rotation.
Oh, and look at the progress already on the other side of the map. It wasn't just an all-in towards B. They're still leaving one player here. You're still going to have Rien's near enough by, but he's drifting away already. So they're going to read that this is now a fake. They're going to work that out, but they've managed to make their way up so deep already. You've got Benji pushing quite deep at this point. You've already got Woot by his side, and they've taken a lot of control. Process of elimination, they know maybe they're going longer round towards CT, taking their time here, but they get a very comfortable post-plant.
5 versus 5. A few seconds have already ticked from that spike. But low utility for Team Heretics. They have that dart.
They've got a pressure site now, and already Benji. And he gets away with his life. Where was the trade on that? Where was the pressure? Woot then wants in, gets denied. Good trade. Boo picks up the slack. And they've lost complete control of the map here. Benji does need to be careful to not fall. Mini Boo's gone down. There could be some threat on the side, but now the cavalry's arrived through CT. You've got Whalers surrounded, a 1v3, and they're all horrific angles to clear Heretics. Had a plan from the get-go and executed it well.
Heretics cooked up a really great pistol. I love the idea of not only going into B, tapping that spike. Gentlemates hears it, knows the spike's on B. That's going to cause that rotation. If you just go and do a bunch of utility and maybe run onto the site, but you don't plant that spike, then they're going to say, wait, it's not committed yet. Don't move. But once they call that spike, perfect.
First round to Heretics here. Looking at the buy, they're opting to come in with a couple of late moment changes. We saw, I think that was it was either a Stinger or a Spectre. I think it was a Spectre being changed up to the Guardian for Woot there. We've got the Vandal out for Rien's, and the rest kind of just rounding it out with the Ghosts coming in as well. On the other side, 2 Sheriffs brought into play for Gentlemates, and I want to see what the approach is. Heretics look confident here already. I kind of like what they're up to, and there's this kind of playing to your level, playing like the favorite in this, and is showing with a bit of confidence here. Benji has to be careful because he is probably about to get crunched from top middle, and he is. That's only a Ghost lost, but still they need to be clean on the site.
It's good info. He knows that Gentlemates is going for that mid-fight. This spike needs to get planted ASAP though. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. Gentlemates, if they push out right now, they could catch Team Heretics.
So they've got the plant down. I'm looking at what they've got util-wise for Heretics. You've got the Paranoia with Boo, 2 shock darts, stun with Mini Boo, 2 flashes, and the nade. You've got a lot of stall here, potentially, for Heretics. No one going on that long way around. Tap on the spike. Draws out one at least of the shock darts. Still one more to be played with for Rien's, and they're starting to flood through. Takat's on the defuse here. Heretics, though, going to be meeting it with force, and that's the diffuser denied. Rien's doing well in that, and it's Beaz. Last man alive. No damage done in the end, and no weapons lost beyond those 2 Ghosts.
I like the idea from Gentlemates to push in there through that smoke. I think one thing that they could have done to make it a little bit better is if they tap the spike and it causes Heretics to start spamming, and then that flash comes in. They went in with the flash, but all the Team Heretics members were anti-flash. They were behind the box. They weren't peeking. There was no need to because there was no spike tap.
Maybe layering it a little bit better, forcing the hand a touch more from Heretics. Would have been nice to see Gentlemates really try and press any small advantage they could. Into the bonus round, however, now for Heretics. A very well-rounded buy. Yes, a couple of those pieces still left over, but 3 Vandals out. Still the SMG with Mini Boo, but again, it's on Neon. That can be still very, very valuable, and the Guardian remaining as well with Woot on the other side, of course, having the buy they need. But what are we seeing? Patient beginning with a little bit of a feint towards that B site.
Busted up that trip over on B site. Made Gentlemates use a cage as well. I think they were able to get the orb. Now they're just resetting into middle a little bit. Smoke top mid, market door still closed, and it looks like they could pivot either way right now. They might do a little bit of a jab towards A and B through that market. It's open-ended. It could go either way, but Gentlemates is also spread apart. They're retaking B main right now. Once Benji sees this,
he's got good info.
He has speed up on A.
How do they respond? No responses yet. The tank's not going to be happy with that one. going down here. Benji's just holding the back line, and Whalers has to respect this. The site too vulnerable. They can't now hold towards B main. He's already fallen back. So just pausing 35 seconds now. Clock going to start running a little low, so they are going to have to make their move here. Looks like a burst through door, and it is. SMG is going to be put to practice perfectly. Miniboo creates that first step forward, and the site's theirs. Already the smoke in CT. They can get that spike planted. I don't think anything can really affect that. Gadavra's still going to have at least that. Maybe Paranoid's playing. Takas could find some value, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. The 3v5, backline's been handled, and Bayaz, it's time to save.
Such an incredibly difficult situation for Gentlemates to be in. They have that double duelist. They want to go and re-clear some map control, but Benji is there. He's holding and he's locking it down. And you see Benji there, you think, oh, that's the lurker. It's going to be A. Stay on A. And Team Heretics just realizes this and says, okay, let's just go B together. They're able to catch Whalers, no problem at market. And now they're on the hunt.
Yeah, Bayaz, he'd love to be able to keep hold of this rifle. It hasn't been a great start here for Gentlemates. You can see Heretics happy to chase on this. Now, how far do they go? Got a bit of money to play with, so I wouldn't be surprised if they double, triple, quadruple down. He's dead. They keep 3 up. 3 of the rifles move forward. And they've already got over 3K in the bank, so they are laughing all the way into the 4th round. I mean, there's something to be said about playing to your own limits, playing to your own potential, not dipping down to, I don't want to say lower-end opponents, but you do see scrappy games sometimes come out of those instances.
Yes.
So far, Heretics have not taken their foot off the gas.
No, maybe there's something to do with last week, how that...
Yes.
You know, they lost a map, and we're making a big deal of that. It's just a map. They didn't even lose a series. It was overtime on split, and we're making a big deal of it. But fast opening here for Team Heretics. Flash.
Oh, Takas, good work there. Sweeps them, denying Miniboo that springboard in towards elbow. So now with Heretics slowed down a little, what do they look to achieve here? That instantaneous start not working out.
Still against Sheriffs. 4 versus 5, anything can still happen. As we saw yesterday from Liquid, they feels like won most of the, all the rounds they won were 4 versus 5s almost.
Heretics were still close enough to get some decent audio cues off the back of this.
Take flight.
Maybe expecting this re-hit towards middle a little bit, but it's Rien's clearing through market. Spots nothing's there. Pain Shell already coming in, and Gentlemates going for the walk middle. 1-for-1 trade out, that's good. That's another rifle to be collected. They'll take this. It may be scrappy, but they'll absolutely take what they can get here. Man to the good as well. Yet to go and claim that rifle. And Heretics gonna have to try and lock this down with only 3, but look at what this man's up to. Benji, you talk about his impact in games. Could be one of these rounds. Holding a lot of space here, allowing the 2 other players to focus towards market.
The flash didn't connect.
And Benji, oh, lovely little swing, stepping a little bit further outside of the tank's comfort zone, and the ult comes in as well. They now know the full picture. Yes, they get the rifle on Whalers. The paranoia gonna slow them down a bit. Boo, aware of the flank. And the cross is made. Benji drops the ball for a second, hard to hit, but still it's Woot overwhelmed, and Gentlemates off the back of Takas with a great start, get there first on the board.
A perfect display of that neon slide, how that buff has come into play here. Just getting across people's screens, getting that reset much easier, getting that sprint back a lot quicker as well. Like, all of these changes are making it so that you can really take that crosshair away from your team, basically. It almost worked there at the start, but it was a couple of other situations. Right here is one of them, for example, that a huge opening. And it also took Benji's crosshair way away, and then again at the end to close it out against Woot. 3-1, EMEA, Gentlemates gets their first round on the board.
That's big for them. Confidence booster. Sounds silly, it's only 1 round, but it is so important, especially for someone like Takas as well, who's had some hot and cold performances. Oh, Miniboo. Easy. Oh, they were chomping at the bit for that. Look at the util pour on. Not going to get the start this time again. Not going to get that first man down within the first foray into the round. So a little bit of a pause for thought here. Heretics now starting to feel out maybe what Gentlemates are up to.
That first smoke coming up for Team Heretics towards elbow. A little bit delayed in the round, but that reclear from Gentlemates. Again, they're going into these early reclears since they are on that double duelist. Realize A is clear and start shifting over. Maybe about to go and do a mid duel. They have the KO set up with that flash. They can pop through in the next few seconds here.
Oh, he's just going in contact, though. That was dangerous. Minibu does get... Oh, re-ends. Clean shots there from him. I want to see it from that POV if we can. One of those players that impressed us initially. In those international events, his mechanical capabilities were always on point, but starting to, I think, read into the responses from Gentlemates. Putting a lot more pressure, a lot more intent to handling top middle. But there are still 2 players on pillar. The tank being one. Yeah, he's low, but gun still in hand. And with 30 seconds, things can go wrong. Re-ends a third. Claims the tank out of nowhere, and an attempt made by Whalers to maybe slip forward. That's got sight under control, and Cadaver's not really got options here.
Spike planted.
Not much he can do, but try to save this Phantom into another round. Try to see if he can live to fight another day. And Team Heretics just... The start of the round, whenever they try to open up a little bit quick, once they realize that Gentlemates is fighting them head on, they just pump the brakes. They say, okay, we go somewhere else then. We'll let you just sit there and simmer. And Gentlemates, second time they went aggressive, trying to re-clear an area because of their composition, and it leads them into basically peeking into someone from Team Heretics. This round, I think it was Rian's, just pops 2 of them as they run through the Omen smoke. The spike ticks down. This is a great time for Gentlemates to sit there and really think about, okay, what's the plan for the next round? Are we able to purchase here? I could drop this Phantom. Maybe it's time to take a timeout and just talk about how is Team Heretics opening up here? You know, how can we get our foot in this game right now? Because every time we've gone aggressive here, we've lost. What are our options? What are our plans? How do we pivot from here?
Yeah, and this could be an interesting one because, again, we did question the, you know, obviously existence no longer being in the roster. How does that then affect Gentlemates? Do they maybe a little less inclined to go for these timeouts here and there? Maybe they just feel as though they have a solution. They still have ults to play with. They've been able to round out the buy as well, so still able to come in with a competitive purchase. And once again, they look to punish on this A play. They're desperate to get Minibu up towards this. No fight back this time from Takas. The paranoia, I think, hindered any initial fight he would have wanted potentially on that corner. Smoke gonna go up here, and Heretics have taken at least a bit of space, but look at this flank. Look at the space being taken on the back lines here. Quick work being shown. Whalers all the way around. He's got to find value from this.
This is going to be huge, but he might lose this timing. Just so unfortunate if he does miss this timing because the entire team has rotated. They've bit on this.
Look at the vulnerability. Half of the map is now just completely sparse of players. If they go for a double pump, then it could still work out for Whalers, but it feels like you're losing that still have time. Just
Benji clearing. No way.
I don't know. Benji felt like he considered it. Now,
right?
He had to check on the cam, had a little look.
Wait, the cam's going to spot.
Did he see him? I don't know if it saw him. I'm really not sure.
Wait, it did now. It's broken.
100%. But they're still going towards, say,
30 seconds
approach.
Left.
3 players here still.
He needs another smoke up right now, otherwise things are going to get a little bit sketchy.
That's
that
nice,
hit's about to come.
Bayaz just popping the ult preemptively, just getting towards his clock, but there's still Rienz with a rifle in hand. Nice from Takas. Double, and now all eyes can turn to the 3 remainders from Heretics. Trades on the site for 10 seconds. Running low here, they need a plant and they need a hero. Woot or boo, who's it gonna be? 5 seconds now, they need a plant, they can't get it, Gentlemates. They're up to the challenge now. I wouldn't start shooting bodies this early in a tank. 2 rounds ain't that much to work with, but they've got a little bit of room here, Josh. They've carved themselves a little bit of cushion.
That early B main control from Whalers, getting that info that Team Heretics was nowhere to be found on the B side of the map, funneled towards A, and Team Heretics, they didn't know about that. So they think, oh yeah, like we're gonna put pressure on these guys because if we do nothing, they might think we're about to pop on them. B, for all they know, they have no idea. But actually, they walk straight into a trap. That perfectly timed KO ulti as well.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Such value off the back of that information. Camera moved.
Good little bit of teamwork there. Benji spotting the enemy camera, pinging it so that they could spam it through the box.
I think Heretics might be on red alert, considering how preemptive that ult was last round. Maybe feeling out now, understanding there was maybe a player pushing that back line. Now getting ready for anyone to creep forward. Heretics looking all in towards his B site for now. First flash, shock dart, everything thrown in. The tank trying to hope that a stray bullet hits. He's leant forward in that one, and it's not gone well. The tank will, I guess from the grave, at least hinder some progress here, but the res will be coming out, so it's 5 alive. 3 on the other side, and Heretics falling into what looked like quite a well-crafted set piece just to instantly tear that scoreline further away.
Round by round, Team Heretics is building their lead. And I do wonder if Gentlemates needs to kind of have a different approach. And one of the things I've noticed here is it seemed like a very similar setup to the last time I watched them play this map. But they've replaced the Sage with a Raze. But they're playing the same positions. The KO's still ready in a position to pivot, but they don't have that stall from the slow. They don't have the stall from the wall. They can't isolate those angles as well. And I don't know why they're playing it pretty much the exact same way when they have very different agents.
What would you like them to do instead here, as they are just be trying to hunt down these weapons at the end, really cost any of that build-up? Looking at the finances, however, for Heretics, they can't overly chase this one. Josh, what would you like to see them then doing with the tank potentially, with Raze here? Is there something maybe get more aggressive, kind of utilized again? How would you like that to maybe play out a bit more?
It's a very difficult situation for them to be in because they don't have really active information. They have that KO knife, but that's it on a 40-second cooldown. They don't have a drone, they don't have any darts. But besides that KO knife, they only have a camera. But maybe they could set up some sort of trap setup with that camera and then combo it with either a Paranoia or a KO flash and then do something with that Neon Peak. And the Raze might just have to do something gnarly with the elevation angles or using that nade to stop the push, the assault, and maybe play it less as a straight-up duelist. Like, he's trying to play it kind of like a Jet right now, but not even just like a Pat. I don't even know.
Okay, see what they try and adjust. Hopefully, going ahead, this looks very similar to that previous round. Kadavra knowing better than to try and play into that, but the Paranoia is still there for him. Checking behind towards mid-market just in case someone is trying to make that late approach, but Heretics looking like they want to fight, and they're going to maybe get one here. Woot's going to find Kadavra, and that's going to be market held safe. A quick lean back, and they've caused some problems. Don't know if Miniboo can fully get away from this. He might be stuck on site as an attack. Going to send it. Ah, he does at least get Benji fishy, but I mean, it's a 4v2. Takas and Whaler's going to have to do some miracle work here. Hard to pressure. How do they dig these players out? I don't think they can, and I think they know that. They've lost that opportunity, and it feels like Heretics have found a formula that's working. Similar scenes to the round just gone.
It's so hard for Gentlemates to get ahead of what Team Heretics is doing because Heretics is either starting with like a heavy A opening, 4 players there, they do that dart, flash, cage combo maybe even, and then same thing over at B. They just do that heavy start. And if Gentlemates picks the wrong site to kind of deal with first, then the other site's exposed. But they don't have that Sage anymore to help them with that retake with the wall to block it off and get that diffuse. It's just way too hard for them right now. They need to take a pause. They need to think about what Team Heretics is doing and find out how to get ahead of it. Maybe they get an AWP invested here. They have double duelist. Maybe that is something that they have to do. They have to get some way to find that information of where Team Heretics is and catch them with their pants down. And we have seen nothing about how they're kind of trying to get to that goal.
Yeah, see if there's some creative solutions they can come up with. Having a check-in here, it's not really the coaches having much of a chat, so hopefully we can catch one of the players maybe having more of the conversation. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Maybe between, it looks like Kadavra actually having a chat kind of back and forth. Just coming up with maybe some concepts, maybe something he's isolated. You can see it's mostly on the team here. It's not really with the coaches providing solutions.
The coaches are chiming in. I wonder if they're having a conversation about that round that Whalers was able to push in. The second round went for Gentlemates. And just find that opening. We saw it happen a couple times where he's trying to sneak into B main. Oh, he gets spotted, he can't really do anything. And his teammates over on A take that deep A space instead. I wonder if they need to explore more of the map, like including middle, getting into that tiles area and trying to expose Team Heretics' backline, knowing that Team Heretics often 5-mans or does these 4-1 splits where Benji can't be in 3 areas at once.
Yeah, the thing is you don't get easy chances against Heretics. I think a lot of people have realized that the hard way throughout, be it start of this year or going forward, but they're going to have to find a couple of ideas of what they want to do because playing it as they are right now, they're just on the receiving end. Similar look. Heretics, this time not actually doing the exact same thing, a lot, I guess, more contact-based. The tank gets a fair fight. Yeah, Miniboo going to go down. The rest of the squad a little further back here.
Oh no! Oh wait!
Wait, what? Wait, how is this still? What is going on? How is this a 1v2?
I thought for sure Boo was about to line 2 up, and then he gets taken out from the side. 1 versus 2 for Rienz.
Okay.
Spotted out, but was that too early?
No, there's still enough time to lose track of him a little bit here. He's going to get his dart back, right? So he's going to have that to lean on. He's got his owl drone as well.
But he cannot defend the spike from this line. He needs to reposition himself. He's going to go around to Bowen and reflank spawn. Once he's cleared that all out, he knows that they're double flanking though, B main. He's got that dart.
And the paranoia's gone wide. Nose Takis is on the site. That's a 1v1. Oh, he does get stunned, so forced a little further away. No commitment on this. Here's it for the second time. Knows he's got a chance at it now. He's going to have to make his move here. Oh my god, hold on! Hold on! Rienz with the Red Bull clutch, but a bit of a fumble from Gentlemates. It felt like the first time in a minute they had a real chance.
It all started from the Taunt getting that opening kill on the site right here onto Miniboo. Gets out with his life, and then all these trades happening on the site, coming through that smoke at market. 2 more for Natank. You would think it's in the bag. Gentlemates about to pick up their 3rd round, close the gap, 3-6. Nope, 1 versus 2 for Rienz, and it looked like, jeez.
Oh my god, bro.
In sync, baby, in sync. 2-7. Okay, so we've seen an information play towards B main. They pushed out, cleared a little bit of util. Benji is going to be separated from the pack. It is a 4-1 play here. So Natank going to be tested again. He did really well before. He does it again. Nice work from him. 2 impactful kills. And now, Heretics going to be working with far from the ideal scenario. Benji put on red alert. There are players top middle, and there's 2 of them. Gentlemates. Signs of life here. Rienz and Boo, though. 2v5 is nearly unforgivable. High-low setups, all the goodies. Shouldn't get away with it. And they absolutely do not. Natank with a round. Very well done from him. We wanted to see a bit more. We got it.
And that's 7 kills in the last 2 rounds, basically. And what was that off the back of? Just peak, LOL. So, I mean, that's basically what they're doing, and I think we're probably going to see that a little bit more from Gentlemates. They're feeling a little bit more confident in their duels, and if they're able to stop Heretics before Heretics can get their plan off, that's probably their best bet. We're going to keep seeing that from these guys.
But I wouldn't be surprised seeing Heretics just run something else out.
They do have a good ult combo to make it happen.
Yeah, a little scary. The tank's got his at least, so that's something else to lean on. Much different look. Oh, the TP does.
Pulling the rotation.
Boo's committed.
He sticks it.
Oh my god, Boo, you're so nasty. Boo, you're so nasty. Oh, Bayaz is going to be gutted with that one. And now look at the A site. Takas is in a world of trouble, and now he's got nowhere to go. He can't really try and play this out. He did the best he could there. How is he alive? Oh, I thought he was maybe getting away with that. Woods finally caught him. But blooming hell, that was topsy-turvy. Plant gonna be there.
Spike planted.
In a 4v3, the tank's ult could be critical. Whalers had there too, but Rienz's timing is a... Oh. Well, that should be the end of the round, really. Caught the glimpse of Cadavra too. He's gonna know where they are now. Oh, it's all been seen, Rienz. Just making light work of them. Just toying with them. Whalers on the run now. And there's the pivot from Heretics. There is nowhere to really hide. Rienz is just toying with his food. Whalers gonna catch him, but there is a man ready to go. That's gonna be Boo, who's got his job completed, done, tick in the box. I mean, this is the thing when we talk about Heretics, a top-end team. They've got several looks they can lean to, and they ran a new one there.
And when you have these set plays that work exactly how you want them to, I mean, despite Bayaz running up, trying to chase Boo in spawn, that really opens everything up. We're getting to see the Neon be able to sprint in there. We get to see that Sova ultimate. And it's Takas alone on the site to defend. Once Bayaz leaves him to go pick up Boo and spawn, everything's working out for Team Heretics. Gentlemates, they need to play more proactive than reactive.
And the pace adjustment here, at least from Miniboo. Tank, Whalers, and Cadavra there.
Off the camera, they're going to use Paranoia and fight. This is the type of trap they need to do.
Like the idea. Let's see the execution. It's pretty good so far. Follow-up's great. It's what you wanted. And I think that's what Gentlemates wanted as well. They'll be happy with this one.
Spam.
Oh, God. Benji got the tank pinned. It's not out of the woods just yet. Still a 3v4.
Cover going
Mid control is there for Heretics. Refresh on the smoke. And it's the battle between Benji. Kadabra, that's the
Oh, you can't be whiffing that.
That's a gut punch. And that's basically the B-side actually available. They don't know this fully. There's still util. And Paranoia went to CT, so I think they're starting to figure it out. Yeah, we can get that cross now. Maybe look for the plant. Still a bit worried there could be someone back pillar, but no one is. Let's play back through market here. Benji going to be catching that line if they do try and make the cross. Boo could be careful, or should be careful. Could be caught off guard, and he is. Whalers, beautiful! Follow up on Woot, and now Benji in a 1v3. It would be an ace for the man if he catches them. First chance, not going to get it. Takas there. And a gap close from Gentlemates, a respectable scoreline to close out on. 4 rounds, hard fought for in the end. I mean, you still got to say Heretics overall, yeah, look fantastic. You're not going to take that away, but they managed to carve out 4 for themselves, neither of them being the pistol rounds or anything like that. They were in the gun rounds. Nice little trap player that you wanted, their little set piece. Couple of good looks.
If they were able to pull out that type of trap play more often off that Cypher cam using either Paranoia or the KO flash, some sort of trap, let Team Heretics get into a position, no man's land type of situation, and just pop them right there, that would have been ideal. Team Heretics, they got the pistol, they closed out the round 2 anti-eco, they got bonus round. Right there's 3 rounds. You take those away from the scoreline, it's a 4-5 game right now. So in terms of gun rounds, it is a little bit closer than probably Team Heretics that had wanted. I love how we just hold our breath there on that, 1 versus 3, because if anyone can do it, it's Benji. Benji could pull it off, so you're just like, wait a minute.
You got to give him that little bit of credit on it. Scary. Boo, boo. That's rough. Oh, Boo, you are... How are you alive? I don't know how he gets away with this sort of stuff. Should have been dead on that first jump peak, but here we are.
Probably.
He's got a new lease of life. What does he do with it? You've got the ult orb, but still.
We just see this rotation from Rianz as well. I wonder if that's going to be a 4-man re-clear. As soon as he's able to get in a position, maybe they use the dart, re-clear this, and then once they realize, hey, wait, Gentlemates isn't here. Let's get our asses over to B.
And you're looking at Benji holding it incredibly passively. Super deep towards CT, just banking on the camera. That's it.
They're so confident in the retakes. They don't even care right now. No Sage Wall is going to block off one of the exits. Might be a full reset into B main after that post plant.
There we go. That's the first alarm bell ringing. Doesn't get noted. They might be aware.
They're going to push through.
30 seconds left.
I'm a little worried if they do, because they don't seem like they're considering this all that much. Now they're going to be rudely awoken. That's going to be Bayaz down. Plant is in. I'm not worried about Whaler's HP there, but Boo's in a similar situation, so somewhat evening out. And now they're stuck on the site here, finally filtering back towards B main. Woot's going to find a tank out of nowhere. Takas now just on an island. 1 by 1, they're just stepping in and finding bodies. Whaler's stunned up, might have to just be on the receiving end. It's clear cut, it's clean, and that's why they were confident in the retake.
This is where Team Heretics shines. Their defense, their retakes, they're just so strong with how they move in together. They're all individually so skilled that they win their duels. And I don't hate the idea from Gentlemates about, hey, we got the site for free. We know that it's going to be a full retake from Team Heretics. We can expect them to go together in a certain location. Let's try to pop them when this is happening. What I don't like about it is the spacing. I don't like how they have Paranoia. They don't use it. And I don't like how after they go for that 1-for-1, they back out, but 2 people are on the site and 2 people go to main. They split up in the end there. Stick together. Figure out where you want to go, how you're going to do it, and all in on it.
Let's see that commitment a little further. Gentlemates on the Sheriffs. Dangerous with them. On the other side, the Bulldogs out for Mini Boo and Boo.
There.
Takas. Can at least remove the cam, but oh dear. Down to 13. Looking a little unlucky to start with. You can see them trying to fold onto this. They don't want to let them get away with anything. And that's going to be 2 found. Big from Heretics, taking the advantage in this round here, not letting them dictate the pace even with these Sheriffs. Yeah, holding these lines. Mini Boo catching the tank. And the last 2, well, 1 was noted.
Such good teamwork from Team Heretics.
And they do this against Sheriffs, they do it against Classics. It's nice to see them keep it clean in rounds like this. It's very easy to lose that consideration here.
Just Bayaz got spotted, has that Sheriff. A little bit of a damage here could be good for those for these guys, but Andalusia flawless. Team Heretics. I love how they're in a position, they realize, hey, these guys are out mid. Let's go and deal with it right now. 4 members of Team Heretics goes to converge mid. They use flashes, they use darts, they go out, they fight together. And then as soon as they got that cleared, cool, let's reset, let's do a high-low setup. They just double hold that B main walkout. And they know exactly where Gentlemates is gonna be next. Hey, he's gonna walk out B main. Let's hold it together here with me. And it's not just like one person just holding stuff. They're doing it together.
No, it's again, they are a joy to watch. I think that's something that most people will admit to, be it a fan or not of them. They are a good team to witness. Now, Gentlemates, this has to be a big round for them. If they want to get a close game out of this, if they want to have that competitive scoreline, kind of need to win this one. Bonus here for Heretics, but already on 10 rounds, this could spiral out of control. Quick, hello.
My eyes are done.
Nice try from Takas there. Trying to just clear Benji's util bit by bit. A bit of a pressure towards middle. But they're already instantly leaning on over towards that B side here for Heretics.
Is Benji caught? Nope.
Can't catch him.
No.
Slippery. Now, I mean, if Gentlemates walk to the other side of the map, which it looks like they might be doing, I mean, the gates are open, but then you also do have Heretics on a retake, so I don't know how you win against this team.
If Benji was a Pokemon, what would his powers be?
There.
Stop it. Stop it. Just Magikarp, let's be honest.
Can you catch him?
Stop it.
Cover going out.
None of our audience are old enough to watch.
What do you mean?
30 seconds
Boop
left.
has been found, and that's big. That cuts off rotations, actually. It's quite late for that spike to be coming over, but it should be fine. They've already secured more, the dangerous parts of this map, so Slant should be in.
Still a bonus round for Team Heretics.
Yeah.
4 versus 5. They can deal a lot of damage here. Might even say could win the round.
Could. Lots of util still as well. With Flash, you've still got the dart with Rien's.
They should combo
Knife's
that.
good.
That
Gonna
knife
buy
is
some time.
Yep.
A little bit of stall on top. This is all good. This is all good stuff from Gentlemates.
Yep.
Want to see him keep. I want to see at least 4 alive here. Then here comes the flood. Rien's gonna find one. Bears holding the back line. Does well. Minibu's gone down. And they're just doing damage. They're just trying to do as much damage as possible. And they're drawing a whole lot of blood. Gentlemates make it through the storm with 2 still standing, a round posted, maybe losing 1 more than they'd want to.
For 4 versus 5 with Sheriffs, Spectres, not the greatest of weapons, that came down really close.
Yep.
2 alive. Benji Fishy as the one in a 1 versus 2 there. Never know what could happen in those types of situations. But I was expecting and waiting for that dart flash combo from the Sova and the KO on that initiation. And it came, but it was stalled out initially from that knife from Bayaz.
Yeah, nice timing on the util from Bayaz there. We do see the buy coming in, and Rien's gonna call it the big green. I don't think it will be in his hands, but Operator is there. And Takas still constantly wants the challenge. He's been doing this several rounds in a row to try and clear that util from Benji. This time, the punishment was in the form.
They just know.
Oh yeah, well, that was a nice response from Kadabra. Catch him, Voop, top middle. Okay, so trading it out, doesn't lose his life, gets to slip back into the fold. And now where do they take this? So they've got to start leaning towards one of these 2 sites.
KO Molly just to break the trips, but no peek, no jiggle, and Rien's is on that line. He's got to have an inkling that maybe if they haven't peeked this yet, maybe it's an A hit. Wonder if he gets that information off to Boo. He's got his teammate. He's got his little bro.
Yep. Mini Boo there. That's the first bit of contact. And the knife. Good again. Bayaz is doing really well with this. That's going to know both players. 40 seconds. Paranoid goes in. Flash there. Nothing else, but it's going to be a little bit harder to take towards the site now, considering they've utilized all of that just to clear towards elbow. Smoke's traded out. Boo watching the cross. Timing rough, but he's bailed out by Mini Boo. Bit by bit, they're stepping closer, but they look hesitant here, Gentlemates. They got to really stick the landing on this one. And again, individual efforts are working. Kadabra with a round here. Boo does get a quick kill towards Bayaz, and they now know
enemy remaining.
they're being held back here. Surrounded. Whalers catches Mini Boo. Gentlemates just kind of outlasting them there.
That got a little scary, and I think it could have gone either way, all the way down to the last moment there.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that was a misplay from Gentlemates. Their spacing wasn't there. It looked like when they went in for that execute on the A side, they knew exactly where the players were and what they wanted. It looked like it was just spilling out slowly like lemmings. No real cohesion, and it gave Team Heretics a real chance to convert that round. But 6-10 is now the scoreline.
Yep.
Sheriffs are going to be up for Team Heretics as they're running out of that, you know, buffer of money.
And the big thing here is this is a Gentlemates timeout as well. They've got a little bit of a window to work with, right? A small opportunity. Could be up to 7 after this. You'd imagine so if it follows the way it should, right? Let's assume the team with the better weaponry wins. That's 7.
Hey, do you know what region you're in right now?
I'm acutely aware. Bayaz then gets his ult for the next one. Tak has to get pretty close, or maybe in the tank. They start getting that, you know, snowball round. That could be 8 potentially. There's a real world where they can pressure Heretics here. Now, Heretics could still pull out some Heretics rounds. You know, there is always that chance that could start kicking in. But this is a good challenge for them. This is the best we've seen them pressured here outside of that Giant X game. So maybe there's a little bit of something there. Now, I've said all this. Heretics probably just going to win this round and then close out the game. But we'll wait and see. This is a big chance for Gentlemates. Can't stress it enough.
The scoreline is a little bit deceptive. Team Heretics won both pistols. They have that lead there. And a lot of these rounds have come down to these really small margins with 1 or 2 players alive only for either side.
Mini boot. Okay, has invested the ult on this. Oh dear, Cadaver's... He lives! The boy who lived. Managing to make it out of there, denying the big, I guess, danger element of this round, which was Mini Boo with the ult. Now, can they take the next couple of steps? Very similar scenes to what we saw in that first half here, but the Heretics side sticking around on the side. Still holding towards this. Benji very close by here. Does have the support re-enter, but look at Tax's positioning. Nice work. Gentlemates clean here. Boo, the last one. His position now will be known.
Spike planted.
Cadaver confirms. Oh, trying to maybe playing the tank to work towards that ult again, but yeah, that's the formality here. 5 almost players standing, 4 in the end. The tank did go down, but they did what they needed. They got past the first hurdle. Buy round coming in a little scarier to deal with.
I like that team play at the end there. Kadabra kind of just be hopping across, knife out, taking that crosshair away, knows that there's a sheriff on the other side of it, and he's really just setting up the tonk to be able to get that kill in the tonk. Obviously, didn't get the kill there, but
he's got his ult anyway now.
He's got his ult now, and I do respect the fact that, you know, that's a little bit of selflessness is really good.
Okay, Gentlemates. That's, you know, it went from a small opportunity. If they get this one, it's game on in my books.
Speaking of opportunity,
hold
here
on,
we got
Pacey. Yeah, they're going straight in on it. Miniboo read it though, got to slip further away. The paranoia didn't land. A little bit off on that one, but there's still Bayaz here. Still the smoke, and look at the chip damage as well. Benji down to 21 HP. They've got, I don't want to say site control really. Feels a little bit fragile to say that.
But Benji has a hat as well. He's going to use that on the market body.
Yeah, you can see it. Exchange of information on both sides. Now reading, understanding the Gentlemates wanted to fight towards CT. Wu gives them that wish. Cadaver better be ready. And I don't think they are. Both sides are a little stunned by this one. Benji's already going to break back in. Cadaver's gone down. It's Bayaz. It's Whalers. And that's a lot to ask of now one man in a 1v3. Not going to happen. Heretics pushing up to 11. Stopping the rot a little there as Gentlemates were knocking at that door.
I think I need a nerd to go in and do the math on the numbers about anytime Benji uses his ultimate, a Cypher, and he gets that hat information, I need to know how often do they win those rounds, because I swear it's at like at least 90%.
It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of those things. I'm sure someone out there, one of you with your spreadsheets.
Ah, my trip! Ah, my trip!
Can't hate that guy. He's too smiley. He's too nice. Ooh, operator for both sides. Boo with one, Whalers on the other. Ult's still there for the tank. Cadaver's got his, but it is the TP, and Rien's got one as well. So right back to what we saw in the last round, it looks like. Very, very double down on this mini boo. Oh, and joined by Rien's support even in the aggression. Not leaving him to fight alone. It's 13 HP he backs away on, but it's damage done. Massive impact early. And swapping out the operator to the lower HP player. That's crazy. Ever heard of a law around that or something?
There might be a law. Theory, perhaps, at least. Man advantage, get to hold that passive position.
Yeah, they did their hard work in those first kind of opening seconds. The pendulum swings now to Gentlemates if they can maybe get something back.
Op still up for Whalers, and I think this is the first op that Gentlemates has had all game, if I'm not mistaken. And
Can't recall one.
Interesting to see it come out on that attack side, and I'm pretty sure Whalers has had this the entire round. So using that to find an opening.
Oh, nice. Zhang's gone down. There's just no real access points here. There's nothing's looking all that enticing, and with 30 seconds, you're probably looking at saving this. That's gonna be 12 you're up against. There's no easy way to navigate through that, but I think if we roll it back to the start, Josh, seeing that little bit of aggression, but I say a little bit, it wasn't just a singular effort, it wasn't just a small glance, it was quite a well-crafted, considered approach of playing towards B main, putting bodies behind it, and being rewarded for that.
Yeah, I think we've seen a few different teams using the same style of approach to taking that B main control, with that Neon specifically, getting that bounce stun off, using that one way at the entrance of B main, and maybe even comboing it with a Paranoia, just to lock down anybody running in quickly. And we also see a scan happening at the same time, a Sova Dart. So that's something that Gentlemates was lacking on their defense side, is they didn't have that dart to kind of help scan in the back lines, get the spam kills through the smoke. And we see Team Heretics just capitalizing on the agents that they have, crafting these strategies, these little tactics that they can really just get an opening, because now they're at 12 to 7.
Yeah, it looks like Gentlemates maybe wanted to go back to what they maybe wanted to do last round and didn't really get the chance to do because of that disruptive aggression. Heavy glances towards the B site, 4 players working their way forward. Of course, there is that one towards middle, that being Whalers, but passive and already on rotation is Miniboo. He's already heading over. That's 4 players they're up against here. Maybe not actively holding the site, but, you know, Market, Back Pillar, CT, Woot. Don't know if that Paranoia caught it. Probably did. It looked pretty close by, but it's Rien still. And Miniboo unthreatened, unfazed, and unremoved. He's still holding here. And they've stalled them out. They've really taken the wind out of their sails. Gentlemates still held towards main. They need Whalers to pry them open an option, give them a way forward. And no one's peeking. Discipline from Heretics. This is an incredibly hard round now.
Faking the cross with that wall. 5 characters alive for Team Heretics versus 3. Full control. They realize they don't even need to do anything. They just hold this B site. If it is a plant on A from Gentlemates, 5 versus 3, how are they going to lose that? Rienz has Hunter's Fury as well. He could do that as they're flooding in, or they could do it to stall the plant.
See what they choose to do here.
He's got that line pinged already. He knows exactly where he's going to do that. Dart as well if he wants
10
it.
seconds left.
Time to go. Oh, well, that's not good for Cadaver. He's going to have to...
No way.
Oh, come on, Rienz. And now it's down to just 2. Whalers go big or go out of map 1, I guess. Bayaz with him. Oh, crikey, this is... Whoa, the timing's everything. Oh, my God, he made a damn good go. But Miniboo just that bit better. And it was close, but it wasn't close enough here. Gentlemates will be held on 7. Heretics pushing up to 13. And honestly, a good attempt from Gentlemates, but it takes a great deal to threaten Heretics in a map like this.
Team Heretics picking up, obviously, their map pick, one of their stronger maps. 13 to 7. They got both pistol rounds out of it as well. Expected result, honestly. We'll have to see what they can do on map 2, Icebox.
What the f was that?
Har vi Igar on team?
Hey Wood, can you drop me please?
So you're gonna make Miniboo shy?
Weber, see Ara.
Ara.
No, normal voice.
That was my normal voice.
Say Uvu.
You will. Please, bro, I beg you stop.
Okay, Daddy. I hope they showed us in like the Team Heretics voice comms, bro.
a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes.
in news more shocking than Spain taking down Germany at the Euros, Heretics won on Sunset, guys. Who would have thought?
Not me.
Not me. Not you. Sorry. Another day at the office. Yeah. Heretics won. Sunset. Surprise. That's it. Analysis.
Couldn't have thought that. Couldn't have seen that coming, Ash.
No,
right?
definitely not. That's definitely not why Benji was like, I don't know why people aren't banning Sunset against us at this point. But this is now where things get scary, right? Because they have an 88% win rate on Icebox. They look so good on this map. And last time around, Gentlemates didn't have the best time.
They didn't, but let's talk about this Sunset first of all, because we talk about how, we know what Heretics do on Sunset. Other teams know what they do on Sunset. They can just run things over and over again. And it still feels like teams don't know what to do against this.
But here's the thing, right? Round 7, we see a very fast entrance. We see that they go with Miniboo's wall and how he just pushes, uses the stun. And Mates tries and play for a retake, but of course this is already a 3v5 situation. It's very complicated because of how the round starts. Because on the next round, even though it seems like it is exactly the same, the pacing and the beginning of the round is also different. Now Miniboo, instead of going and keep pushing, he spots someone playing in Mark, and he decides like, you know what, this is what it did in the last round. Let me go and actually use my stun here and screw up with their conditioning a bit more. Time and time again, it doesn't matter how much you watch it, it's very difficult to go up against.
It really is. They're so good at taking that space, that control, and denying those retakes, right? But when we look at this head-to-head between Miniboo and Takas did, to be fair, do better on the first Bloods than we previously saw him on Sunset here. But overall, there is a massive difference, I feel like, when we see the prowess of utility and the comfort between these two duelists.
I feel bad for anybody that has to play against Miniboo, full stop. Also has to go up against his Neon as well. But let's take a look at Natank here in the AIM Labs warm-up, because he was not on that war on Sunset, but hopefully as we go to Icebox, he's going to be Natank on the war.
We need to know why they decided to go for this pick. We have not seen Heretics playing this map since that final in Shanghai, and we can say the same for Mates. We have not seen them since the stage 1. As you were saying, Ash, it was a crushing defeat that they had against Team Liquid. So what is going to be the change here? Do we expect some boring composition? Boring for the side of Icebox is having a Sage, maybe a Gecko on the mix, or do we want to see some double duelist action?
Yeah,
ISO.
Yes.
Hear me out. Not on the wall, behind the wall with the ISO for Natank. And then you also have the fact that last time around, it was with Logan that they were playing, right? So Kadabra will be slotting in here, and that also gives a little bit more flexibility to this team.
Yeah, I just hope everyone has fun. Me too. He's so real for that. He's so real for that. But the thing is, what's more fun than winning? For Heretics, if they win this, they will lock top 2 seed going into playoffs. And Gentlemates, their playoffs chance is going to be dwindling by the second if they aren't able to take something on Icebox. And as you guys said, they must have picked this for a reason. We saw yesterday, Liquid picked Sunset into KC, and we saw the reason, and it was brilliant. It was great. It was methodical. So I am hoping we see something similar for Gentlemates as we go into Agent Select. Please do not be the basic B-comp. I want to see something fun and fresh. Okay, Miniboo!
Takas on the Omen. Okay,
he's given the duelist duty.
Yeah, exactly. Wood is back. I remember, Stu, you asked me this question. The greatest performance that Wood has had on Icebox, 37 kills against FPX. I'm not going to forget that. But Gentlemates, from playing with 2 duelists to playing without a single one, starting on the attack with the double controller. Takas playing on the Omen. What do you make of that, Ash?
I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. I'm kind of nervous as well here for the side of Gentlemates, because they don't have that ability to have that duelist now to actually force those entries onto site as far as that quick space-taking capability, which is so important with when you're trying to push towards yellow or backside A.
And Natank on the Gecko, I don't think that's something that we have seen before, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this is it. I mean, Miniboo stepping down, allowing Vut to have his moment. Pansy and Steel, I can't wait to get into Icebox.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting one. You've got to hope Gentlemates have something up their sleeves here to bring this out, especially after that Liquid loss that will be close to mine to an extent. I think it was 2-3 rounds is all they were able to claim. It wasn't a pretty picture, but a couple of changes here and there in the composition, Josh. Maybe there is something they can actually do.
I love the double controller on Icebox in general. I love what you're able to do with a lot of the fakes, a lot of the executions about getting into the site safely with all these smokes and walls that you can use and utilize. But I just have to look at how Team Heretics was able to play Sunset, how every time they needed to go re-clear middle against Lurkers, they did it so well together. All the retakes were just on point. So Gentlemates really needs to do something, and I think it starts with a pistol round win.
Gentlemates on the attacking side. Heretics on the defense. Again.
Oh, just the first 2 bullets as well. What can you do?
Straight up assassination. Kadabra didn't have a chance. He didn't even get spotted.
Good thing they still have an Omen.
That is very true. Taka smoked back up in about 5 seconds now, probably. But yeah, the early man advantage here, that's wondrous for Heretics. I'll be happy with that. And Gentlemates now have their work cut out, no matter where they go. Up against the odds. Going for a walk middle. Bold at this point. Okay, smoke and try and lean on in, I guess. Boo. The only man really here. You can already see the early rotations. Heretics aren't a million miles away, but he was the only one really holding this down. So straight through mid. Mini Boo's gonna be watching that. Okay. Yeah, the boy's quick, all right? Quick feet now. Oh, it gets denied, and now this is where it gets an issue. No plant to depend on. Man disadvantage. And the back line getting threatened too. This is keeping the attention drawn away from where they need it to be. They've already got themselves back on the site here, Heretics. They are letting no steps be taken away. Gentlemates gonna start struggling now. And Dizzy on the other side. Going to be picked up, and Heretics can just wait on this. Mini Boo, they're all there. Yeah, no real threat, it felt like in the end. Handled that very well.
I mean, once Boo got that 2-tap, or sorry, it was Benji, that 2-tap just opening, sorry, it was Boo. The 2-tap opening at the start of the round, it's just like, what do you do? Your entire game plan is ruined. Like, you have to pivot from there. Okay, we're getting spotted at lower A. Okay, let's smoke mid and go back through mid. I don't even know how Wingman got denied on that plant.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, because it wasn't from the back, so God only knows. But seeing the Outlaw come out, Sheriff's Ghost, bits and bobs, but it's Rien's with the rifle. On the other side, Frenzy for Kadabra, and I think just one Sheriff for Whalers. And, yeah, well, no, it was a Ghost in the end. Oh, dear. Looking like he wants to have some fun. Don't often get to see him now into those duelist roles. Oh, it's just an unfun round for Gentlemates, really. No problems posed for the opposition.
Very curious opening from Gentlemates. They used 2 smokes, one towards B, one towards pipes, trying to sneak and take control over both zones, try to deny that info from Team Heretics, but they don't care. They get a kill on both sides. One through the pipe smoke and one around that B main smoke.
Rien's just starting to feel the pressure coming. It's supposed to stop. That's nice. We'll force it forward. Yeah, it's lovely. You got information on information. There's just no potential here for Gentlemates, even in a round like this. No, they weren't, obviously expected to do too much, but they're just getting no play at all. Kadabra, oh man, they've got knives out. They've got knives out. Like, okay, I need to see it in this buy round here.
So one of the things that we need to see from Gentlemates is why are they using that double controller? And they need to use it to put the pressure on Team Heretics, specifically around how that Killjoy is going to be setting up. So Benji, if he wants to put his turret at middle, Alarmbot to control all those flanks, those opportunities to do fakes, then you need to put that pressure on him early. Omen has the potential to go on top of the 2, break that turret down. We need to see more of that middle pressure, and I think we're about to see it here.
I want to see how this looks for them. Again, the buy now, still going to be sitting pretty much where it was, just to see that one Vandal for Mini Boo in addition. And Voot's been spotted early. Oh, but he's just rewarded time and time again. Rien's in support. Heretics kind of meeting this force with their own. They were very aware of what Gentlemates wanted.
I don't even think there was a KO flash to combo with that dart. The dart getting in the back. 2 picks through the Viper Orb effectively. Another 5 versus 3 on the bonus round for Team Heretics.
And the bodies are in the right place. They've got a lot of faith in Boo. He can hold down B pretty comfortably. There's a bit of a chance.
Light shields.
The light shields, you're right. So susceptible to the Outlaw. Boo doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He can depend on the others to step in a little bit. That's a bit too far, Whalers. And Takas again, if it gets maybe 1 or 2 more, I mean, the problem is it's still a bonus for Heretics. It's so much for Takas to do. He's got a paranoia smoke back up in 2. But he needs that plant as well. Spike's just out of reach, not impossible.
30 seconds left.
Maybe a plant. Could help out here. First shot, dart sent in. Careful. Heard the spam from Voot. Knows where Rienz is. Okay, time for a plant. Another shot. He's trying to get a pick. He's trying to get one of these 3 players, and they're just so disciplined here. They're not letting him get what he wants at all. Dart goes in. Yeah, they're not allowing any of that. They are so disciplined.
And it's really smart from Team Heretics to wait, because if that plant actually comes in, that means he's committed to it. That means that they can move together, go for that 3 versus 1. But until that plant comes, if they peek and give him an isolated duel, that's a chance into the round for him. With this Outlaw coming out on that round 2 and again on round 3, no heavy shields for the Gentlemates players. That means it's 1 shot in the body and that's it. They're done for.
And the Outlaw still remains. And it might be even more beneficial here as well. Look at it. Dizzy not going to be effective just around the corner. So many potential victims. He's just farming them. He wants more. He's probably going to get more. It's Woot, remember. But it's Woot. He'll probably land it. You can see him just like taking his time.
1 enemy remaining.
Picking out a target, making himself look like the one to be taken down. Oh, he wants to chase. Takas. Ooh, there goes the knife. There comes the ghost. Triple threat in the end as old Woot gets to have his fun here on Jet, and it's hard to witness sometimes here. I need Gentlemates to give us a reason they came onto this map now. This is the 2nd chance at a buy.
Gentlemates' map pick. We haven't really get to see them on this map that much, really. Team Heretics, we've seen them at international events on this. And it's just so hard breaking through this. Woot over on B with that op or Outlaw. This round he's going to be on A, just switching it up. Hey, I just shut you down at B. I'm going to go take it at A. You're probably scared of me there. And we're going to see this opening from Gentlemates on this mid. Do they have someone in position to break the Sova Dart, though, if it comes in the back again?
Mid walk. Benji up towards Kitchen. He's going to be the one holding back potentially 2, 3 players. This is a lot on his plate here, but he's ahead of Dizzy finally got him, but Miniboo is there to trade out. Armbot in. Miniboo going to back away. They've got kind of a step towards middle here. This is a good start to an extent for Gentlemates.
Team Heretics has given up B. They're trying to lock down that middle and A. Gentlemates still could pivot either side. They have a minute left.
Oh,
but Miniboo.
Cadaver just seemed completely unaware of the possibility of that. No one checking through the window for it. A little bit out of sorts here as Whalers. What are you meant to do? Barrel's been spotted. Boo knows it. Boo's seen him. Oh, not pretty, but the 2nd time of asking, yeah. And it feels like it's falling apart here. Where's Gentlemates' end goal? Yeah, you've got tube control. Sadly, you can't plant there. 30 seconds. Gotta see him do something with this, and we know that Heretics have the discipline to sit deep now. They're not going to allow anything to happen.
They've got this op line still. There's nothing that can get past it, really. And here it comes. They're going to have to plant top sight on that bridge.
Oh, the fear of God put in him there. Bayaz, last time of it. He is going to get the plants in. Oh, and completely just torn asunder. Yeah, that one's not it. Heretics, 3 standing. Beautifully done by them. I mean, I've got to say, it's a pleasure to watch them play here, but I want to see Gentlemates prove why they've picked Icebox. You know, you don't walk into this and go, well, let's hope for the best. You know, I've got to see something.
I feel like their sequencing's a little bit off, and they're hanging around in areas that they should just get out of once they have the initial control. So that being, they're putting all this pressure on mid early. They put 5 players there. They pick the turret. They go for their opening kill, but then they're just hanging around there. And what does Team Heretics do really well? They regroup into the middle. They re-clear the map, and then they kind of like understand what they need to hold and what they are comfortable giving up. And Gentlemates, they just need to be able to get in and out more effectively. Maybe start somewhere else, then come to middle, or let one person just walk around middle while there's pressure helping someone else. Woot has been so just aggressive on these guys.
Interesting though, getting hit by the knife, potentially, I'm wondering on purpose, because that operator has been dropped out to Miniboo, so a little bit of a switch up on this. Love that little bit of a diversion almost. And what does Gentlemates do? Well, right back to middle. They love a bit of it. Benji getting very curious now. 1-for-1 trade out, floodgates open, but I don't think they know about the two-man play holding towards B long this time.
Maybe they expect one, but two, that's weird. KO, ultimate as well.
How do they hold this? Really unorthodox positioning.
They have to thrash through and just stabilize somehow.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Boo. It gets to live through it, just. But actually, they've got a bit of time now. This isn't bad for Gentlemates. And Wu's been caught on the back lines. This is good. Now, the last two players were the ones we were talking about earlier towards long that were a little bit hard to pin down, probably not as expected. Great damage again. Chipping away, they know where Boo is. Miniboo finally shows his hand. That's the operator. This could be the first hit for Gentlemates.
One enemy remaining.
Takas just stepping back in. This is very nice, Boo. Gonna give it up, yeah, done for.
Oopsie.
I mean, first time we've seen that mid-pressure really work then.
The whole game plan behind what Gentlemates is doing is they realize that every team in the world knows how to defend A against A hits from the front, B against B hits from the front, and all the retakes are the same thing. Oh, the spike's planted at B? Okay, you're going to be back yellow, you're going to be at the lane, I'm going to do this set Molly, this set flash. Nice! But what happens when there's 5 players from Gentlemates that's in mid, they're up tube, they're using that window, they're on the tube, under it, everywhere. It makes it very uncomfortable for Team Heretics because they're not used to teams being in those positions.
Yeah, a little bizarre, a little weird, a little wonderful, but there's TP. Just feigning it, drawing them away, trying to set them up, but woo, oh god. First death in the last round here, he was flawless prior to that. What is this fake going through?
Didn't even break this alarm bot yet. But maybe that's good? Bayaz is able to cross yellow?
Maybe? I'm not quite sure yet. I need to see the outcome to see if it's beneficial, but...
Knife in 10.
They've got so many ults
Thrash.
as well, yeah.
That lockdown's going to be used in the post for sure. He just needs to time it before Miniboo gets his ultimate off.
You can see they're very aware of middle still. You just saw the Aldro invested towards Tube. Never going to break the alarm bot. They already have that player towards yellow. Not going to get really much reward from it now, but they at least have the sight, right? This is good. Okay, that's a little bit far. Careful. Okay, it's worked. Takas backing himself in the fight. Takes out Rienz. Trade is there, though, so Bayaz has fallen. Gonna have kind of ults just about everywhere. They've just run about everything they had into this.
Not a lot of cover with this Viper ulti. Random spams could just disrupt this entirely.
And the lockdown's faded, so Natank gonna be pressured soon, he knows it. You can see the rest of Heretics getting closer through middle. The tank flashes there, didn't quite get him, but it's fine. Miniboo does anyway. Wood then clears the next, and that's the pit now dropping. Say hello, Peekaboo, and now it's all on Whalers. A tough situation, a 1v4. And the retakes, how do they always look this clean, this concise? A valiant attempt, but not enough. Fuse coming in. That's gonna get the job done. Heretics still holding on here at a very clean scoreline.
I love what Team Heretics did there to get into that Viper's pit. They're in the positions. They say, oh, you guys ready? Ready. KO Molly comes. It forces the player forward. Flash comes in. It doesn't affect them, but still, KO comes in from the front. Everyone's distracted. Now everyone else comes in. Wu comes in from one side. Boo comes in from another side. It's just everyone's converging, and they get the kills on everyone that's in there. First it's Natank, then it's Kadavra. The ulti goes down.
It's very well done. Can't say it enough when you watch them on these retakes. It's part of their strengths. So he said very early about this team, it seemed to look good for them, but Gentlemates gonna have to keep going now. Has to really pick up the pace here a bit for themselves. Takas. Can't be walking in like that. We're more than happy. And they've been putting so much, I guess, faith, be it on Boo, potentially on towards B when he was starting out. Now the adjustment towards Benji. They brought Boo over towards that A side, but a 4-1 split here. Once again, Gentlemates eyeing up middle, but this buy is going to be lacking some of that firepower that they had last time.
I think they're running out of ideas right now, and they're trying to just do anything and just hope something works. They've got that Viper lurked all the way up B lane. They know that it's going to be just Benji here defending against this. All they need is this one kill.
Zalambot is still there for now, but I think Cadaver's getting a bit closer. Okay, yeah, he's got to get away from the site. There's no safe angles anymore. Plays for the retake instead. He's got the lockdown too. And Minibu just got Whalers. And how that happened. And the tank, lovely, good positioning. He'll take that. They'll upgrade too. That's big. And Bayaz waiting for Boo. That should...
What?
Bayaz, a mini-map moment maybe. Not too sure. But eyes off the prize is a problem. The tank, Bayaz and Cadaver got to hold this one on, and it's going to be in the tank desperately trying to. Minibu down on the knees, and the tank still going. Still doing the best he can. Next in line, Bayaz. Beautiful. Gentlemates finally showing a bit of life here in these post plants. Keeping Heretics away from what they wanted. And that's perfect. That's what the doctor ordered too now for them. Maybe a chance to get back in here.
And both of those rounds for Gentlemates has been won through just basically overloading middle, planting for middle, and just using all these different angles. Team Heretics not used to clearing out so many different positions, and they're getting split up. Normally, they're really good at their retakes because they get to stick together, but now they're being forced apart. So it's changing their setup. Right now, we get to see, we got the mollies from the Killjoy setup towards A right now, and we're going to see a little bit of mid-contest from Team Heretics. They know that they can't let Gentlemates have this for free again.
Should know. The timing's like on this. We've got a mid-walk coming out from Heretics. First time we've really seen them going for a bit of a full adjustment. The widest swing in the world. Benji just kept on running. Cadaver tried to take the fight, but that's going to be spotting 2 players. But can they then bounce in towards this? 4 hit on the knife. This is going to be tricky now to find comfort trying to make it through towards this, and above the wall, Rien spots Takas. Dizzy dealt with in a step forward, the trade's there. Heretics still hold on to the line as the spike gets dropped just ahead of that wall. Whalers and Bayaz, no easy steps in now. 3 seconds on the knife. Flash. They've got the spike at least, but they don't have safety behind them. Who's on the way? Yeah. Just tuck into this a bit of a deeper angle. Make the map feel half its size. Yeah, he now knows it. Boo can call that forward. And again,
just wide.
They're trying to just like pop and swing everything. But Gentlemates have given themselves a little bit of a step forward here. Maybe they can get a decent fight on B, but they have nothing to push him off this angle. No flash. They've got a knife, but that doesn't really matter. But the shot missed. An opportunity gained. And a plant prayed for. Whalers still paranoid, the Suns on the side. Benji's still alive, so the tag through the wall. You've got to be careful now, 10 seconds, they're running out of time! 2 for 1! He misses that first go, but you don't give him a second try like that, come on. Oh, he's missed being on the duelist clearly, he looks good with it.
It's like, I missed those first 2 shots on purpose because I wanted that lineup one. I knew that was coming.
Oh dear.
So wide from Benji. And a good adjustment from Team Heretics as well, realizing that the only rounds that were won by Gentlemates was through middle. And what does Heretics do? Okay, let's go take middle again. We won the fight when we went head-on against this, when we did the 2 walk down, when we did it together. One of the first rounds was with a Sovadar in the backlines as well, scanning them. They were able to pick up a kill through the orb, another kill down the tube. And Gentlemates needs to figure out another way. They are trying to kind of just throw anything at the wall, whatever sticks they're going to work with, and the only thing that's worked with them for them was the 5 middle stuff, but they can't just rely on that every single round. They need to have something else as well, but every time they try something else, they lose, and they're losing confidence as a result of it. So they're like, oh, it's not working. Okay, we have to do something else. But maybe they don't even have to change things up too drastically. Maybe they're overcooking something that where, it's not that bad.
Yeah, maybe. I think the confidence thing is going to be a problem though, because you've come back into Icebox, maybe hoping to, get your hopes back up. Okay, we've got some new plans. We've worked after that Liquid loss, and then you're seeing 2 rounds again, and you start thinking, oh god, are we back in that same situation? You're already seeing Wu having a good series. You're starting to see it all get a bit worrying, and well, you said it doesn't have to just be this middle piece, but they really like it. Really like it.
And it's forcing Team Heretics up.
Oh, but a fake. I kind of like the idea, but they better clear this diligently. Dizzy. Well, I was wondering if we stuck around for maybe a second longer. Oh, okay, Riens, that's a little much. praying that no one was going to fill that space, but they certainly were. So that's the first pick. So kind of, feigning that mid-pressure again, falling back, and then kind of leaning into a more, I guess, typical approach, punishing them for wanting to take back that space elsewhere. Attackers has definitely heard those steps.
Team Heretics, they don't care about B right now. They just know, hey, we're going to lock down A, we're going to lock down mid. We're going to deal with this lurk. Will he clear this, though? Benji.
Oh, my God.
Awareness.
Oh, my God.
4 versus 4.
Yeah, right back all even. And with that little bit of a mid-presence, yeah, you can preemptively note it. Boo, already expecting this B approach. Picking out where that plant's going to be. Ooh, nice timing on that knife. Going to keep him at least from being able to spam out the traditional plant spot, but they just keep forcing towards CT. They're running straight towards the Danger Man himself. It's Woot, who couldn't land the knife that time. So now down to a 2v2. The odds still in play this time here. Who's still prowling around. He could average trying to navigate his own way. Time starting to tick though. Oh, and Boo's found Kadabra. Now an tank left in the 1v2. How's he meant to get around it? You can't. Heretics. Yeah, it's a little up, up in the air at times. A little bit weird and wonderful from Gentlemates, but they seem so equipped to deal with it.
Team Heretics, they're just showcasing exactly why they are one of the top dogs, or if not the top dog in the region.
Yeah.
And it's because not only are they good when they're able to set the pace and the tone of the game, but they also are so good at adjusting and coming back when they're down a man, when the chips are stacked against them, when they're pushed to those limits and they're put in these uncomfortable positions. They're able to just come through. Benji regressing down 2, equalizing, catching that lurker.
It does, kind of bring in the question then of why Gentlemates brought us here. You got to hope they were working on something more than just that mid-pressure.
I mean, they probably go into practice games, they do this, and other teams aren't Team Heretics. It works against them, and they're like, oh, okay, cool, problem solved, we just do this. But now they just think like, well, it worked against all these other teams, what do we do now?
I do think you're right. There is something to be said that
the op as well.
The map just, it feels so inaccessible.
Yep.
You know what I mean? No matter where they go, Heretics are very, very well prepared to make it a horrific uphill slog. And look at Woot's line. Very deep.
Okay, flashed off the angle.
But the confidence is there. He's going for the repeat. Of course he is. He's not really been missing much. And the swings and roundabouts here starting to come into effect. We saw kind of all the attention drawn maybe off the back of the knife, connecting early over towards B. But the man still waiting. It's a little interesting. Oh, knife. Hello.
The space instantly taken.
This is good from Takas.
Yep.
I mean, the problem is, though, in my mind, I'm a bit worried that Boo looks back and goes, oh, they're coming my way, that's fine.
Oh, no, you know.
Oh. That's going to sting. That's going to sting. The tank's got his ult. That's about the only benefit I can see to this. How do they disrupt that back line? Bayaz, good positioning. Punishing Benji Fishy. First tap on the spike. No go just yet. There it is. Oh, good pick from Kadabra, but Woot's ahead of this is over towards yellow. So the ult's going to be invested. I thought that was going to follow up. It doesn't. Punish. Now there's a bit of a hope to this one. Boo. Oh, my God. Boo. Bayaz. Bayaz. I daren't call it. Oh,
Imagine.
My God. My heart was sinking. But Gentlemates have got themselves a third. It wasn't the prettiest way to get there, but, sometimes rounds are round. You'll take them when you get them when you're in this point. And they've been throwing some very unorthodox looks in here. Again, the back and forth, trying to find maybe a favorable site approach, and they finally got it, but didn't feel good.
Early in the game, Gentlemates did a play where they used the KO ulti as part of a fake on B. So they could sneak the spike on A. I think right now they're just realizing they just have to all-in commit behind this and go for something together. Maybe have one player kind of work that flank. But already Team Heretics closing the gap. They have all of the space at B, and they're going to keep Gentlemates contained in here. Rians has Hunter's Fury as well.
It's like, how far do they go? That's the question.
As far as they can.
Oh, okay, Gentlemates were waiting for it. maybe a little aware, maybe reading into it a touch more. And a 5v3, huge advantage. Patience paying off this time.
I feel like we saw a very similar situation last game.
Revealing area.
But the score ended up being an 8-4 half in favor of Team Heretics. Gentlemates trying to make a repeat.
Maybe noting Kadavra here could be pretty indicative of it being that B finish. So then you look at Benji, you look at Miniboo who's on the way.
Still, that Hunter's Fury is ready and lined up.
This is going to be tough. It has to be on Riens to do a lot of damage. Benji was about to soak some of that, but actually it's going to be Riens taking down Bayaz. Now Benji gets to step a little closer. Whoa, big shot from the tank then. Plant back on board, Takas slipping the net. And Riens now needs to go huge. A 1v pretty much 5 at this point. And the slow creeping death on the way. Bayaz going back down. Riens thinks about Kadabra. Oh my god. Oh my god. 25 HP, surely not. 23 bullets, 3 to find. They're just about everywhere. And he makes a go of it, but Natang doing very well. Gets Gentlemates 4. It's a small amount to play with, but it could open up a chance if they get pistol, if they, you know, convoke burners, and everything needs to go right for them, to say the least.
There's a lot that needs to go right. I think Gentlemates probably had a semi-decent game plan. Team Heretics won a couple of rounds when they went head-on with them at middle, and that kind of disrupted the whole overflow and confidence levels of Gentlemates. But I wonder if Gentlemates here is able to do the same pressure that we saw them trying to get a feel of towards the end of their Sunset defense half, where they're able to get in their faces a little bit, maybe do some timing pushes, or even just in general, using that moment to sneak up into areas and really disrupt that, I guess, Team Heretics' game plan.
And to be fair, yeah, I think you're right. Takas was doing a little bit of that, wasn't he, even on the first half. So I want to see if maybe that could happen here, but it's we're already having a little look, and this guy, he just exudes confidence the way he plays this game. No fear. He's basically got the entirety of Gentlemates wanting to deal with him. There's 5 players looking at him here, 2 walking towards, you know, the bottom end of Tube. Dizzy does get him. They might go on this one. Yeah, Bayaz got him dead. Okay, Woot down. Raid boss removed. The rest of them are still a little bit of a problem as well.
They have an Omen Smoke. They can one-way the top of this lane box. They have Paranoia, Knife, double KO flashes, and a Molly. Wingman to defuse all at the same time.
Whole lot of kit.
It's winnable, doable for Gentlemates.
Extremely winnable. This is what they needed. Flash was very deep though, but Kadavra's still going to find his man. Benji goes down. Miniboo on the response. I'm just waiting until the very end of this because Boo is still alive. And that angle, nah, not going to be enough for a Gentlemates. 4 standing, pistol claimed. Maybe there's life here. Maybe there's still a chance.
That is a very good start to this half if they want to equalize. And they could get a runoff right now. They could take it all the way to 8 rounds. Team Heretics basically started with a 5-round lead in that first half off of a very similar start. 1 pistol, converted round 2 anti-eco, converted the bonus, and then they were able to fly all the way to 5-0 lead. Gentlemates kind of repeats that.
Hey.
Inverses it.
Anyone's game here. Seeing 2 marshals, sheriff.
Tag and bag.
It's like the Wild West out here. Bulldogs, Guardians on the other side, a very invested Gentlemates. So this could be some pretty hefty losses if they do go down. So you want to see them keep 5 up. First tag. That's the scary factor, because you still have those sheriffs then to come into that next layer. It doesn't take much to do the damage needed. 2 of them together. Oh, is that another tag? It is. Oh god. Woot's found Bayaz. And it was the tank who took the early damage. So they know they've got at least 1 more wounded. To what extent, maybe not sure, but still, 24 HP.
At least this deep space towards B confirms the info towards A. But still, Team Heretics looking very scary with these weapons.
It makes you feel a little unnerved. You've already lost 1 and the tank's sitting lower.
They're going to scale left side maze. This orb's going to land on the rafters, allow them to scale in.
Feast or famine, it feels like. Whalers good for it. This is dangerous, though. Takas needs to relent. And you've got to see caution being shown a little bit from the tank here. You don't want to see him falling down. Takas is good for it, though. Takes out Boot. Oh, mini Boot. Didn't get the shot he wanted there. Cadaver on the back lines. And play on site itself. Man in. Cadaver closing the net now. Heretics. Site feeling pretty small here. Gonna spot Rienz. Does actually get what he wanted. Oh dear, that's a little bit messy. But it's fine. Gentlemates, player by player. Tagged up, yes, but alive nonetheless. They keep 3 standing. Diffuse comes in. A little bit of threat to it, but it's navigated.
It damaged the shields of the last 3 players as well. This next round coming up is going to be a really, I guess, pivotal moment here because Gentlemates, they have to repurchase at least shields, at least their abilities, and they have to decide what are they going to do with Beyaz and Cadaver. Are they going to invest in weapons here, rifles, or are they just going to keep something like Ghosts, Sheriffs, stuff like that? Because Team Heretics, if they're able to win off of the back of Gentlemates doing a full investment, they could just run away and close out this game. Big swing round.
Yeah. Looking at the repurchase, let's see what they kind of bring in. We've got some more Guardians coming out, but I'm seeing rifles too. Got that Vandal still attack us, but Phantom in the hands of Beyaz. Full purchase, of course, for Heretics.
Guardians at least. Save a few $100.
Yeah. This is the first big challenge. This is where you can feel if you really got a game on your hands here. 4-man stack as well.
Down to 70 for Woot.
Oh my gosh, this is pretty bold. The tank, you are feeling brave. Just go out Mosh in hand. And Takas couldn't get away in time. Beyaz, it's labored, but it's worked. Woot's fallen and messy scenes here. And the bonus could work wonders for them. Got Heretics down to 3 very early on.
Whalers getting down that tube. Whoa. Has his utility up this line. Okay, busts up the turret, gets out with his life.
He's doubling down.
I think he just wants to listen for the rotations, but he's got his setup to deal with basically everything except for that mid to A split. Doesn't matter. Team Heretics, they just want to end it at B.
With that knife confirming no one's there, they've got a pretty good idea now. You can see them already slowly starting to move over.
Those molly positions are very odd and awkward. Team Heretics, Boo, so low if he runs into it by accident. Learn from first half, he died to a Viper molly.
Yeah.
It's alarm bot on the flank.
It's actually pretty important to keep that in play. I think they may have noted it.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go. So that's going to be the alarm bells going. They know there's at least 1 person on the flank. They don't know it's 2.
They're extending. They know that with this flank up to push towards spawn.
You can see them thinking about it, but it's tricky. It's difficult to get there in time, and Boo can't do it anymore. They've run low on time here. The drop of the wall. Benji going to find Beyaz. But Whalers close by now. They can all start focusing towards the flank once they realize there's 2 players on it. Cadaver, Whalers steps forward now, making it to yellow, but unable to even spot a player. There, you can see the Heretics are going to make them work for this. No easy fight, no easy pick. And I think they're backing away, it looks like. Yeah, time to go. Gentlemates deciding to keep hold of the 2 weapons, the Bulldog, the Guardian here, not give away any more.
Only Beyaz doesn't really have the economy to do a full purchase, so he's going to get probably Whalers' Bulldog here. And they're going to try to go another day, but if Team Heretics picks up the next round, I'm very fearful for how the rest of the game is going to pan out for Gentlemates. Great reaction there in the 3 versus 3. Regroup towards B, has that alarm bot down on the flank, and once that triggers, they realize, okay, time to start pushing in. This early fight really could have gone either way.
No big ults hitting yet either. We've got 1 off for Beyaz. Actually could be pretty imperative, but on the other side, Boo 2 away from his. We do have the TP for Takas, but waiting to do the timing. A little bit of chip. Whoa, big bit of damage. That was lovely. Unconfirmed.
Woot down to 20 this round, was down to 70 at the beginning of last round.
Yeah, struggling to get off the starting blocks here in at least a safe way.
A double lurk out, and Benji, bottom of tube, starting to creep up. He's gonna have to deal with this turret though.
We've got something in mind for it, but yeah, Cadaver spotted the flash! So well done, Beyaz, you absolute beauty. Lovely flash in there. That's put now Heretics down to just 3. But off the back of where maybe Benji's gone to, they fancy trying to pivot. No. That's when your heart sinks, doesn't it? Keeps it safe though. Benji spotted.
Okay.
Snaps to Whalers. There could be a plant hit. I mean, Rians, this is tough because you've already got to say the tank did well to find that first one, kept it safe, but you don't want to die for free. You don't want to go down on your own. And Rian's clearing
30 seconds
deep
left.
here. No one spotted. He knows that the tank was around, but it's fine. He's going to get this planted. Should be able to get away if he fancies. Timing not right on that. Timing not right at all. Rien's trying to get a little technical with it, but now it's on Benji. This is brutal. Paranoia's gone in. They could close that gap, but they don't actually get there in time. So, what? They seem so lost. They seem so lost. Wingman's on it.
Does he know about it, though?
Wingman's on it. Wingman's off it now. And now he's got a 1v1 and he's buying time. This man just never seems to feel pressure. Always so ice cold with it, Benji. And toying with him, playing with the tank. And now he's got to try and close the gap. The defuse was in there, though.
So close.
Oof. Nice try from Benji. But Gentlemates, when it matters, get it done.
That was expensive. A round's a round. They should be happy with that. 9-7.
Oh, this flash though.
This is the adaptation that they needed to do on Sunset as well. And we saw them pull it out off the Cypher camera. They got the Paranoia. They swing it to B main, get the double entry, 5 versus 3, play that out. This is the type of situation that they need to put themselves in more often to really take the fight to Team Heretics and say, hey, we're not going to let you just walk into the site, waltz around, and do whatever you want.
Now we're going to see those ults starting to hit for Gentlemates. A real chance to springboard into this game. Takas. That's tough. Yeah. I mean, you've done some damage again. Wu doesn't get to start a round, not taken down to like 20 HP, but it is 5 men standing for Heretics, so not the start you were after for Gentlemates. They do still have the ult with the tank, still have Bayaz with his 2. Regrouping towards middle, it looks like, for them. Benji on guard duty. Had a chance to 1v3 last round, well, he's got 4 targets this time. How much? Ooh, that's at least 2 players. Minimum 2 noted. Probably a lot more. Plants there. No resistance felt on the A side, so they know that it's all coming through here. There's the ult from Bayaz. And Heretics holding the site itself. They want to challenge, and well, they've lost the first. Lovely work from Bayaz.
But wait,
beautiful.
Rians has to use his Hunter's Fury because Killjoy, Benji, he's across the map. He is so far away.
Oh, this is now a race. A matter of getting back there in time now. They have no idea how far they are. They're going to cause them to scatter, to run, to get away from this. He just has to buy the time here. Do they even consider it? Do they think about it? It looks like Bayaz might be
Shocks
for a
and mollies.
second. Any more time here, he's got to speed up. The timing's cost him it. Cadaver went and dealt with Rians.
Wait, the
and
time.
now Benji has to try and get in here. Can he deny this? Can he? Oh,
Wait.
It takes him off. Time!
No!
Oh, so damn close. This is the game we wanted. 9-8, Gentlemates firing up. This is maybe why Icebox came out. This is what they've been up to. Keeping Heretics on their toes. Haven't seen Heretics pressured like this in some time, especially not by a team like Gentlemates. You wouldn't have expected it. Maybe Giant actually gave him a little to something, oh, you know, the honeymoon period, whatever. This is fantastic. Heretics forced into a timeout.
I think Team Heretics kind of forced that situation not in a good manner. Rian's backing off to do his Hunter's Fury. Benji was all the way across the map at B doing a late flank to secure the round, and the rest of the players are still pushed up. But Woot is on 20 HP at the top of Generator trying to take these fights with a Vandal, and you know, they all just fall apart so quickly there that, you know, these guys are forced to pop the Hunter's Fury, and they're not able to stabilize and get this round. I thought for sure Benji was going to throw a molly through the nest at top site, and then it bounced off the wall, try to get on that spike, because that could have been the difference maker. Obviously, when you're in those situations, it's so hard. If he was able to just get that spam kill on a tank through the box when he was getting scanned, also different story. So it's not like Team Heretics is, you know, behind by any means.
Oh, it's super close.
These rounds are tight.
Yeah, it has been coming down to like, okay, can Benji close out a 1v3? But again, as much as we do say, hey, Benji can close those out, he can do this, it's still, he's left in a 1v3, right? It's still situations you'd expect a top-end team to maybe not be forced into, but it's credit to Gentlemates here. Starting to really put on a bit of a clinic this time, but can they keep it up? We talk about teams that have, you know, real capability, top-end teams. You talk about depth, their ability to adjust, take timeouts, bring out new looks. Get a little bit of a tester, a little taster of that here. The economy suffering, however, for Heretics. So you've got Sheriffs, bit of a broken buy, still certainly serviceable. And Bootstrap's really deep on that.
Two big openings.
Oh, dear. They can filter that rifle back through.
Covered weapon,
The
Viper's
TP.
Pit.
Didn't commit to it. Okay, Plant's going to be coming down, and you're right, the Viper's Pit there, the lockdown. Lots to use. It looks like Heretics kind of leading into maybe not a set piece as such, but, you know, a really well-crafted idea. Seemed to have a full approach in mind for how they wanted to break in towards that A site. And the lockdown on top. They're making no mistakes now.
They're dumping everything into this round to secure it. This is off the back of an eco as well, and if you look at the economy of the other side, Gentlemates, 150, 300, 300. These guys need to save. They have nothing going into the next round. They need these if they want to have a chance.
And that's the aspect where, you know, those 1v3s, those close rounds, that's when it matters, because the money's never stable.
Right.
You're never building up that bank behind you, you never get a round in hand. It is really like, okay, if we lose out on those first two, we got to pull the plug. We got to hit that early save. So it took Heretics bringing out maybe a little set piece into this, you know, a clear-cut plan coming out from maybe Weber or Niels. However they wanted to approach it, they've just done that. But now we look back into kind of the more regular rounds. This generally has been Gentlemates' side.
Miniboo has his KO ulti. There's a time for a set play. This could be it. But they're in a little bit of control of the situation. They're getting this walk up on A fairly easily. They know that there's going to be no op on the board. That opens up options for them to do their contact plays. And they are so damn good at these contact plays as well. Looks like they're just faking their A default here. I don't know if enough people got scanned by Team Heretics to make Gentlemates want to move away from here, but still walking out here if they're able to get these opening kills.
Timing on this, just as he wants to refresh here. There's
Do
the
it
hot
now.
flash. It's going to give them at least the line forward. Miniboo, when do you decide to pop the ult? If he does, you're looking at Takas back of yellow. A Guardian going to be really, you know, trying to make it count.
I think they might wait 20 more seconds, get that knife up for a Miniboo just to get that confirmed info off the back of yellow. But already 4 defenders here, and they're coming to do this reflash push.
The knife, and there's going to be the 2 players spotted.
But the smoke.
And away they go. Kadabra not, oh, the flash was so good there, but Kadabra had a chance. Does get a 1. Woot goes down, but now the site looking more and more vulnerable. But keep your eyes on the spike. It's still not really left spawn here. The owl drone being brought in. Do they continue along this? Do they carry on towards B? No, they're not. They look where the spike's heading. Okay, a little bit of a second guessing here. There is still in the tank over on the A site.
Recalling my bot.
Maybe a bit of a double fake almost. Got to pause here, but they don't have much time to pause, so they kind of have to play this one out a little bit dry to an extent. There's the step, and the wall goes up. Whalers is spotted. Bayaz is there. This should be enough now for the tank to rotate. 10 seconds. The flash from Bayaz again. He has been absolutely on it. Now there's the problem of the spike and Gentlemates. Working the time, working the players, punishing Heretics.
That was a must-round win for Gentlemates, and they were probably just so nervous after their flash peak didn't work. They mistimed it ever so slightly. I think it was off by maybe a couple seconds. What happened was they still had their Omen one-way smoke up, so when these flashes came in, when the KO flash came in, all of the attackers, Team Heretics, were protected. They didn't see that flash come in. They were protected, and then that smoke dropped, and they were able to win out those duels. 4 versus 3 conversion. Gentlemates coming out from the back foot.
Hey, credit where it's due. They had a horrific run before on this map. They've come back out and just absolutely torn up the history books here. Good start this time. Last time around we saw him fall on that peak. This time he gets rewarded. Straight up the guts though. Boo just pressuring middle. Like, hey, do you remember you guys do this to us? We're gonna give that a go actually. A little bit of a split here. The tank, gun in hand. And he does the dance just right. Steps around the knives and Wu falls. And the tank's still here. He's such a nuisance. He's getting away with it again and again. And now we're tied up. Heretics held at 10. Gentlemates back in this game.
Gentlemates saw last week they see Giant X take a map off of Team Heretics. They know, hey, If they can bleed, they can die. If Giant X can do this, so can we. It might go down to the distance, down to the wire. It happened in overtime on Split. Gentlemates is looking to be another team that can take a map off of Team Heretics.
Second timeout. A1 check-in. A1 a word. You don't often see Heretics push like this. I know that sounds almost silly to say after the Giant X thing, but again, that, you know, a little bit of almost a lean towards recency in that regard, because prior to that, it was a very clean run. Heretics have looked very solid. They're not one of the teams you're going, oh, how's their performance up and down? No, they've been pretty much on it. So this is a show of, okay, Gentlemates 1 have stepped up here. They definitely look better here. You know, there's been some real margin of growth. They've got a couple of ults to play ahead of them as well. They've got the money a little, you know, shaky for Heretics. There's a world we live in where Gentlemates might take this map off of Heretics. Now, whether they could do that on Lotus is yet to be seen, and something we can discuss if we get there.
Yeah.
But this is already quite impressive, genuinely, to witness.
I think a lot of it comes down to how they're individually performing as well. Some of these opening kills, some of these trades, even a couple of rounds ago when we saw them get 2 apiece, Bayaz coming through the Viper wall with his flash getting 2, and then being closed out by Whalers with 2 with his Guardian. I think Team Heretics, if I'm in the voice comms of that pause, I'm probably saying like, hey, we're actually not even doing too bad. Like, we have some advantages. We could just keep doing what we're doing.
I wonder. I always wish we could be just a fly on the wall to hear what they're saying, but
early control, Kadavra all the way through.
Then they get the 4 players over towards the A site here. Heretics, yeah, they get the step in. They can probably get the plant too, but the pressure is right at the doorway. And now you can see the worry, you can see the paranoia being sent in, you can see the thrash being sent in. They've got everything they needed. Bayaz and Takas in unison. It's an absolute shutdown. Riens and Benji, you ain't got anything to say here. Finally, Gentlemates looking in full form. Prepared, ready, waiting, and punishing every step that Heretics have tried to take. Benji, you're good, but you're maybe not a 1v4, almost a 1v5 good. 17 HP. We ask a lot of him. We're asking an ace here.
I've seen a 1v3 ace clutch today. 30 seconds remaining, 17
30
HP.
seconds left.
Thrash recovered.
I got the spike.
And 11 rounds for Gentlemates. I want to get a replay of that Thrash as well, because
did he get both of them up towards Nest?
It got both of them in Nest, and I think it came from heaven and did a hop from the rafters up into Nest right here.
EBS.
Just a nice straight jump onto heaven, got both of them, and just sprayed through the smoke. And it was all really off of that initial fight down middle through B. I mean, we're just seeing Kadavra literally solo run through B, meet up with his teammates down middle. Hey, B's clear, mid's clear, it's got to be A. They converge on A, they use that Thrash, and they clean up 11 rounds. So close to making it happen, but full buy coming out for Team Heretics. They might wait for this counter knife. They know every single round. Gentlemates, after a few seconds, they do a counter. There is no knife right now. It might be a flash peek instead. They're just waiting out that timing, trying to catch them at the interval.
Flash, there's Dizzy. I mean, Wood's got to run. So does Boo. Boo's caught there. Oh my gosh, how did Boo live? So close to being punished. That was almost perfect.
The reaction from Team Heretics is actually to go B, Benji up tube, but that's where the Sentinel setup is. Viper's Pit.
Preemptive too. Lots of util in the way. That's so tough. Try and get in on.
There's no turret blocking Benji though.
Yeah, but you can see the eyes. Takas is still watching this. That deeper angle. Oh, and it's all about timing. Who gets the god timing on this one? That's pretty much it. And there's still the fight on the site. Bayaz even layering in on this. They want that 12.
They see the turret now.
They've got to know.
They give the comp to Benji. Benji could walk up now.
30 seconds left.
He doesn't hear anything though.
Yeah, still not going on this. They're being held at 25 seconds. He's getting so low. This is such a crazy stalemate. They've got to make a go on this. 18 seconds, time to go. They've got to stick the landing, and Kadavra's still waiting, still mopping up. 2 big kills, a third to add to it. The body count just piling on. Sees Boo, but now 7, 6, time's run too low. It's 12 for Gentlemates. Unthinkable scenes in front of us here. Keeping everything moving forward for the French side. Lockdown still in play for them as well. They're getting everything they wanted.
Gentlemates, you can see individually just swinging around with so much confidence, understanding that we have an actual chance to take this map, go to a third map. It's their life for playoffs. Team Heretics, they don't have that much pressure. It's just locking in the top two. Can they do this? Do they want it badly enough? They have to show it.
Ain't that just the question? How bad do you want it? You saw how close Gentlemates got to that start before. Almost catching two. It was Boo trying to dart back, and I think Woot as well. Same or a similar flash setup. Where's the Dizzy to follow? There it is. Last time around.
Catches him.
Yeah, screwed here potentially. Does get away with his life. Again, fine margins here.
This time, they're going to go towards B, just break the utility, put a little bit of pressure, maybe use that drone and Hunter's Fury to sell it, but the re-hit towards A for Team Heretics.
Trying to feign that there's a little bit more presence here. You're going to see the util being run through. Knife goes in, clears yellow, no one's there, so already response being made. Bayaz, he's out of there. Heretics trying to pull this fake in the very last couple of seconds, maybe keep a second body, a third man at ideal, but they're not falling for it. He's drawn out the lockdown, that's something. Do they consider Takas? Do they consider Natank? Because you better do, because they've just been lined up on a platter. This is perfection from Gentlemates. I don't think many of us saw this one coming, but now it's their chance to close out here. 5 of them standing. Rienz and Miniboo probably stunned at this. And I can't believe what we witnessed, but a marvelous performance from Gentlemates here, closing it down. 13-10. The underdog has had, well, I wouldn't say his day yet, but he certainly had his map here. Icebox is theirs, the method in the madness witnessed. And now the third map on the horizon. Lotus, didn't expect to see it today, and we will be, so do not go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah. I always go all in. swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Trust the process. That's what we were talking about when we saw this map, or we wondered, is there a reason why Gentlemates dared to go to Icebox against a team like Team Heretics? And I'm going to say good news, Kakuka and Ash, there was a reason, and that reason was beautiful.
Was it? How beautiful was it?
It was beautiful.
Well, it was a bit shaky in the first half. It was beautiful
No, but
on
the
defense.
defense was so
the
good.
defense was gorgeous coming out from them. Because last time we saw this comp was Koi running it up against Fnatic last split. That was a 4-13. We saw the difficulties, but it was a very different approach that Gentlemates had. And I gotta just shout out the calling out from Bayaz, because they look like on a different level.
I think that time after time, I agree with that. Like the first half was a little bit shaky, but I think that on the defense, we saw many times Heretics, for example, just waiting out on B. Very dependent on what Minibu was doing with his abilities because of the combo of the Viper and the Omen. And this one, oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, this is the.
I couldn't see the screen.
The 0.33 defuse, but this is the thing. It came down to a lot of heroics, but at the same time, a lot of great team synergy. Look at this flash from Bayaz.
Yeah, time after time, I think that Bayaz, Ashley was saying it, the calling was on point. It's so difficult in this high-pressure situations. Yeah. We talk about how everything is on the line for mates here, how the score is not on their favor, how even the rounds, you know, sometimes they're running out of time, and they managed to close these things out.
Yeah, because it felt like on attack, they were struggling a little bit maybe with the pacing, the fact that they didn't have that duelist to make the entry, take that space. They had to slow things down. It was a little uncomfortable, but the way that they were able to just pause before the retakes, just wait that time down, wait for the refresh on their utility. I honestly, it felt like a clinical defense side on Icebox.
Yeah, and let's take a look in the tank here as well. We've seen him on the wall, we've seen him on the Phoenix, we've seen him on everything. And this again, it didn't even look like that it was the first time he's playing. It looked like he's been playing this for years.
Crazy to see how Natank has become so flexible. The Phoenix, the Raze, the Sage, the Gecko now. We wanted a Gentlemates that surprised us, and I think that even for today, it is done. But we need to think about the last map. We need to think about Lotus because Gentlemates still in this league in Tier 1 have not won the map. They've played it, I believe, 4 times, but they still haven't hit the key. On the other side, we see Heretics that for the second time this week, they go to this third map and have to face again the fact that they have to close it on the third.
Is it happening, Ash? Is it happening?
Oh, on Lotus? Honestly, I think if we see something crazy composition-wise coming out from Mates, I think that it could happen. They look so hungry on that stage for the win. And how insane of a story would it be for Gentlemates to be the team to take down Heretics?
I know, right? But also, I don't remember the last time seeing a reaction cam from Vert after he dies where he goes, what? Like, he looked so confused. Sometimes on the map, the shots that Gentlemates were just hitting, I think they handled his aggression on attack side very, very well. I'm trusting the process. It's late. It's very late here in Germany. It's 11 p.m. and that icebox is just too crazy. It's because the way that they won it. They won it off the back of some seriously good rounds.
Because, you know, he seems fresh. He seems on point. He's just drinking his water. You know, Minibu on the other side looks a little bit more tired. I think probably is the feeling for this week, and also has to be revitalizing for a team like Mates closing it the way that they did. Also, huge and massive shout out to Kadabra. I think that he's integrating so well. It looks effortless.
It really does. And I think, though, my worry is, again, back to that energy here for both of these teams, right? You're talking about it. We can see it right now on our screens. The energy that Beaz is just trying to give to his team right now, just chatting before this match starts. But I do think Heretics can come back here on Lotus. This is a map they're very comfortable on. And honestly, if they have a hot start, if they get those spirits back up, that's usually when they're unstoppable.
Was the start not hot enough on Icebox? Okay.
Yes,
it was pretty hot, right?
It was a hot start, but I do want to give credit over towards the tank. He had really great control of A main there. There's really cool protocols that we saw from the Dizzy spotting out that crossover towards Fridge. But as we head into Agent Slug,
tank! What is okay?
No, I'm here for this.
Whoa.
I'm here for this. I'm here for this.
Go. Analysis.
Takas, not on the Neon. I'm kind of here for it. I think that we saw how he adjusted on that Omen. There was a bit, I had a couple questions at the beginning of Icebox there, but it's been a bit of a struggle. And the tank, I feel like, has been a much more consistent entry, or second entry for this team.
We have not seen Heretics run this since they came back from Shanghai. It's good to see that they swapped that race back onto that Neon for Mates. I think that they have a huge edge here. I think that Natank is feeling himself right now and starting on the attack. He's going to give us a great show.
Honestly, you know, I'm a huge Heretics fan, but let's get that copium going because the non-Viper mirror win rate is so heavily skewed towards the team that runs the Viper, Pansy, and Steel. Are you with me?
Oh, Sue, I don't know if I'm with you. I don't know. My heart says yes, my head says no. Josh, what about you? You're meant to be the doomer here, right?
We're here.
Okay.
I don't know if we're with you.
But what do you make of it then? What do you make of it? Talk to me. Break this down.
I do wonder if Natank is going to have enough support, like without that breach. When you're running that double controller, you want to do a lot of this, like map control, retake map control, fakes and stuff like that. You're going to have the Neon going so fast ahead. But where's the stuns? Where's that exec heavy stuff? Maybe it would have been better for him to even be on a Sage. You know what I mean?
Don't say it. Don't say that. Don't. I like it. I like what we're seeing.
Or Phoenix then.
Oh, God. It's even worse. Okay, we're into the third and final map here. I think a lot of us didn't expect to see it. Maybe Yinzu had it right the whole time. I don't know. She was a bit of a believer. But we wait with bated breath here. We Gentlemates on the attack. Of course, Heretics on the defending side. And a bit of a David against Goliath scenario here today. Minibu. First challenge. He's found Kadabra.
And that is A just completely flushed open. Gentlemates. Oh, man.
You clear Boo.
No way.
You clear Boo, don't you? You're going to clear... No, you don't. You don't clear Boo. And that's what happens when you don't clear Boo. He gets away with 2. You've seen it all now. They're just going to leave. It looks like Benji. Just hold down. Oh, my God, the tank. That was snappy. That's fine Rien's, but it's a lot to ask of Takas. This better be the best paranoia you've ever damn seen. Might get a go of it. No, okay. Heretics gonna start this one up now. Is the you know, all theoretical nonsense conversation. Right, so Icebox, it was a bit of a surprise result seeing the Gentlemates won it, so you can have the confidence pretty high up, right? You've just taken a map off Heretics, you're feeling good, everything's hitting. But there is also the counter-argument to this that you probably just got them pissed off Heretics, if I'm honest. Do you know what I mean? You're the expected team to win. They either step up or they capitulate and fall down. Now we get to see what we get, right?
I mean, Icebox, it was Gentlemates' pick. They had the double controller. It's probably something that Team Heretics wasn't prepared for, something that they aren't used to playing against. And we saw that 5-0 start for Team Heretics. We're like, oh, yeah, they're going to close this out. Easy. And Gentlemates probably, you know, surprised them a little bit. But here, this is one of the hunting grounds for Team Heretics.
Yeah, bread and butter situation. Right into this. Got to look at the purchase here, actually, on the other side as well. Stinger coming out. Sheriffs. And a quick lean, a quick attempt on this B site, clearing through by Blue. The plant's going to be there. I like the late positioning potentially from Bayaz. An overextension means death. Takas goes down, and there's no harm really put there towards Miniboo. How do they get back into the site, though?
They open up this blue door. I don't know if they did.
I don't know. I don't think they have, Vix. It's all hello! Okay. Whalers. No follow-up. Natank now, next up. Can't make much more of it, and it's Bayaz on this position. The door has been opened, but by now, I think he might have missed that window of chance, and they seem to be spanning through. They're very aware of it. Diffuse is in. 3 alive. The 2 Bulldogs, the 1 Vandal. No harm made. Decent attempt from Gentlemates. Not enough to convert it at the end, though.
So round 1, Team Heretics, Big Bro and Little Bro find one of those spammable boxes, hide behind it, let them walk by and get the kills. Round 2, heavy control over that A main. Going into the bonus round here, I wouldn't be surprised to see if they're trying to get in the faces again of Gentlemates. Gentlemates, they don't have a composition that they can really go and take those heads-up duels right at the start of the round where they just go straight headbutt each other. They have to wait. They have to let Team Heretics take some map control and retake it with that Viper wall.
Whalers has seen a whole lot there. Mound control does get put firmly in the hands of Heretics at the very beginning. Now, do they try and cut through the noise by going through door, potentially push him off that position? See how Gentlemates responds after seeing that initial walkout.
You have to keep in mind, though, this stun line could be really deadly.
We could. Benji getting closer. Careful. Pixel spotted. He's in, I don't want to say no man's land, but Miniboo now wants to help him out a bit. See Miniboo quickly turning his attention elsewhere, though, knowing that maybe there's a second layer to this, a second string. But he's still holding Mound. They are very firm in their positions here, not really afraid to hold this, maybe even to the extent of danger. Navra also slipping a little bit deeper here. This is still interesting. This is still Miniboo holding at this point. He does not want to fall away just yet. Finally forced off. Pressure on the other side of the map as well. Hard to answer all the questions here. A lot of question marks across the map.
Team Heretics kind of getting worked and split up a little bit. Not able to do the normal rotations that they would like to be able to because Gentlemates has so much map control. They pressured B, they pressured off Mound.
But time, it's starting to run a little low for me. 25 seconds and the spike's heading back towards C. Oh my god, this is just really late. Yeah, it is, we say just Miniboo. Big man himself at times. Nothing mini about it. He's gonna hear the steps. That's gonna be called out.
Oh, no one's there to protect him either. And no one can recover that. That's it.
Yeah, that's round wraps. 4 seconds, 3, no chance to plant, and it just took Miniboo's patience, discipline, and heads-up work, not falling for the fake. Bonus found, and it looks like they've awoken the beast a little here in Heretics. Not letting Gentlemates have that step in, because it felt like they had them split there, Josh. It felt like they were working them on this early start.
I mean, Team Heretics, they were worked off like really well. They were split up, but Miniboo understood, like, hey, it's by the time I get all the way over there, they're gonna be in the site, or my teammates have already won. I'm surprised Gentlemates didn't actually just go through, do the due diligence, clear that elbow angle out. I mean, he could have just like sprinted in. Once they use that Omen teleport, they're making the noise anyways.
Yeah, that's going to hurt a little bit, I feel. Once again, that information. Mound is I'm looking to see how they adapt each time now, because they know of that Mound control. They know that they've been taking that as a high priority. Gentlemates looking like they want to try and pressure towards B again, lean back through, working this map on the extremities now. Never again. They're going to be forced to invest a lot of early utility, and I'm looking at the tank trying to get, gap closing here. Boo, almost got caught by that.
This way.
Oh, okay. Little bit of a question mark. They don't quite know what's down here. It is just Natank at the moment. And the double face is going to deal with him. Boo's taking him down. They've secured the space there. They've seen nothing else beside it. So once again, Miniboo kind of becoming a bit of an anchor in a way. Having to hold down this A site. You can see that spike traipsing its way across here.
Still, Miniboo single-handedly won the last round.
Dav has crept close though. Don't know about Miniboo on the site here. This cross could be the death of them. Actually, he gets out. Really, what precarious play. But the plant's in. Gentlemates this time managing to snake through a little bit better.
5v4 and Heretics not budging off that just initial pressure, that contact, waiting for that spike to get guaranteed stuck in that site. Now they move in, 5 versus 4.
Yeah, look at the util as well, Josh. They've still got the paranoia, they've still got all the stuns, all the flashes, all the goodies here to try and clear through at least those initial steps of sight. And the ult on top, Miniboo really investing into this. Oh, snap back, gorgeous! Post-plant set up from Gentlemates. This is looking very good. Takas could be in trouble here. Oh, actually tell a lie, it's only Rien's to do damage. That is wondrous from Gentlemates.
That tripwire from Whalers right at the entrance to the site. The Viper wall also right next to it. They couldn't see it, Team Heretics. Miniboo, he trips in it. He gets slingshotted back, and there's nothing they could do. Team Heretics normally are so good. 5 versus 4 retake. You would think, oh, this is a done deal for these guys. This is what they live and breathe for. Nope. Gentlemates shuts them down.
All right, first step by Gentlemates. This series could be such a banger if we see both teams really popping off here. Bucky's out for the tank and the crisscross tic-tac-toe about to be played. And it's Woot to find Takas in all the madness and the mayhem. And the trade's effective for Heretics this time. Thriving in the chaos, the flash is divine. And Heretics quickly course correct here, not allowing any play beyond rubble.
And Team Heretics probably reeling a little bit from the previous round. How dare you guys take a round from us? Try it again, I dare you. And this is like a perfect example. If there's a way to illustrate why the composition for Team Heretics just beats Gentlemates is at these opening duels, this big battle. This breach utility is everything. Look at the layered flash off the stun. They have the neon stuns with the paranoia. There's just so much that's going in their favor.
This is getting scrappy now as well for Gentlemates, so they don't want to let this one slip too far away, right? You don't want to give Heretics that big beginning. But their money's starting to wane a little bit here. Guardian out, Sheriff, Bulldog. And no easy instigating ults either. Heretics claiming their stake towards rubble. This is a lot on Boo's shoulders. He does have his TP if he's feeling too much. But this, again, is 3 players there. Time to try and get out if you can. Oh, you are playing such a dangerous game, the paranoia. Just about. I mean, Boo is a lucky boy. He's played it really well, but man, that was close enough.
Team Heretics loses so much of the map. They have no info around Mound, no info at B, and now they've also lost not only a lobby, but a site is completely abandoned. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake potentially here.
I guess they've got Woot's ult to lean into if they get the chance for it. This Prowler should connect on Boo, it does. And Boo's in a little bit of trouble here. He's actually been able to play his life pretty nicely. And they've got a site though, you're right, completely evacuated. No one was nearby.
I'm looking for Whalers in the end round just to see what he could do. He should not progress, he should wait for his team, he should wait for Team Heretics to do something. If he gets caught here, it could be really just tragic. It looks like
really high risk.
Yeah, he could have just waited a few more seconds, but it looks like he's winning this timing right now.
He gets to tell his teammates where they're coming from. Everyone can turn their attention this way. They now know it. Whaler's going to spot it out and just be a nuisance, be in the back line. Cadaver's going to find Woot though. And now Bayaz having to hold this one down. Benji going to take the first couple of steps here. Time starting to tick here, but Heretics starting to clean house. Whalers, they know where he was. Takas, he's got to do a whole lot. He's done very well, but this is too much for Whalers. Surely not. Oh, Benji. Got him in the end. That felt close. But Heretics make it through the maze in the end. There were layers to that could have cost them.
Benji actually placed a trip right outside Heaven. So if Whalers actually went through B, through Heaven, he would have got caught by that trip, went that long way. If he was able to connect that Sheriff shot at the opening, that could have been the difference maker. But all the rest of Gentlemates just lost in the sauce, smokes, Viper walls, everything happening, and Team Heretics converging from multiple different angles, getting those spam kills.
We're starting to see them try and settle down a little bit here. Gentlemates slowing this down. They've been going head-to-head, kind of, you know, crunching into each other. Some very high-octane, volatile starts to these rounds, but they have been tipping towards Heretics now. 5-1 is a scoreline they can't really abide by.
Hey, man. 5-0 was the start of the last game, and it came out to Gentlemates' favor. A couple things going in the favor of Team Heretics right now is that we've seen them time and time again on this map. Woot has his Nightfall still. He didn't have to expend it last round. It's going to be an eco round, most likely for Gentlemates. Maybe a small investment with Stingers, Guardians, potentially. A little bit of a half buy. And if Team Heretics is able to pick up a few more rounds here, that's going to be looking really good for them, because once they go into that second half as well, they have so much to really target down those Gentlemates players. They can use the Prowler to confirm information of a player, use that Breach stun to lock them down, and Mini-Boo flies in at them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Gentlemates is able to defend against that.
Come on, Gentlemates, give us a game here.
Just a few more rounds, yeah?
Yeah, I genuinely, if you're going to take us to a third map, let's see what you've got. Now, we do see what you kind of discussed, the Guardians, the Bulldogs, the Sheriffs, and the early attempt on Mini-Boo's life. This time, he's sticking round. He's got help. And you can see the Heretics just really digging their heels in to the side of the map. A risky maneuver, considering they are up against a lighter purchased team. You can see, deals with the Prowler and then deals with the player. Making it seem like no problem. He does eventually fall away. You can see the Prowler in response as well, clearing out towards B. Starting to understand the timber and tempo that Gentlemates have been trying to play with.
Team Heretics, I don't even remember the last time they tried to defend a site. It must have been like round 2. But here comes the rotation. Cypher trying to sneak the bomb. Spike towards C.
Already though, I'm looking at the cam still there. Takas doing wonders. Takes down Boo. Oh, Boo, get out of here. And where'd you go now? Beaz is a little bit screwed in this. There's still going to be the util in the way. He still has to show his hand if he wants in.
There's no bypassing this trip. You have to break that.
They're still worried about the presence on B, because there was a chance that maybe Whalers was still lingering around there, but they can lean on the retake. They still have Rians with his utility. They still have smokes with Boo. They've got 4 players to the 2, so this is going to have to be a massive over-delivery.
Do they use
either
that
Beaz or Whalers?
Omen teleport just to get that information on elbow area? Stuns up.
It looks like they're just going in on it. There's Whalers with his chance. Does get one and keeps his life, but Beaz went down. Now Whalers on 5, overwhelmed. Too many targets and too few tries at it. 3 make it through for Heretics, and another round. That's 6-1 now.
Commanding lead for Team Heretics. They now have that Rolling Thunder from the Breach as well. They can really invest that. That means that if they use that stun early out in the round, Gentlemates still needs to just proceed with caution. That kill from Boo in that smoke, that's so dirty. And then Woot still has his Nightfall. They've kept all of these things. The only thing that really Gentlemates has going for them is their Nightfall. They now have a Viper's Pit as well. I wonder if they're going to do some sort of fake. We've seen them try to set it up a couple times. We've seen them try to do it on Icebox as well. Maybe they could do something with the Viper's Pit, either as the fake or something to secure the round with it deep, getting in the faces of Team Heretics to disrupt that retake.
I wonder. You still have to go through that ever-extending protocol list, but it looks like the tank just wants to go in straight away. The TP did just get invested as well. There's a 3-play stack from Heretics towards B here. Just leaving Boo to his own devices on towards C, who's already seeing super deep on this. But, with all this said, I think you got it right. That fake in progress.
There.
They need to find a way to get that spike somewhere relevant, and Benji is still on A, has that camera, spots 2 players, has the kill trip still up, and the rest of his team. Mini-Boo hesitating, doesn't know where to go. That spike gets faked. And now the Viper's Pit drops. All the rotation is coming. This is beautifully played, but Boo, he's too smart.
Boo is so smart with this.
Does he get out?
No, he doesn't. Okay, so Natank's got the sight. They need to just get there and get the spike down if they can. Bayer still has his ult. That's huge for this potentially. But you got to say, when you're talking about ults, Heretics has the full hand. Still with that Nightfall, still with Rienz's too. There's a lot to work through here. Not easy.
They have the Odin spam as well for that plant spot.
You can hear it just being toyed with. There we go.
Double ults
ult
off.
on ult. And surely there's no way out of this. Heretics just finding them body after body being dropped on the floor, and Whalers has nowhere to go. There was no way out of that one. Even if the spike got planted, it would have been incredibly impressive, but it wasn't going to happen. Whalers needs to back away, reconsider things here. And I think they've brought out that next layer to Heretics. The side who wants to prove a point. Yeah, they dropped Icebox, but they don't want to be dropping this one. 7-1 now, the scoreline spiraling out of control here.
And we've seldomly seen Team Heretics running Benchy Fishy's trips towards that C site. He's been placing them for A. He realizes, hey, there's double controller going on right now. They're going to try to do a lot of these fakes, these lurks, and they're not going to go for these straight up hits. So he's placing his trips. He's spreading them across the map, giving them to his teammates, switching his setup, playing on A randomly. And I think if he was playing towards C, that strat works for Gentlemates. But the fact that he's playing on A that round, it caught them. Like, where do they go? The trips are still up, the camera's still up. The jig is up.
Might just be mini boop. And it's just, you know, you're looking at the swings in pressure, right? We've seen how many times, you know, mini boo, for example, will go out towards Mound. Pressure that caused them to invest utility this time. Other side of the map towards A, you've got deeper prowlers, you've got Boo pushed up here towards Rubble. Godabra's job is to try and at least keep him, oh god, 3 HP is all he gets left with. Oh man, that's rough. And the switch up of the setup here too. The lower traps. The tank now knows this might be the site he's on. Rienz, good positioning too. This is tough, this is really tough. Do they get in? They've got a couple of steps forward, but it's not pretty. And look at Benji waiting. Oh, nice little flick there. The tank just trying to sweep around the backside though, but it's still Benji. Oh my god! It's stunning from Benji! His aim this round alone was outrageously good. The tank here. Yeah, not gonna happen. Credit to Benji on that one. And look, we both come from more, you know, your Counter-Strike sort of situations where seeing players kind of aiming up, down, left, right, and center. Yeah, he knows what he's done. There's the Fortnite in him, look at him. So easy to adjust like this, just, oh.
Just build, LOL.
Well, Gentlemates need to build a bloody plan at this point. One round. Could do with some more.
And as that lead just builds and builds and builds, I feel like Gentlemates is going to run out of ideas. It looked similar on Icebox, but Gentlemates was able to pull something out. I'm not sure, I'm not confident that they have it in them for this map. Lotus against Team Heretics and talk us down.
Yeah, what are you meant to do? They're winning everywhere.
Spike down A.
It's that second evolution almost of them. None of the fights seeming to be working out. No little set plays to bring in.
Right there.
This has been a one-sided affair this time around. If they get away with the minimum remainders, maybe there's still a chance for Gentlemates, but they're struggling. And look at some of these deep pieces of util. You noticed it too. Like, look at this. They can't be subtle around the map anymore.
We're just going to stack on A, watch B, and if you want to go C, guess what? You got to get past this trip. And not only that, we have a camera set up in the site as well. Once you get on the site, go for that plant, go for that post plant. We're going to retake in. I popped the camera. I know exactly where you are.
It's all been there. And look at the paranoia about it as well. They know what he's been up to. They've seen quite a lot. Benji putting on a clinic here. But they've got a plant this time. Look at it. Look at how hard it is to hold a site against this. I don't know where Gentlemates want to go. It looks like they want to focus towards CT. That puts Mini Boo into play, but he's very crisp. It feels unfair. It genuinely feels very hard to imagine how you're meant to play into this. That's how you start it, but there's just so many bodies here. Heretics just a step above right now. Diffuse, 9 rounds. Gentlemates held on 1.
There's so many situations where Mini Boo is off on his own, and he's able to just hold down an angle for Gentlemates to push and extend through, and he's just so good at just one-tapping that first guy that's coming in his way, that everyone else that's behind this player for Gentlemates is like, I'm not even gonna go try to trade that. Mini Boo's there. I'd rather go face the other 3 at Waterfall than go and face him in spawn.
This goes here.
Yeah, 12-6 for him. Ult's there in hand if he fancies it, but same can be said for the tank. Not on scoreboard-wise, but he does at least have the ult. They've got a buy here. And again, you're looking at trying to get away with scraps. Really, 9 rounds already for Heretics. They'll be happy with that. Seeing this stack towards A, maybe another brawl potentially. No, it looks like a focus towards middle from Gentlemates. And they responded quickly here. Maybe feeling the pressure off the utility invested, but how did Gentlemates respond? Quick pivots, it looks like, is the answer from them.
Lots of map control. They push back A, they push back B. They come around to C. But the C pressure is just pressure. They're not trying to do anything with it, going back to A. But Team Heretics a step ahead. They have 3 players here.
Heretics are reading this really well.
When we back up,
Do they just try and
they
disrespect
could use the Viper wall to walk across. They have that orb as well. Drop the
spam. It's still horrific to try and handle the... Oh my god.
What?
The tank, that felt too far-fetched for me. And look at how well-rounded this is. Takas and Cadaver have done damage. Okay, maybe bringing Heretics back to heal. First time in a minute we've had a player advantage here for Gentlemates. Good info as well. They know where the last 2 players are, so they should be able to get a plant.
Planted for tree.
Benji's still got his ult here. Creeping in towards door. Door is open. Beaz, util. Same for Whalers.
Okay.
Does he check right? No, he doesn't. Okay, Whalers rewarded. And now he ends. The mechanical monster himself, but these are hard fights to have. A little bit of util. He can try and isolate. But he's getting wrapped on the side too. You're looking at Takas here doing really good, lovely reposition. Gentlemates scraping up to a 2nd round. Punishing the audacity from Heretics there to stick around and keep trying to fight towards rubble. And it worked out this time.
No,
this
is absurd though. Natankas, look how many seconds between that and the next fight. At least 3 full seconds. And you would have thought like that flash, that paranoia that Boo throws down the entire lane, it's gonna catch everybody. You think for sure Team Heretics cleans this up. No sweat, no problem. Somehow, Gentlemates comes out on top.
Hey, you take them when you get them. Right back to business though. We've seen Miniboo doing this before. Probably see it again. Is there a pace change? Is there any new look?
Very close.
Yeah, Takas got to be cool. I know, on red alert now. He's getting pinched. Look at it, they want him dead.
Benji?
Oh dear, this is now going to get to scrappy times. Miniboo's on the prowl, he's on the hunt here. And they get all the information. The tank trying to find his way out of danger, out of dodge. But there's 2 players. Ugh, it's not pretty. Certainly no Rafa here. But it's going to work out. The site's under control. Waving the French banner on the site itself. Fights across the map. Clean from Cadaver, leaving just Miniboo alive. A 1v4. First challenger, Natank dead. 26 HP though. He's got ults, he's got everything he wants, but he's down to 1 HP on the decay. And this left side. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. Thank you. Easy now, 3 rounds. 3 rounds is doable.
It's doable. I mean, we saw the 8-4 halves for 2 maps in a row. Gentlemates was able to convert one of those. 9-3, not out of the realm of possibility. It really comes down to the start right here, because if Team Heretics wins another pistol round, if they're able to get this one, that's going to really make Gentlemates think, do we want to do a force buy? Is that something that we really need to do? Are we feeling that pressured? That is a big lead. That's a big lead, and you don't want to have to... sitting there making that decision is the worst thing in the world, because it's like, if it doesn't work out, it just feels so bad. Oh, should I have actually called this?
Yeah. I don't envy IGLs for that sort of stuff. That's the horrific side of it. But at 9-3, Gentlemates gave themselves an opportunity, a chance, and Takas is played in. Just this little gap on the wall. It was Beaz to draw blood. Takas got to get a move on here. Trying to time it. It's a bit messy, a bit scrappy. But it's mostly Heretics who've walked away wounded from this.
Team Heretics stalled out. Lots of time on the clock still, over a minute. Just barely. Counter utility set up for Gentlemates. Team Heretics needs to put a little bit of pressure elsewhere on the map.
Okay, the Prowler's going to catch on towards Wood, but we can see where the spike's going. There is still a cam here, so Whalers could check on this as and when. Spike going back, kind of almost maybe a double fake.
My camera is destroyed.
Only spots one on the camera. They might hold their setup.
How much do they respond? I think there's a horn being considered. Yeah, they want to try and find some information on this. They've now had question marks across both sides of the map.
Because only Boo was spotted on the camera, they actually decide to take the spike back to A. Rien's spike in pocket, a free A site. Gentlemates basically fully bought into the C hold. They'll have that 5 versus 4.
Yeah, this is still very much in favor of, I'd still say, Gentlemates here with the man advantage. Careful, Whalers. You don't want to go alone on this. You feel like you want to try and play with the rest of them. But as Heretics playing close by, they're sitting really deep on site here. Whalers might be overwhelmed. He is, Benji Fishy. The one to actually find him in the end, but you saw flying up the rope was Wood, and what is going on? Heretics has taken the fight to Gentlemates, who had the man to the good, who had everything they wanted. And Bayaz, I mean, this has fallen by the wayside and then some. What are you meant to do now? It's flipped here pretty much. He's back on the attack. And there's so many players, so many angles, and so few chances. 10 for Heretics instantly.
That was a 5 versus 4 for Gentlemates. And the reason why I highlighted him on the map there, going for that flank, Bayaz, Whalers is up in heaven, and he's trying to like inch forwards, trying to get like an opening kill, but they have that man advantage already. They don't need anything else. Yeah. And then Team Heretics, they realize, you know what? Our fake, our pressure on C worked. A site is free. We got here. There's no defenders. We're gonna one-way on top of the box. We're gonna take control of heaven, and we're gonna disrupt the retake. Gentlemates tried that same thing on Sunset against Team Heretics. Team Heretics is just executing it better.
And now with the advantage, they want to press further forward here. Frenzy out for Kadabra. Takash, Sheriff, the rest on Classics.
Whoa, okay. Ambitious. 3 more behind it. This is a classic strat. We used to see that. You would run down Banana with 1 or 2 players. They would go down and you'd hide 3 players backside.
They'll fall for it this time, I promise. There's definitely nothing weird happening.
So often we've seen Team Heretics run this type of anti-eco on round 2. Benji Fishy with that ghost kind of goes around, walks in around the map, gets that information.
Yeah, and the pivot. He's given them the keys to the castle, really. Free plant.
Drop that bridge to the moat.
It's just really Takash the one who has the opportunity to do something with it, but I mean, it's not even an easy angle to play in from. You've got 5 players alive, smokes to cycle through for Boo. Oh, there's the Sheriff now noted. It's just, you look at it, look at the layers of utility. They're pulling no punches, is what I'm going to say. If the Heretics are playing this as you'd want them to see, taking it very seriously here. Boo going farming.
If Gentlemates goes in the last 10 seconds there, they might deal some economic damage.
Yeah, Taka's going to find Rienz.
Good, a couple kills.
Tank got Boo. It's getting a little bit closer. I mean, they're not going to change the outcome of the round.
But Team Heretics knows they already have a beat on the clock. They know exactly how much time is left. As soon as it hits, 7 seconds left, all right, we're out of here. It's not possible for these guys to defuse it. We're not even going to budge. Once I hear that spike getting defused, I already know. Time's already up.
Good, yeah. So what's the bonus look like now for Heretics as well? Pretty decent. 2 Vandals, Guardian, Bulldog, and SMGs on the other side. This is the one that really matters. If we've got a game or not is decided, I feel, in this round. So, Gentlemates, if you've got a plan, if you've got something in mind, now's the time to do it. Heretics turning the tide real quick. And it looks like a deep attempt at information over towards C-Mount. And a very all-in piece from Heretics, though, just kind of clear-cut about things. And walk towards middle. Takash has to play his life well here, though. He can't really give away too much. If he goes down, oh my god, they're both in a little bit of danger here. Miniboo was hot on their heels. Luckily, they evacuate site in time. Plant's going to come in, and they're very nearby here. So See what they've got to come back in with. Prowler sent in. Whalers with the first. Woot's gone down. Okay. They've got the steps on the side. Boots on the ground here. They've got to dig out these deeper players, though. Miniboo's a bit of a... Oh, no!
Whoa.
No! The tank makes a mistake. He just drifts back in towards it, and now they start to line up. Wait, Takas, go on.
Wait.
Go on, Takas. You needed a miracle. They just got one. Out of nowhere, the defuse right under the nose of Heretics. They'll be unhappy with that, but that's the way it goes. 4 for Gentlemates.
Only one alive for Gentlemates, though, and that is going to be an expensive round win again. I mean, Team Heretics is so close. If they're able to, like every round, keep Gentlemates down, it just takes one round win for Team Heretics to really just close out too. It'll be a big swing round. And oh my goodness, just turning around into this is just the most kind of sad, depressing thing you could do. It's just like, oh man, I didn't even have a chance.
Okay, back to business. Into the buy.
Team Heretics could increase the pace again towards A. No Viper Wall there, no Orb, no Molly to stall them at the door. They could go straight into it, but here they're choosing. They got that space. They're going to go back, re-clear C maybe, push them off, get the kills if they're close. If they're not close, maybe go into exec. They have that stun, and they're going to do it off the Prowler info.
I was going to find nothing. Lots of util in their way, though.
Another Prowler and a Haunt. High-low setup, though.
There's 3 players holding that high-low.
Gutsy. Like one flash comes in, and they swing at the same time with it. Yeah.
Cover going out.
They're running this late.
They're going to maybe choose to fake A, open that door, and then converge on B through blue.
Could be. Still got the camera there. You can hear that Prowler. Yeah, Whaler's very much ready for this. You've already got the rotations in as well. You've got a tank playing towards CT. Got Bayers there. And then we
caught in the open.
Rienz lands on the tank, and Miniboo going to try and take the angle over 20 seconds. They got to secure the plant and keep it safe. Gentlemates holding.
Planted.
Flank then being considered. You can't, I mean, Rienz just keeps finding players. That's a second caught off here. Do you pull the plug now?
I think you have to. You need to be really damn sure that you're going to win this, and I don't think they have that confidence already. Cadaver caught on that flank by that trip. And if they go for this and they lose, they have no money for next round. They need these rifles. And these exits aren't even worth it. If he gets hunted down, which he's getting hunted down.
Yeah, they're on him. They want to take that away. Oh gosh, that's the rifle lost here. Takas got to be so careful too. Bayaz, similar situation. I think both of them are pretty safe now to keep hold of those rifles. I don't think there's a further chase. But the problem is, Josh, it's 12. 12 rounds for Heretics. Gentlemates' opportunities have dwindled. They've taken it as far as they can. Rienz just that second before managing to catch. And just a blind follow-up. Yeah, fair enough. It seems like he'll get one of those. And in the final hour here, Gentlemates have tried to call this timeout, right? It's do or die time. They showed real grit, determination on map 2, something to be witnessed, but they brought out the beast, right? They made Heretics play that higher level, show that caliber, and they've done that here.
They poked the hornet's nest.
That's the one.
And they came out and swarmed them.
Yeah.
They got that breach rolling thunder as well. They'll just beat you while you're down.
No, it's a hard situation to face here, isn't it? Because again, you kind of get that confidence. You think, oh, you know, well, they did an icebox, maybe they got something here. But Heretics, they're very well-rounded as a team. You know, we're seeing this kind of in motion now.
And it's also just so obvious from looking at this compared to Icebox about how when Team Heretics is able to run their own game plan, how effortless they make this look. On Icebox, okay, cool. They're getting kind of disrupted in ways that other teams don't really push them. They're not really having to deal with middle all that often. Most teams, the current meta, you don't deal with that. But right here, everything is just straight up in their face, over on A, over on C. And Team Heretics, even on their attack side, gets to choose exactly what base they want to do. We're going to pivot. Hey, I'm going to go over here. Okay, we're going to fake. Like, they have full control over everything. And Gentlemates is back to just reacting instead of being proactive like we saw on Icebox.
12-4. Back to the wall stuff here. Gentlemates They want to extend play. They can't leave it around longer, and Heretics just going, it looks very all in for now. They're not making any subtleties about this. Straight in, Miniboo on the prowl, on the hunted, he catches. Whalers down, sight looking very near to secure. Oh, and the paranoia. Kadabra trying to get closer to bring it in. Miniboo! Oh, they just want this one done, it looks like. Kadabra and Takas just walking in and actually starting to land some shots. Look at the HP. Rien's down to 14, Boo on 40. There's a chance. It ain't over yet. Kadabra clears close, Boo sticking nearby. The spray doesn't quite get it. They're so close to each other. One good spray, one bit of stall. They now know where Rien's is. But time is ticking. Gentlemates, they stay alive. One more round of it at the very least. The fuse is there. They hold on for another go.
I do not know how that flipped on its head. That opening kill from Miniboo at spawn, the follow-up right on the right here, the flick one-tap stun, and then I just see a sheriff just shooting at the sky like it's a, you know, fireworks or something. But then right here, just like how did these happen? Takas with 4.
Yes, this should do.
Take one of those. Okay, still with a buy. Very close by to some big ults as well for Gentlemates. Look at it, so many of them just one away. Not out of the woods just yet, Heretics. You gotta do it till the last, and they're right back to this sort of pace though. Oh, Boo, so controlled. Takas, can you do it again? Maybe he can! Previous round was 4, he's already on 3. Spikes left on their side, they need this back for Heretics. But this is big work from him. Benji, Fishy, and Woot. Oh, they're feeling naughty. Feeling a little dangerous, but Takas, he's gone down now. The hero from before has fallen. It's on Whalers, it's on Bayas, and Bayas wants out. He doesn't want to stick around anymore. Gives on our play, you know, a little bit of safety to play from. That doorway will do it. Information now starting to flow.
Benji, Fishy, hat round.
Oh God, you said it.
He's gonna have Nightfall off the back of this as well.
Starting to clear the back lines.
Clears Heaven, realizes it's got to be a double flank. Has Prowler still as well.
Ooh, okay, Woot. Sitting up towards that CT Heaven side. Benji down low. Plant's good for it too. As long as it's just around that corner, they'll be fine. Prowler goes in. Benji found Bayas. They know where Whalers is. It's a 1v2 for survival at this point. And all those high hopes might be crushed under the heels as Heretics now trying to just do the dance by time, cause Whalers to be sweating. Bullets, there's nothing more. Benji closes it down. The stat holds true when that ult comes down. That boy wins his rounds. But hey, Heretics got taken to a 3rd map. Gentlemates did very well to extend the series, but once Lotus came out, it was a different deal altogether.
That's 2 weeks in a row that Team Heretics gets pushed on a map to their off map, I guess, and they're by close margin, so they have something that they can at least go back and work on. But I mean, convincing wins on the maps that we know and expect them to be good at. Sunset, Lotus, what are you going to do when you face off against them on those maps?
I don't think anyone's found an answer to that, at least regionally, maybe internationally, sure, but these guys, I mean, Heretics are a damn good side. I think proving place towards the top end of EMEA at the very least. One of those that you can't wait to see how it goes internationally for them. Pressured a couple of times now, yeah, but managing to correct and come back fired up, looking deadly as ever.
And you know, if Navi, if they're somehow able to make playoffs, they could be really happy that they get to avoid Team Heretics now in that knockoff stage, because I'm pretty sure with this win, they've locked in that top 2 placement. They get that bye in that first knockout round of playoffs. Whoever does end up going against them is, or sorry, there's no one going against them.
Yeah, they're good.
Everyone's happy with that result, maybe except for Gentlemates.
Yeah. So, bigger picture though for you guys at home. You want a little more. You enjoyed the, I think it was an uwu from Niels and some other delightful words maybe from Weber. They'll be joining Yinzu and I believe Ash and maybe Miniboo on the post-plant. So do stick around, do listen to it, and maybe we can get them to do that same sort of noises again, because I know that Sliggy loves a bit of it.
Don't worry, Pansy, I've got you. I'll get them meowing as well in no time. But while we wait for Neil Zenio and Mini Boo before they get here, let's take a look at the Pay Safe card Player of the Week featuring Safe.
That's a 2 for 2.
I had to do a little bit of a pause there, but this has got to be probably the most important play I think we've seen, but maybe potentially your stage.
Yeah, this was an insane ace coming out from Safe to secure this round and the win for Vitality. I mean, he had, what, was it 2 or 3 aces? No, it was 2 aces today, right? Just from Safe alone. But up against BBL, especially with what was at stake in this matchup, you know, he was so emotional on that stage after the win.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved for them, but I feel kind of bad for BBL. You know, it feels like it always happens like this towards the end of the season. But moving on to this game against Gentlemates, before we get Miniboo and Neil Zenio here, I did not expect Gentlemates to put in a shift like that. That's I feel like a good sign for the future.
It really did look like a good sign for the future. They left us a little bit more to be desired on the attacking side of Icebox. We saw them have some ideas on Lotus, but it didn't quite pan out. But it really felt like we saw them starting to reach new heights as a team with the synergy that we were seeing. And then also having the tank going on that duelist and then having Takas onto the Omen was a shift that I didn't think that we expected whatsoever in this specific best of 3.
I quite like it. I like the idea of switching them around here a little bit. Takas seemed pretty comfortable as well. But this is the thing though, it's nice to see them come online, but do you think it might be a little bit too late because we just have one last week left?
It does feel like it might just be a little bit too late, especially with the fact that they did have now 3 changes, I guess, to how the team is working with the change to their coaching staff, that having Cadaver come in there as well. But otherwise, maybe something to look towards for the long term.
Bring in the boys. Congratulations today.
Congrats.
That was a long series. So Pansy wanted me to get you to Uwu.
Me?
Yeah, or either of you.
Absolutely not.
Well, you saw it on the comms.
That's
One
Weber.
of you did it.
That's Weber.
Oh, but you did something else though.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dummy.
There was like another thing that
Can
you
we get a
did.
meow?
Yeah, can we get a meow?
Meow.
Okay. That was quite good.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was actually pretty decent. But yeah, very long series today. We're just gonna start off with Lotus because you guys made some changes, they made some changes, everybody was sort of changing things around. And I think the thing that I'm most curious about is some teams have just gotten rid of the Viper here completely. They're like not touching it. Some of them are still sticking to it. You guys are obviously in the camp of changing that up. So what was the reason for that?
We changed it up quite a while ago before Shanghai. We had pretty much this comp, but with Riz, just to see how it worked. I still think Viper's good, but for us with the changes that we had with like Patty coming in, Wook coming in, yeah, we weren't just really feeling the Viper, so we had to change it up a little bit. And obviously we've got Dommy on Neon, so it worked out nicely.
All right, and Neon, I feel like you were playing Neon before it was cool, and now everyone's playing Neon.
Yeah, and the only words they have is from me, so they learn from me, so all they do is from me, you know?
You can't outdo the doer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't outdo the doer.
OG.
Yeah, right. But let's take a look at a little bit of Icebox as well, because Woods, first time on the Duelist in EMEA. I know we saw it a lot back in Shanghai. But again, what was the reasoning for this?
I love Kaio.
He loves KO. We also, again, didn't have much time coming in. I mean, we've had way more time than we had in Shanghai, but I think, to be honest, I'm exhausted. Like, so I don't know how these guys aren't. Like, we've had to come in, change Patty back, bring Dommy back, and that was kind of the roles that we had in Shanghai with Wook playing Duelist, and it worked out well for us there. And yeah, Dommy loves KO. So.
Yeah, I played KO on this map a lot. I think more than Jet.
Oh.
Okay, a little tidbit that we didn't really quite know beforehand. I mean, obviously it looked good. I guess a little bit more comfortable for you guys, considering how short the turnaround time was and everything like that. But I guess, despite all of those changes for you guys, were you guys expecting the changes that Gentlemates pulled out in your match?
No, and I think they overplayed themselves.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They overcooked, as in?
Yeah, I think they overcooked a bit. Like on Sunset, we were expecting Sage, and I was kind of surprised. I don't think they utilized Raze enough.
I mean, I expected them to change comps, but I didn't have a clue what they were going to pick, to be honest. I didn't expect the Sunset change, like Dommy said, either. But definitely, Icebox, I expected them to do something different. and they still kept the no duelist, but Omen was quite a nice touch.
Yeah, was it annoying to play against?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Omen's always annoying to play against.
It looked really
Yeah.
annoying on their defense. Did you expect to drop that map against them? Because I think on paper, when we saw at least the map, we were like, oh my goodness, Heretics, you must be very, very happy getting those 3 maps.
Yeah, definitely. This isn't taking anything away from them. I think we completely dismantled on attack, I shall say. The communication was not up to my standards. It wasn't up to their standards, and we lost a lot of stupid rounds, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. Like again, like I was mad at the time, but I can't be because these guys are incredible. Like they're so young. I think people obviously will be saying, "Oh, you've dropped a map against last week. You've dropped a map this week," but it's like they're just kids and they're tired. Even though they won't admit they're tired, I know they're tired. They're coming off of, you know, back-to-back international events, changing players in and out. And they're always improving every day. So there's only so much I can ask for, and they've already outdone themselves.
I also think people forget that you played as many games as you can possibly play at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you go all the way to the finals in EMEA, you go all the way to the finals in Shanghai, and now if we take a look at the standing, because obviously you guys are already qualified after what happened earlier this week, and today we can 100% lock in the fact that you and Foot will be the 1 and 2 seed going into playoffs, which means at least you get to skip 1 game. You don't have to play every single game of playoffs.
Yeah, we're having some nice off days for now, for sure. Definitely a good rest. But yeah,
We go kayaking, I think.
Okay.
maybe.
The kayaking?
Team kayaking, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like Clash of Clans, Minecraft. I thought it was going to be that.
I mean, we tried football once, and then like we got injured, and we played against Fnatic, who were significantly fitter than us.
They had
obviously.
Leo, I heard.
They had Leo. They
Yeah.
had the performance coach, who was like, I don't know, Lionel Messi. So yeah, well,
Good
they
at
had,
football.
they had Leo and the performance coach, and Boaster actually. He was pretty good.
Was he alright?
Yeah, he was.
Really?
He was taking the piss out of us.
Oh, I would never have expected that.
I didn't expect it either, to be honest.
Yeah?
But he was doing some pretty good tricks.
He always talks about how he trained under some football. I can't remember who it is. It's late. But let's take a look at the bracket because of the reason that you do manage to skip the first round, we can actually show you guys what's going to happen. So as of now, I believe you are the first seed because of the head-to-head. It will come down to some of the other things that happen next week with your game and Foot's game, so on and so forth. But of course, then the 4th and 5th seed will battle out and play you if it stays this way and so on. So there's like so much to play for in this moment in time. Is there any teams that you kind of want to dodge maybe right off the bat?
Nah, not really. Any team that makes us better, the harder the better. I think at this point, any map we lose, it's a learning curve. So yeah, there's no one that I fear in the sense of if you want to go to Champions, you need to beat everyone here anyway if you want to do well. So
I feel like everyone wants to dodge them though.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I mean, on that note as well, if for playoffs, do you guys expect that any other teams are actually going to let Sunset back through that map veto?
Oh.
it depends on their map veto. Some teams have to. Like we knew they were going to play Sunset tonight because Bindwoods are permaban. So I think teams will ban it, or maybe they try anti-strike it again. But it's getting harder every time, I'm not going to lie. Like, I think Gentlemates were doing some really good stuff tonight, so...
I think the other question is, will you ever not pick it? Because if they don't ban it, they're like, oh, they might want to...
I mean, we did that in the playoffs against Navi to throw them off, like, when we beat them second time, so who knows, maybe.
Oh, that's part of your arsenal, we do have a question here from our good friend Yumpy from Team Liquid, so take a look at this.
What's one thing you know about Finland?
That's a fantastic question. I love it. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing.
What's one thing you know about Finland?
Sauna. A lot of saunas, a lot of good saunas, sauna country.
That's a good one.
It's cold. Really cold.
It's cold?
Yeah. I think so, no?
Anything else?
Yeah,
I feel
the best.
like...
I mean, in the north, maybe, like, it's quite, tall.
Yeah, this is like
I would
world. Man, they had like the best sniper in the world, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
What's the capital of Finland?
Helsinki.
Okay, we should do a little quiz. We should.
We did this on content. We had a geography quiz.
Yeah, we're not Benji.
You were good? You guys were good on the geography quiz?
Yeah, these guys were good. Benji, a little bit whiffy, but...
Oh, no. Okay, I remember we quizzed you and Benji togetger. Maybe next time we get you two together instead. Yeah.
Boo's also pretty smart. These two are really cool. Like Boo and Mini Boo.
I just ended school. I had to do homework for this, you know?
Yeah, you're studying. I forget this. You're literally... how are the studies while we have you here? Your exams went well? Everything's good?
I'm gonna get exams result in couple of 3 days, I think. So I don't know yet, but I think it went decent.
Wait, on your birthday? Or is it your birthday today? I know your birthday is some
My
point.
birthday is like the day after Koi game. It's July 11th.
Oh, so you get exam results, then Koi, then birthday.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The next week is going to be huge for Team Heretics. Make sure you guys note this down. But we will have Foot versus Giant X coming up for the next match of next week. So we'll invite the winners here, of course. You guys have a question for them? Your question last time was a great question. It was I think, what's your favorite Chinese food? That was a good one. I like that one. I don't know if you've left a question before, Neil.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you want to leave a question?
I'll give one you like it as well.
Yeah, all right. Look down the
Yeah.
camera. You got this.
What's your favorite Taylor Swift song?
Oh! Neil
Banger.
Zenio. What is your favorite Taylor Swift song?
Haunted.
Oh, you're a Speak Now girly.
Yeah.
I never would have thought that.
Nah,
You
me
like
and
Taylor
Weber have
Swift?
the album in the car every day.
You also like Taylor Swift?
I don't know.
Oh, I was going to say you're my favorite team in the
That's
whole
fine,
world.
we'll culture him.
Yeah. We'll get you on there. Check this out, guys. The Taylor Swift buff. And Ash, what about your favorite Taylor Swift song? We're not ask you.
My favorite Taylor Swift song?
Yeah.
Gotta say Death by a Thousand Cuts right now.
I get it. It's a good one. But yeah, thank you guys very much for joining us. Congratulations for securing playoffs and the top seeds. And we will see you back here next week to see how we round everything off. Thank you very much, Ash, as well. Thank you to you guys at home for staying with us. It's been a long day, so make sure you get a lovely rest. Have a lovely weekend as well. And join us back here next Tuesday, not Wednesday. We're back here Tuesday with Foot versus Giant X. And we'll see you then.
Let's go!
Got him. 30 seconds left.
We hate winning.
No, we don't, bro.
Not able to get the damage. Oh, no one saw Brave! He snuck up behind them! Trex he's here. Flash.
Succulent Chinese meal.
And now he's got to try and close the gap. The defuse was in there, though. Takas could be in trouble here. Oh, actually, tell a lie. It's only Rien's to do damage. That is wondrous. Heretics got taken to a third map. Gentlemates did very well to extend the series, but once Lotus came out, it was a different deal altogether.
back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it.